Seconds whisper through the dark, the lights breathe in, the tables wait, stillness before the spark. Focus. Watch. Mating. Hold on, it's coming down. Every heartbeat, every round. Hold the line, it's almost here. Feel the silence disappear. No more waiting or rewind. Only one thing left. Sitting in the quiet, waiting for the sound. Something's about to happen. Can you feel it coming down? And we'll be here when it starts. Every moment, every part. We'll be here when it starts. Right from the very start. Time moves like a river, pulling us along. Everything is clearer when we open. We'll be here when it starts. Every moment, every part. We'll be here when it starts. Right from the very start. I can feel the pressure building in my chest. This is what we came for. Nothing matters but the rest. We'll be here when it starts. Every moment, every part. We'll be here when it starts. Right from the very start.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We'll be here when it starts. Every moment, every part. We'll be here when
Hello, and welcome back to the European Poker Tour. Welcome back, everybody. It's day 6. I think I got away with it. It's day 6 of the EPT main event. We are down to just 5 players, just 5 left in the field. And today, of course, this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are in the world, we will be playing down to a winner. We're just moments away from cards being back in the air. Thought I'd jump on and say hello. What we want to do before we get started is we are going to do the draft that didn't work yesterday. Today is going to work. Who is ready to draft some players? I'm going to take picks. You're going to take picks. We got 5 left. So chat, get ready to choose your fighter and see if your guy can beat my guy. Is that something you might be interested in? Who gets to go first? What was the word on the street? The word on the street was, you guys go first, I believe. Who wants to go first? I think you get to go first, and then you get 5 players, right? So let's take a look at our lineups then. Just as we kick off the day, we will remind you, Alexei Boyka is your reigning defending champion for Malta 2016. He's still in the field and he's trying to go back to back. But your chip leader, Mikhailo Ostash, 9.8 million. Is it easier if I have it on the screen? Is it easier if we whip it up real quick? So that you guys, it's easier to draft? Yeah? Is that something you might be interested in? Feels like something you might be interested in, doesn't it? So, whoever goes first... I feel like whoever goes first, the other team gets 3 picks, right? Does that make sense? Here are your chip counts to start the day. This is what we're coming back to. And so your draft options are as follows. Ostash, Boyka, Brzezinski. Spelling's easy. Can't read that. Kalonge. And Bedell. Chat, you want to go first or second? Whoever goes first, you only get 2. You guys got to decide. Wasn't the deal that I start? So I start and you guys get 3? Okay. Okay, that's fair. That was the deal yesterday. Okay, I take Kalonge. Controversial pick, 4th in chips. Controversial pick. I've been really impressed with how he plays, though. Not that I haven't everybody else. It is a tough field, but I'm taking Kalonge. Team Spraggy, Kalonge. Now, you guys are going to have 60 seconds. What's going to happen is the remaining names are going to pop up on your screen. They will be assigned a number. You type in that number. Your vote is registered for that player. And whichever player gets the most votes goes on to team chat. So are you ready? I can't hear you. I said, are you ready? People are just typing Poland, 2, 5, no, 69. All right, here come your options for the pick. This should work. Oh God, no. There you go. Ostash, Boyka, Brzezinski, Bedell. Type your numbers. Cast your votes. Who does chat want to draft? Which player do you want on your team, chat? It looks like you guys are going for Alexei Boyka. Type the number of the corresponding player to draft your pick, chat. I can't believe you boys are abandoning Bedell. I can't believe you're all abandoning Bedell. He gave us so much. He gave us so much entertainment. Ten seconds, lock in your votes, but it looks like... Unfortunately, what you guys have done is screwed yourself because Boyk is not in the field. Boyk is not a player. You may have been thinking of Alexei Boyka, but he wasn't on the list. So you've chosen someone who isn't even competing on the final table. Unfortunate. You've wasted a pick. I'm going to go for Mikhailo Ostash. Which means, owing to the structure of the 5-handed final table, it means that you guys get Brzezinski and you get Bedell. But you've also got Boyk, who doesn't exist. Not ideal, chat. Not ideal. I think we just have to run a quick one so that it fills it out, maybe. You get both. Okay, you took Bedell. Hey, you guys want Brzezinski? Sure, you got him. All right, so that's the split. I'll take Kalonj, Ostash. You guys take Boyka, Badel, and Brzezinski. You got the 3 Bs, easy to remember. And if one of your guys wins, I'll drop a bunch of subs on Twitch. I'll tell you what. No, because I might do that anyway. Not the subs. If one of your guys wins, I'll drop a bunch of subs on Twitch and YouTube. Memberships and subscribers, all right? Now, how long have we got here until the day kicks off? We got 1 minute. Do we want to... Jamie, are you there? Do you want to come on in? Should we get you situated before we kick off? We are going to be joined today by a guest. It's once again Mr. Jamie Walden. Oh my goodness me. Could he be... he is ready for a final table, isn't he? One moment. Wait till you see this, chat. Wait till you see this. Okay.
Are you talking about the brightness of my outfit?
You're shining this morning. Let me tell you that. Or this afternoon, I suppose. You're absolutely glowing.
Shiny appearance, dull content.
Great content. Don't speak down on the content. This is the hype.
I haven't even started yet.
This is the hype section of the stream. This is supposed to be the, you know, we haven't ruined anything yet. There's still time. Okay, we can frame you. Bernard is going to struggle, but that works for now. We're looking great. We're looking good. That's going to work perfectly. And then we're going to start our coverage of the main event at the European Poker Tour. Jamie, are you excited?
I'm hyped.
He's hyped. We're all hyped. Okay, I'll speak to you shortly. But here we go.
There ain't no challenge. Just another flawless victory. You won't give me my credit. So I'm coming to get it. Oh my God! Won't give me my credit. So I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. Game on. I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. My name is the headline. Catch me in the spotlight. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine. Had yours, that was my time. Hit different like a fine wine. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT.
And here we are, sports fans. As previously mentioned, we're delighted to be joined today by Mr. Jamie Walden, aka Ch11 Poker in the chat. Welcome back to Malta. And welcome back, Jamie.
Happy to be here.
And welcome back, Bernard, as I understand it.
Welcome back, hang on. Oh, say hi, Bernard.
That's right. We've got the EPT's favorite dog. 5 players left, sports fans. Here we go. Mikhailo Ostash, Alexei Boyka, Thomas Brzezinski, Adrian Kalonj, and Tom Axel Badel. Tom's a short stack with 14 big blinds. Jamie, can you believe that chat wouldn't draft? They've ended up with Tom Badel, but can you believe he wasn't the first draft pick? He's given us so much entertainment over the last 3 days. It's really sad to see our audience turn their backs on him, isn't it?
Well, it's a tough choice, isn't it? I think when you're trying to win, you're trying to get what are they going to get? What's the actual?
At least 2 or 3 subscriptions gifted from myself.
You know, when the prizes are that big, it's the same as this final table, isn't it? When you know people start making strange decisions, and obviously it was disappointing to see Bedell just come into the team on a default. Actually,
come into the team on a default. Here's what we're playing for: 760k up top. Everyone guaranteed 200,000. 550 euro, but of course it's far more than money. There are some things that money can't buy: the prestige, the victory, and the place in the history books, if you will, of winning an EPT main event. Here we are back on the
One we all
tournament
want.
floor once again.
It's the one we all want, isn't it?
It is the one. It's the one that I want. Ooh, 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 as they say.
Honey.
Hey, Tom Bedell, changing it up today. New shirt, looks just as drippy, just as sick, but the Gucci is gone.
Now,
Here comes-
Ben, we're going to run into a similar problem to the other day.
You're going to need to watch the broadcast, aren't you? He's going to need to see the screen because I'm describing things that he can't see.
Now we're cooking.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Adrian Kalange looking a little bit rushed. He is one of my draft picks, looking a little bit rushed. Not happy with that. But here we go, and that is what is at stake for the first time. That European Poker Tour trophy comes into view. What happens if I move Jamie? Can we move him? I can move him. And here we go. There's your chip leader, Nikolai Ostash, just shy of 10 million. Don't forget, he lost kind of a significant part at the end of the day. He tried to make a bluff on 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but Boyka had the 9 for the super duper straight.
Yeah, I missed the end of the day yesterday, so
There's
you're going to have to fill me in on any dynamics, etc.
a little recap for you, and of course, if you guys missed any of the action at the end of the day yesterday, you can watch the recap on my YouTube channel. Or you could stick with us. I would recommend the latter. 7 million in chips for Boyka. And here's Thomas Brzezinski, 67 big blinds. There's a lot of play left in this final table, Jamie, right?
Yeah,
Quite deep.
Deep hole final table, isn't it?
It's a deep old FT.
Bedell's got 14 bigs, is that right?
Bedell's got about 14 blinds, yeah. So if anyone will be going soon, or spinning soon, I should say, it'll be him.
Well, I mean, I would say he'd be doing that even if he had 60 blinds, wouldn't he?
There's always a chance that Tom Axel Bedell is on the verge of playing a significant and large part, isn't there?
And he's finally washed his hoodie, and he's wearing something clean.
I just said that. I just said he switched it up. He's out of the Gucci is gone. But I will say, I think he was washing it every day. I think he had it was being.
I mean, you'd like to think if
care
you're a
of.
high roller on the poker circuit, you've got a laundry service.
Do you know what I think was actually happening? He's probably got that same hoodie 10 times. He was probably just swapping it out every break.
At the end of the day, you'd probably just throw it away.
He probably just burns them at the end of the day.
Casino, it'd probably just be there.
He doesn't wash his clothes. He simply repurchases them. Okay, first hand of the day. Now I've got to pull up my little my notes about blind levels and things like that. So of course the aim of the day today, we play until it's done. We're locked in here to the very end.
That's exciting, isn't it?
And there can be only one. Blind versus blind, first hand. King, Jack, 5. Alexei Boyka with a raise as well.
Are we on 50, 100?
The blinds are 40,000, 80,000.
80, okay.
And yeah, we play a set number of hands per day in the year 2025. Set number of hands per level, should I say, in the year 2025. So the blinds will increase every 30 hands. I'm not sure which hand this is of the 30, as Boyka bets 160. Kalan's got a very nice hand here, blind versus blind. Right, Jamie? He's very high up.
Very high up.
Should be doing very well.
A nice one. So Boyka made it 3.5 pre-flop, is that right?
Correct.
So obviously just want to flat the king 10 and keep all the worst kings in there. Both pretty deep.
Both pretty deep and both pretty upset about an ace. It definitely hampers Kalan's chances of just walloping money into this part of a turn and river. And of course, Boyka, if he was potentially just trying to deny a little bit on the flop, a bit of equity nudge, if you will, a lot of the worst hands that are going to call him will be those ace highs, which now improve. How about this, though? How much Weetabix has Alexei Boyka had this morning?
I mean, yeah, once we get to these beastly, two very, very good players, small blind versus big blind, They're doing stuff that, let's be honest, I'm not finding, Ben.
I would simply check because I am a big baby and a big coward. But what Alexei Boyka here is leveraging, I suppose, is a lot of Kalonja's range calling the flop is, you know, we mentioned there's some of the A side, but of course a lot of the time he's centered around Jack X, King X, even 5X himself. And Boyka's hand benefits from blocking some of the stronger stuff, right? You don't want your opponent to make 2-pair, basically. And actually, one of the only ways he makes 2-pair in a single raise pot might be with Ace 5, King 5, Jack 5, right? So I do think the 5 has some merit in terms of blocking some of your opponent's stronger hands. It's kind of a fun hand to bluff with. Kalon's sticking around with a pair of kings, and I think crucially, straight draw, a way to improve if he is behind. Club's pretty impactful at the river. I would expect Kalonj to have a decent amount of suited hands calling in position. So definitely a card where Boyka is going to have some give-ups. Certainly some give-ups where he himself doesn't hold a club. I mean, obviously card removal is going to help him when he's deciding to bluff here. It'd be nice for him to have a club. I think the 10 of clubs seems like perfect bluffing candidate, right? If you have 10-5 offsuit, 10 of clubs, you block the queen 10, you block the flush in the back door. Feels like he would select around the clubs rather than this one. But let's see if he wants to fire off a third bullet.
Feels like he's just going to knuckle this one.
It feels like a check to me. Feels like we want to pick the barrels up when we have one club. Tap out when we don't.
Yeah.
On the flush completers. I don't think there'll be... Yeah, we do see Boyka give up with this particular holding, and I don't think there'll be any idea of Kalonj to try and put more money in this pot. He's going to be well aware that his hand has got good showdown value. There's 2.4 million in the middle already, Jamie.
It's a big pot.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2x the amount of chips that Tom Bedell has sat at the table with, so an excellent early pickup for Adria Kalonj.
Kalonj. It's not the most Spanish of names, is it?
Kalonj? Well, I was saying Calon.
You were saying Cologne.
Cologne. But then Bowie came on yesterday, and I know Bowie's a very... he's very cultural. He's a very sort of... I don't know how many languages he speaks last time. Was it 6 or 7 languages Bowie speaks, I believe?
He's definitely a polyglot, that is for sure.
Yeah. So he started saying Kalonj, so I sort of just dove with that. But you can't really question the pronunciation of Spanish names from a man from Bolton.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I would say just Bowie's able to read letters in a row. Because very clearly on the screen it's C-A-L-O-N-G-E.
But sometimes you don't. That's not phonetics. It's not what you're a level 1 operator. You know, I'm on the.
Okay. You're going for the silent consonants.
Like you wouldn't say Boika here, would you, or Boika?
Yeah. Well, you're agreeing with me then.
You wouldn't say Kalongi, is what I'm saying.
You were saying Cologne though.
Because you don't always pronounce the G. But you're claiming the G now.
Yes.
I got your favorite hand.
Tom Bedell looks absolutely terrified in his avatar picture, by the way. Next to his chip count, Tom Bedell looks absolutely scared to death.
Why is he being cut out with the white background? Is that just a screenshot from the... He doesn't look good.
He looks so concerned. Okay, he does fold the big blind, too concerned to continue with such a weak hand. And after paying his blinds, which is so, it feels so harsh, doesn't it? You've got to pay blinds now every, few hands with 5-handed. They come so quickly, which means that Tom is now down to 11 big blinds.
I haven't actually seen the hands that Ostash has folded so far. It's going to be interesting to see how much he opens up as chip leader.
But our expectation is, and just confirmation, I believe, that it must be hand 3 of 40,000, 8,000. So we'll play another, like I say, we're playing 30 hands per level. This is hand 3. It looks like we did start the day with a brand new blind level. So we'd expect Mikhailo Ostash to be doing most of the driving of pre-flop raising. Of course, with Bedell so short, the other guys are kind of disincentivized to play big pots against him or put all the money in against him. So there are many situations where he's going to be able to leverage that. Let's just see if this is Tom Bedell's.
It's a great seat for Boyka though, being able to basically, as soon as Ostash gets out of the way, being able to basically act as chip leader. And you just saw the open with Queen 7 off. Definitely wouldn't be opening that into Ostash.
Yeah, so if Ostash is going to play tight, then that role is going to be assumed by Boyka, right? He's going to start pushing the table around. So Tom decides not to go with his hand here. He decides just to call pre-flop. Makes it a little bit tougher to navigate. Huh?
Can't stop looking at. Oh, they've changed it to a blue background.
To a blue background. He still looks petrified. He still looks very worried about. I mean, he should be. Got 11 big blinds. Got 11 big blinds. So Boyka decides to c-bet on 8-8-3.
This is kind of why.
Get it all in pre, innit?
To be jamming this pre, because now you just don't know what to do.
You just have a very reasonable hand to move all in against a wide open from the cutoff. And as Jamie says, you get to 8-8-3. You don't want to fold facing 1.5 blinds here, but it is going to make equity realization a lot tougher. If you jam all in, you're always going to realize your equity, right? Because you get to run out 5 cards. Your hand's never going to get denied. But here, his ability to show down his hand is really key. Because even if he feels like he's got the best of it right now, the plan might be, what, call flop, see a turn. Unless you make a hand, you might get barreled. It just makes things really tricky.
Yeah, especially with these offsuit combos where you just have no kind of runner prospects.
Cool.
I think Tom Bedell correctly choosing the call option on the flop has to continue, but we'll see how it might get more difficult, more challenging for him. 6 of clubs, this is exactly what we're talking about. Like, where do we go from here? How do we get our money back out of the pot, Jamie? 722k in the middle. What do we do?
It's going to be interesting how much showdown value Boyka actually thinks he has and how much he wants to bluff.
Yeah, I mean, the real problems for Tom are going to come when Boyka has a Jack 10 or a Queen 7, right? That is always going to barrel. He might have the good fortune, as you say, of Boyka being at a part of his range that feels like it itself can show down, like Ace 5. I do think the way Tom has played, he might still end up here with some king highs on the flop. So Boyka won't necessarily barrel, but we do see that barrel. And this is where the detriment of the pre-flop decision is really going to start impacting Tom. And what we might see is a Jamie Walden, 11 Poker patented compound error alert. Perhaps a misstep pre-flop. And maybe he starts getting into treacherous waters as a result.
Although in this case, the compound error is that, oh my gosh, he's shoving.
It's actually like a compound win.
He was winning the whole way. He just found a different way to win the pot.
He just knew that he had the best hand, and he looked into Alexei Boyka's eyes and said, I want you to double barrel against my ace high. In a way, I'm springing a trap on you, Mr. Boyka. And I'll tell you for something, Jamie, Alexei Boyka looking at this pot, be thinking, how many pairs does Tom call with pre-flop in the small blind? And how much 8x? Like, what hands is Tom Bedell really going to have? I guess he will have an 8. We've seen Tom play quite loosely pre, so occasionally an 8, but just wonder if there's any idea for Boyka that...
Well, you're just never, ever expecting him to show up with a hand like ace 9.
Never.
Sí que lo era.
But job done for Tom Axel Bedell. 20 bigs, here we go. You shouldn't have ruled him out, chat. You shouldn't have ruled him out.
Well, chat have got him, though.
Yeah, but they've got him by default.
They actually played you because they knew that you were never going to pick.
Time to change, and I did it because of her.
You look very smart. And what would it mean for you today if you were to win this event?
For me, it will be very important to win it. I have never won, well, I have won EPT PLO before, but never the main event. So it will be great, yeah.
And speaking of PLO, usually you typically play 4-card poker. What would it mean for you to win an event, Hold'em event?
A hold'em event will be great. I have tried many times all over. I only play the main event behind the PLOs. So it will be very nice to win this one now. I need, in Spain we say racha. When you get hot, you have always a chance to win. I've been there before, so I know even if I'm short now, I still have a fair chance to win the tournament.
Well, good luck from us to you.
Thank you very much, and I will need it for
Lovely
sure.
bit of Versace he's got going on, isn't it?
It's just, I'm in awe. I'm in awe of the man. And as he said there, when you're hot, you're hot. And even though he's coming in today with a short stack, he's always got a chance to win this tournament, and his chances have improved after this ace-9 pickup. Jamie, I'm just going to let the cat in. I let the cat out in the garden, and I can just see them patrolling with no way to re-enter the house, poor things.
No problem. This is another one where Bedell could have found a shove on the button. Because again, you are going to be put in the bin by the chip leader from the big blind quite regularly. Ostash now deciding whether or not he wants to have a little stab here. But it's hard playing against a guy like Bedell, isn't it? Because you're just like very unsure of what lines he's going to take in different spots.
Yeah, I mean, not only just unsure of, you know, how he might play certain parts of his range. I mean, the hand prior, we'd never expect him to have an ace-9 offsuit pre-flop. And as you say, we'd never expect him to jam the turns. So it does make your sort of visibility or your confidence in what you might expect to see a little bit shakier. And I definitely think, we always speak about how pros are able to deal with that, and unorthodox lines don't necessarily mean good lines. But when you're in a heat of five-handed match for the EPT main event, it's like, it's kind of not what you want to deal with, is unpredictability in some ways, right? It's good. It can throw you off when the stage is so grand.
Agreed.
We do expect Tom Bedell to go for a value bet here. He's been, do you know what? He's actually been really good at finding value. I'm not saying this is necessarily a thin spot once we get to the river, but he has found on previous days some really nice bets at the river. Like, he'll have rivered a kind of mediocre top pair with a flush draw, but instead of checking it back, he did try and, I still remember him trying to milk Gerard's ace queen when he made a king, and he makes an ace here. Oh wow. Keeping him honest, it's queen high call, and this might be just what we're talking about, Jamie. You never really quite know what Tom Axel Bedell is up to. A bit of a wild card. Has to flick in the queen high, he feels like, and it's no good.
Interesting call, that.
Is interesting diplomatic? Is that your commentator's diplomacy?
No, I'm saying interesting because I'm genuinely interested. Just whether or not it was a kind of, whether or not he thought that he was actually bluffing there enough to warrant the call, or whether he was just wanting to see, because, you know, a hand like ace-7, I think a lot of people would just shove that on the button. So it's fairly, some of it is fairly useful stuff to know.
And especially when you're Ostash,
Like
I mean,
that ace-7, the ace-9, maybe he's a bit more willing to go post-flop than some people would be off a short stack.
yeah, it's an interesting point, because Ostash has got...
This is another absolutely loco raise.
Oh, 7-8 offsuit. Look at him go. I mean, this is certainly a pretty wide open off this short stack. But yeah, as I said, Ostash, you know, the difference to him, he got 117 big blinds now. The difference between 120 bigs and 117 is really nothing in terms of the impact he can have on the table. So, but Tom Axel Bedell certainly treating himself. He's on holiday with the 7-8 offsuit. You know, he's got his feet up on the sun lounger. He's allowing him another little after dinner treat, 7-8 offsuit in the cutoff, defended by Boyka, and a really interesting flop. A very quick check.
Quick checks are very interesting in live poker. because you see it a lot with people who have kind of marginal showdown stuff, is where it comes from a lot. You also see it from people who are just absolutely done with the hand and who hate the board. And then you see some of it from people who have flopped absolute monsters and they're just panicking.
And they just snap trap, yeah. And weirdly here, Tom Bedell in sort of the middle part of all of that, because he's open-ended. He has the 8 of spades. I don't think it's a surprise to see Alexei Boyka play a lead on this turn. He's, of course, going to have some coverage of 5s and coverage of 6s and coverage of flushes from the big blind. So not unusual for him to sort of start attacking this board. But Tom quite...
We know Bedell. We know he ain't folding.
We know he ain't folding, and he's quite sharply put himself in a situation on turn where he can easily call the river, easily call his hand. And actually, this river card, when he checks back and calls turn, he's signaling that he has a lot of ace highs. So this ace is really good for Bedell. I think Boyka is either going to play really large size that says, I've got a 5 or a flush or a straight, or he's going to check. Or he could actually just go really, really small. But what you want to do is just neutralize this card. You want to neutralize the benefit of this card for your opponent. And the way you're going to do that is either by overbetting. But you know, he's going to be forced into give up. It's just such a good card for Tom. I think it's a mandatory bluff, right, Jamie?
Mandatory. You are, I mean, this has to be kind of stone cold bottom of
Yeah.
what you have here.
Well, he's going to find it, and it's going to work.
465.
Very nice. Very nice.
Nice and easy does it. Tom, Axel, Bedell.
La racha, ahí estamos.
Estamos en racha.
I mean, they do say there's that, I mean, I don't say it, but there is that phrase, ICM is for poor people, and Bedell clearly not one of those, and clearly not someone who is going to play by the rules.
I feel like he's here to win the trophy.
Yeah.
It doesn't strike me as someone who's going to be looking at the next ladder and thinking, even now that he has 31 big blinds, he's starting to close the gap. It doesn't strike me as someone who's going to adhere to the framework of the independent chip model and try and shuffle up some ladders. I think he's going for it all.
Yeah. But I also think there's a tendency with these kinds of players who are a bit unconventional and don't necessarily follow the kind of the meta that everyone is following to think that because of that they are weaker. But you know, the guy's got $5 million cashes on Hendon Mob. Like he's definitely not. You know, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing, and also he plays a lot of 4-card. You know, he plays a lot of PLO, and from what I understand, it's probably quite high stakes cash game PLO by the sounds of it. So it's somebody who's just used to swinging a lot of money as well, playing for a lot of money.
Yeah.
And of course, that's going to help when you're looking at pay jumps like this. I'm sure that Tom Bedell is no stranger to playing for this sort of money, which is certainly going to, you know, benefit him in terms of the pressure that he might feel. Whereas someone like Ostash, you know, played incredibly well to this point, but has $20,000 in live earnings. So I would imagine he's a very good player. You know, I'd imagine he's a very accomplished online player, just hasn't had much live tournament scores. But it does make a difference when you're live. I mean, he looks incredibly comfortable at the moment, but as the day goes on and the pressure starts to build, just wonder whether that will have more of an impact on some of these guys than it will Tom Bedell.
I was very impressed with Ostash's 5-6 jam yesterday.
Yeah, Bowie and I were very impressed too, yeah.
That showed me that he's actually not.
I had a suited queen this time as well.
I think there's not many people who would find that.
With a queen.
You know, under the lights, 10 left.
I think that's the most important point, because I looked at it straight away and I thought, oh, that's a good hand to jam. And Bowie looks at it and goes, that's a good hand to jam. And I think, you know, if you've looked at solvers and you look at any study, you think it's really good to jam the bottom two with the blockers. You just block all the boats, rep all the boats. But to actually do it when you get to the EPT 10 left, like you say, because I would get there and go, this is a good hand to jam, and then fold. Because it's like, I'm not doing this right now, like no shot. Like, I'll do it in the Bounty Builder 33.
People who don't play live poker don't quite realise how hard it is to physically push your chips into the middle versus just
click a button.
It requires cojones, Benjamin.
Cajones, as I call them.
Colognes.
Colognes. Colognes. You smell terrific. Yeah, Tom did say that his wife told him to change it up. She was like, it's time.
Yeah.
So he's rocking the different shirt today. It's a great final table shirt though.
So now people are going to think that Ostash is opening up his range, but actually he's just had aces and ace jack. That's the other thing in live poker, just the sample sizes are so small that you can talk yourself into like some guy is just an absolute wild man. But actually he's just been dealt 5 really good hands in the space of 20 minutes.
So here we go. Mikhailo Ostash, he is only 25 years old, $19,000 in live earnings. And it's his first appearance on the European Poker Tour. Just rocks up. First time on the EPT. Final tables of main event. Chip leader going into the final day.
Second Ukrainian EPT main champion. Who was the first? Timoshenko?
That is a good question to ask a broadcaster in charge of the European Poker Tour, isn't it? Chat will know. First, Petrov says...
James Hartigan would know, Ben.
Oh, well, go and watch his stream then.
I can't think of anyone else apart from Timoshenko.
Petrov in the chat's usually pretty right about everything, says Timoshenko. Someone says Zinchenko. I feel like that's just because it's the only other Ukrainian you know. Someone's about to say it's Alexander Usyk or something, right? But I think Timoshenko's a good shout.
Or Olga.
Or Olga.
Famously won it.
But we know that she didn't win it, so that rules her out.
Klitschko. People are just saying famous Ukrainians.
We're just naming Ukrainians. Here's Alexei Boyko, 37 years old, and EPT Malta 2016 main event champion. 355,000 euro that time. He'll more than double that if he takes down the 2025 edition.
Zelensky, that's who it was.
It was not. Stop naming Ukrainians.
Petrov's Googled. It was Timoshenko.
Eugene Kachlov's a good chat as well, actually, because he was PokerStars Team Pro for a while as well. But he didn't win a... Crucially, he didn't win a European Poker Tour main event.
Oh, no. Koroshenin. Alexei Koroshenin.
So not Timoshenko.
Not Timoshenko. EPT Vienna. He's got the answer.
Frick says Simple, who I believe is a Counter-Strike Global Offensive professional.
25 bigs. Interesting one for Ostash here. Could decide to be the bully.
Is this a potential pressure spot? All right, he's coming along for a call. Flops best. And actually, Bowie was talking about this yesterday about big blind peels and trying to, peel in parts of the board where you're not going to be dominated. Do you think that deuce 3-4, I would look at this from Ostash's perspective and just feel like you have a little bit more coverage? I think you probably want to be a little higher up. Like, I'm much happier on 4-5-6 than I am deuce 3-4, right? In order to, like, playing leads.
I think pre-flop as well, you probably want to be a little bit tighter than this, defending multi-way. Under the gun is raising into the chip leader's big blind. Button is calling a very narrow range. And it's a similar situation to that ace-7 off that we saw a couple of days ago, where it's like, if you hit a queen, are you happy?
Yeah. But like Bowie said yesterday, I think that you'd much rather be here with like a 6-7 suited or a 5-6 suited rather than something that has shared cards.
100%. I'd be surprised if Queen 7 was a call.
Let's see how Bedell continues with his Queen 10. He does have the worst hand at the moment. Definitely a board now that favors Ostash in the big blind. Just wonder whether he has some ideas of betting maybe, almost all the hands in his range just for a small size. So it doesn't really matter that he doesn't have a 5 on this occasion. It's about who has a 5 more often. And I think very clearly that is the player in the big blind. So he bets 250k. Crucially, Boyka's picked up a flush draw.
Yeah, I think there can only be one move here. Don't see the point in raising. You are in the sandwich, which always makes it slightly trickier with Bedell still to act.
Yeah, and, you know, this bet is happening because Ostash is saying that he has a 5, you know, very frequently. So there's no point in just trying to raise and put more money in against a straight. That doesn't really achieve anything. So Boyka just calling, in position, trying to make his hand.
I mean, the other complex thing about that spot is that with a guy like Bedell, he definitely can have a 5. You know, it's like if people are playing slightly unorthodox ranges, then you're always a little bit wary of making these assumptions like, oh, the button has only got these things.
And Tom Bedell's just there with the 5-7 suited because he, you know, it's his favorite hand or something.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. I'm not sure how convincingly Boyka can really represent too much for value here.
No.
I mean, maybe as out of position player, there is some retention of, say, aces and kings on the flop that potentially goes for a check raise against Tom Bedell and then calls the turn. So he might have aces and kings and queens in his range still. But obviously, you know, Ostash at this point does have a fair amount of 2 pairs as well. Maybe can check a 5 on occasion. I would imagine most of his 5x do just want to make sure they get paid and bet the river. But he's going to get hit with a hand like 6-8. He's going to get hit with a hand like 6-4 that might opt for a bluff catch rather than a bet themselves. He's certainly going to get hit with a hand like 6-7, right?
If Boyka is trying to now make a value bet, there are such a narrow number of hands that he can actually credibly...
That he can claim, yeah.
Like, all of his overpairs would have bet. He doesn't open under the gun with 2s, 3s, or 4s, so he's never trapping.
Yeah, goes check, check. Boyka decides he can't credibly claim a hand, and Ostash's 3 is enough to see him extend his chip lead.
Very good lesson there in the old big blind lead. Not necessarily, you know, you don't only have to lead when you've got it or you've got nothing. It's one of those, like, nice range leads where the board just favors you and you've got a piece. You have a nice bit of value.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. By the way, there's been a lot of, obviously there was a lot of chatter, even in the pre-flop interview with Tom Axel Bedell about him changing his jacket.
I was literally about to say exactly the same thing.
Hasn't Boyka had the same jacket?
Yeah. Yeah.
Boyka's had the same jacket the whole time as well, right?
Yeah, but I think...
He's got an undershirt.
I can't be sure. Can't be sure, but I'm pretty certain he's wearing something underneath it. He doesn't have the kind of unzip, gold chain, chest hair visible.
I'm so disappointed you've got an undershirt on when you just did that as well. It would have been incredible, just down, just hairy chest, gold chain on.
Wouldn't it?
Tom Bedell's homage.
Came dressed for the occasion.
Or homage, as I call it.
It's like people who wear suits for cup finals when they're playing Football Manager.
I nearly did that today. I thought it's final table day. I nearly just came down with like a hoodie on, but with a tie like wrapped around. But I don't have a tie.
You don't have a tie?
I do have a tie, but I moved house and I don't have a tie readily available.
Those two things don't seem that related.
It's in a box.
Right, okay.
And I was like, I'm not going all the way upstairs to get a tie.
Yeah, fair enough. I've got a tie.
Of course you've got a tie. Look at your house.
I will, if you want me to, I'll go and formalise.
Can't you ask your butler to bring you one?
Sadly, Bernard is asleep. He does fair, but only sticks.
So Ostash now blind v blind taking a little stab at this. Boyka. Now, here's an interesting thing. Typically, you might have to defend even one club in your hand, but of course, we've got an added risk premium going up against the chip leader. So Boyka, we won't get too upset with him for folding 3 high.
Chip leader against
It's okay.
second in chips, no less. Really do not want to be tangling.
Jamie, do you know what I did yesterday? Were you here when I did hit or shit and chat voted to shave my mustache? You see? Did you notice it's gone?
Well done, chat. I'm proud of you.
Do you want to put yours on the line?
Had to go.
Do you want
Do
you want to put yours on the line?
Mate, that's literally just one day.
Yeah, but for me, that's like a couple of weeks of growth. That if I had that, I'd be well happy. Happy.
It's like a 5 o'clock shadow the next day.
So impressive.
It's just
So
dark
impressive.
brown rather than your wispy blonde, so it's more visible.
Are you saying I should dye mine going forward?
Do you know what, chat? Let's
Just
vote
for
on
men,
that.
a little just for men comb through, make a blonde hair with the little jet black mustache.
And get some Rogaine as well, rubbing in there.
Some Rogaine. Packing of the Rogaine. I think you should put your hair on the line, Jamie. In a game of hit or shit.
What, this hair?
All of it.
Mustache.
All of it.
Wow.
Every hair on your body will dip you in nair.
Okay. Like a sheep dip.
Like a sheep dip will dip you in nair and just strip you full hairless.
Oh, wow.
Like a chicken ready to be rotisseried.
Like a newborn rooster.
I'd love to see it.
We've gone a strange direction.
Imagine the folks at PokerStars just checking on James and Joe, and they're like, "That's the final table here for 5 left." And then we're like, "Oh, we're gonna dip you in there and turn you into a chicken." Get him off! Shut him down!
I want to watch.
Shut him down!
Give me more chicken content. Speaking of chickens, this guy is not a chicken. He's opening.
Yes, no chicken-like behavior over here for Ostash. Jack 9 offsuit, 160k.
Professional segue.
It's a wonderful segue. Hey, I'll set him up. You knock him down, son. We've also got more. If you're tuning in just for the poker, fear not. We've got some more physical comedy coming up later. Jamie and I with an array of items to pass between our webcams for.
I'm actually in my office. So I've got loads more options here as well.
What about this then? Boyka deciding to peel on the button against chip leader with 10-8 of clubs. It's quite an extension, isn't it?
Yeah. I would say that.
And he's going to immediately get punished. Kalonj sort of picking up on this dynamic of Ostash's wide raise, Boyka calling, and comes in for the squeeze with King 10 of diamonds. I really like this sort of acknowledgement of this setup. And attacking of Ostash's open.
To have any kind of traps here, is he? He's just, if he's got the top of his range, he will be 3-betting.
Yeah.
So it's just a really nice pickup here. It's a really nice find.
This is why Adria Kalonj was my first draft pick of the day. And he takes an opportune moment to seize the blinds.
I always enjoy. Just picked up on the weakness, acted, bang. Which is always a lot more intimidating when you're playing against someone who squeezes
quickly,
because you're like, oh, well, you didn't have a decision. There's Nikolai Mamut. I wonder who he's supporting.
On the rail. We saw him bust earlier on our. We saw him bust earlier on our feature table coverage. Actually, he had what he had was a pair of kings.
Notoriously hard to win.
And then he 3-bet. He got called. The flop was jack high. His opponent had queen jack. He was thinking brilliant. And then there was a call. And then the turn was a queen. He was thinking okay. He went all in, and the guy had queen jack. Game over. Such is the game we play.
Sad.
It was very sad for him. I didn't care. I don't care who wins these things. I'm a mere observer. I just want carnage.
Well, you do care because you have 2 people.
Now I care.
Yeah.
But in general, I just want good action. You know, when you go and watch like a neutral, you go and watch, I don't know, Barcelona versus Real Madrid as a neutral. You're just there as a football fan. That's what I'm here as a poker fan. I just want to see Boyka Brzezinski, same hand, who's going to win. Ace-queen versus ace-queen.
Boyka again with the call. And Brzezinski here, this is a very good example of position on the board because suddenly Ostash is under the gun. Boyka's one back as well, no longer on the button, and ace-queen. I mean, you probably could squeeze this as well, I think. The offsuit doesn't play very well multi-way.
But all of this, you know, again, these calls pre-flop, you see a lot more of this, all of it informed by the fact that Tom Bedell is short with 30 big blinds, the fact that we're on a final table. I do think that Brzezinski has kind of a nice squeeze spot, especially you think about the hand we just watched where Kalange squeezed and Boyka folded really quickly. You know, I think you can definitely read into the fact that Boyka is playing calls and folds pre-flop in these spots. And ace-queen offsuit, like you say, very unplayable out of position. It's sort of a quintessential hand that I think would prefer the squeeze. Because its equity realization here is going to be very poor, right? The offsuit nature of it doesn't help either. But being out of position to two players, one of whom has you aggressively covered, it's really hard. You know, a board like this, he's just dust, where he probably has quite a high EV 3-bet pre-flop.
Yeah.
Is that Nikolai in the chat? On the rail, tuned into Spraggy, Bessie stream on the internet. Dronet on YouTube. Could be. Might be. See, here's your problem, Jamie. Ace-5 of diamonds, stealing it away from both ace-queens.
Yep.
One does feel that Brzezinski, maybe a missed opportunity for a squeeze there, perhaps indicative of how he's going to play going forward. Perhaps, you know...
It would have been a very interesting hand had he squeezed as well, because both players with hands that could have gone a bit spicy. Could have played a big pot there.
Hey, Jamie, have you been watching any of the big game on tour on YouTube every Sunday?
No, I haven't.
You're supposed
Because
to lie.
I wanna
Well,
watch it all in one go. I want to just mainline it.
he wants to binge it,
I don't
folks.
want to watch episode by episode.
The big game on tour is back. New episodes every Sunday. I believe there will be a new episode today, later on today. YouTube featuring Lex Vardas, Alan King, Jason Kuhn, and many more, of course. A minimum buy-in. Think about this, Jamie. The minimum buy-in, 100,000 United States dollars. It's high stakes cash game. It's the big game, baby.
That's a lot. That's more than you're being paid to do this commentary.
It's close.
Just.
It's close.
Here he is. What are we? 25 bigs.
Wait.
Nikolai says, Adria is my roommate here in Malta. Big sweat. Great player. Even better guy.
So are they Bitby boys? Sound like Bitby boys.
We don't know. We couldn't possibly say. It's not on me to say whether they're, you know, who's in bit B and who's doing what, and it's not for me to speculate. But I will say a huge improvement. Congratulations to Nikolai, rooming with Adria Kalange, final tableist here of on the EPT, because at the previous event, I think he was he was rooming with 3-bet Wizkid, which I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. 5-5-5 on the flop. Bedell with the betting lead. We just see this check back again, Jamie. Obviously, a lot of showdown value with the trips on board with ace high.
Has he been doing this a lot? What's his kind of c-bet frequency been? Roughly?
No, I mean, I think he's played quite honestly in some of these situations. I mean, we saw him check back also with the straight draw, right? But I do think the thing is with Tom, whilst he's played quite honestly here, as we saw with the ace-9 hand, it never really telegraphs his moves on later streets.
Right.
Right. I do think he's got some different options in his locker going forward. But yeah, certainly not afraid to check back and then get involved later on a delay. I think this is obviously a hand that, I mean, it's a board where I would imagine it's okay just to see bet everything. Perhaps more so versus big blind, maybe be a little bit more careful versus small blind, but nothing wrong with ace-8 just moving out a hand like queen jack on the flop, or a hand like 9-10 suited on the flop. Because, again, this situation, you've got pretty poor ability to show down a hand once you open that door. You have to either lock in and call down 2 streets with ace high, which is quite uncomfortable, or you end up potentially folding the best hand, which is quite significantly damaging. So I think that's why we just see that bet on the flop, just to give a little bit more visibility, just easier to realize. But let's see how Tom reacts to this this bet from Brzezinski.
This is just Brzezinski trying to punish that check back on the flop, but
yeah, I think it's
a
bet.
Arguably, he's got that. So let's see. I would imagine this is once you have a check back from Bedell, you're going to be dealing with marginal stuff. So it's just one of those situations where you probably just want to get a bit of value where you can.
Yeah, I think the bet on the turn is just a product of Bedell saying, I've got king high, ace high, right? And obviously Brzezinski can credibly rep a lot of 10s on the turn. And now, this is the other pitfall of Bedell's lack of continuation bet, is even if he doesn't get bluffed off his hand, obviously his opponent is going to retain equities that can improve, which they have. And of course, now there's like a leveling war in his mind that, my opponent knows I've got ace high. Does that mean I have to call it? If this is the best hand that I ever have, does that mean I have to call it?
Looking for an ace.
He just gets away.
Interesting one as well there from Brzezinski, because I think most of the time he should be playing 3-bet pre-flop rather than calling.
Yeah.
I would imagine that Queen Jack off is probably closer to a fold than a 3-bet, but I wonder if it's a product of just wanting to play pots with Bedell.
Yeah, and I think so. I think as well, because Bedell is opening, we saw him open 7-8 offsuit in the cutoff. I think you are going to dominate more of his opens than perhaps you should, and your realization post-flop's probably a little bit better. If we see him checking back some of these hands, then obviously the EV of the call pre-flop's going to increase when you can see turns, see rivers more readily, right?
Yeah. The problem with the flat, though, is that you've got the chip leader in the big blind. Yeah. So, if
it's
he has...
Come and squeeze me.
If Ostash wakes up with ace-2 off there...
You're getting squeezed.
You're getting put in the bin.
So this is probably an open that would be too wide, yeah. So Tom Bedell now, he opened 7-8 offsuit in the cutoff, folded a7 offsuit, which is quite an interesting sort of deviation, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you just have, from a theory point of view, you just have to be so tight here with the opens, and you're raising into who's in the big blind? Boyka? Yeah, so you're raising into first in the small blind and second in chips in the big blind, and it's just you got to make sure that you've got stuff that can stand up to it.
Boyka defending in the big blind with a 9 and a something.
Ostash with the nearly 4x small blind raise. Kind of a product of, so whenever you're playing first versus second in chips at FTs, you can make all your raise sizes much bigger, because the idea is basically you don't want to really play pots against each other. So when you do raise, you want to be polar. Both with a 9. Boyka not re-raising pre with any 9, really. Probably even flats 9s versus the raise. Ostash with the gut shot.
Sorry, I left you high and dry.
Don't worry. I was saying that Boyka probably has every single, even 9s, he probably doesn't re-raise versus the small blind
versus
opens.
chip leader. Yeah. Well, facing a bet of 800,000 on the turn. Boyka's got 1 heart, and one has to imagine if he's got 2, we're going to see a river card. Or if he has a 7, or if he has a 10, or a jack. Seems like a pretty reasonable continue as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and again, just kind of whatever he has, he doesn't want to raise here. So even if he's got 9-10, there's just no incentive to bloating a huge pot against the chip.
And it is a pot that is naturally getting to a point of bloat. 2.7 in the middle. Boyka, 3 million back. Ostash arrives here with just the queen high. And the problem is hand's going to have in terms of bluffing is you want your opponent to call twice with jack 9, 7, 9 and fold. You want them to call with a hand like queen jack, queen 9 and backdoor hearts and fold. So his hand kind of blocks how his opponent will call, fold a little bit. We'll see if he follows through with the bluff. He does.
Love this. Love this from Ostash. He's gone for it. And now even pocket 9s isn't in the bin here. It's very tricky not being able to see the other card, but Nine of Hearts. 9 of Hearts, not a particularly good card to have in your hand. I was saying we don't particularly like having the 9 of Hearts here, do we?
Probably not. Probably not. Like I said, I'm surprised. I mean, I think Ostash has a pretty miserable hand to bluff with because of its blockers. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, maybe I think I would have some assumption that my opponent wouldn't bluff with the 9 of Hearts in his hand. So maybe like we do unblock bluffs with it. But I can see what you're saying in a sense, you know, going the other way. That it's like the natural worst barrels are going to be jack 9, queen 9, backdoor hearts.
He's got a chip in his hand to flick it in. Did you see that?
I mean, it's got to be king 9 of hearts, right? It's got to be king 9 of hearts if he's thinking about it.
9,
maybe
10,
10 9 of hearts. 10 9 of hearts is a big shout as well.
It's pocket 9s, 9 10, or king 9 of hearts. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see why you might not like the 9 if you think that it's a lot easier to bluff off jack 9 than 7 9 and queen 9 because you have some equity on the turn as out of position. This is an intense moment because it is almost all of Alexei Boyka's tournament.
And we know Ostash is capable. We've seen him do some stuff which shows that he's not just one of those people who is going to be...
He's not peddling the nuts here.
Potentially too tight and you want to be overfolding. You know that he's capable of this kind of thing.
Yeah, we saw him bluff yesterday, didn't we, folks, with the 5-6, with the blockers to the boat. And that was a big bluff. It was a big moment. He committed a lot of chips with that one. So he's not afraid, as Jamie says, of pulling the trigger. And that's just playing on Boyka's mind. I'm sure he'll have reviewed all of the footage from yesterday.
Once people put a chip in their hand, 80% of the time they're going to call. And if you don't have it and you see someone put a chip in their hand, start talking.
Start trying to dissuade him from his efforts.
Water. Start, you know, leaning back in your chair, looking cool.
Well, Alexei Boyka's used, I believe, 4 time bank chips.
Oh, it's folded.
Ostash looks very pleased with himself. Wipes the imaginary sweat from his brow. Perhaps sweat that was all too real. But he's got through queen 9 high, 3 streets.
And we didn't see Boyka's other card, ever?
We will never, ever, ever know Boyka's other card. We might know at
I mean,
some
it
point,
wasn't king 9. Because I think king 9...
Calls.
I
think it's something a little bluff catchier.
I think pocket 9s.
It's 9s or 10-9, right?
Yeah.
10-9 seems a lot better. Blocks some 2 pairs.
10-9 is probably getting called as well. Maybe he had ace 9 of hearts and he was thinking about calling with the ace high.
And he just wanted to look a man in the eye and flick it in. It's possible. I don't think it's impossible. I mean, we see the bluff here, like you say, with the queen 9.
Yeah, because ace, you know, if you got ace high, you're probably just going to see the up showdown. So does that move Ostash into quite a serious chip lead?
That moves Ostash up to 12.3 million, Brzezinski at 5.3, Kalonj at 4.5, Boyka now down to 2.9, Tom Axel Bedell at 1.5. So yeah, I mean, this even more so now, this distribution has shifted really aggressively in his favor. I would expect him now to really start opening things up, right?
Yeah.
Really start opening things
up. This is the most fun that tournament poker can get.
Where you can just run riot. You can just do whatever you want.
Are a monster chip leader with about 5 people left on an FT, and you can just get your foot on the gas. And
well, he benefits as well from the fact that Tom Bedell is short, and then the 3 guys in the middle are all very close. It's like 50 blinds, 45 blinds, 30 blinds. They're all very caged by Tom Bedell's stack being in that danger zone as well, right?
Not quite shallow enough, the kind of second, third, fourth chips to start seeing open jams yet, but I imagine within a couple of levels.
And he can just start jamming huge parts of his range because nobody wants to call him off because the pay jumps.
Exactly.
Is what we're saying, folks. Yeah. Quite surprised to see Kalonj picking up the walk.
What did Ostash fold? I didn't see it.
Did not see it, I don't think. Did not see it. So there's Adria Kalonj, little fact file, if you will. Also, total live earnings $17,000. But as we know, a very, very accomplished player on the online digital realm, in digital cyberspace. He's playing e-poker at home.
You'd think that with a bone structure like that, you'd probably want to get out into the realms.
Get on the live felt more, just show off how devilishly handsome you are.
You know, normally when they come out of the online basement, it's a bit more scary.
They look like me, yeah.
All tufty moustache.
So this is why we see now Ostash. This is exactly what we're talking about, folks. A 7-5 offsuit coming in with a raise. And this is just because Tom's very short, everyone else is very caged, trying to ladder, and Ostash has got billions and billions and billions of chips. Toysnet says, does anyone know his star's username? Listen, in the interest of transparency, yes, I do. But I don't believe it's public. It's semi-private-ish. And I think it would be unfair to out him and like say what his name is. Because, you know, it's a lot of... I think if someone doesn't want to reveal what their online name is, then that should be respected. So I'm going to do that.
Because you're just a good guy, aren't you?
No, but I mean, I will. You know, I do have some sort of semblance
some kind of moral fiber,
some sort of semblance of professionalism, maybe a modicum of decorum.
You do. Come on.
And here you go. Once again, Ostash. Even with this wide opening range, especially once sandwiched, like with Bedell still to at behind, there's very little that Kalonj can do. We've seen Tom take himself into some lines before, inspired by creativity. Let's see if this King 9 wants to do anything on 10-4-4. And here's an interesting concept to think about, Jamie. Typically, we'd say, oh, the player in the big blind has a 4 more often. But of course, this is just because of how the pre-flop ranges work. And when you have someone who's got all the chips and can open all of the deck, that is actually reversed, right? The player defending in the big blind has to be tighter, so they don't have many 4s, and the player with all the chips can raise most of the deck. They have more of the 4s. So be careful not to apply concepts that might work earlier in the tournament. The big blind's got a 4 more often. But at this point, it's actually the pre-flop raiser who's got a 4 more often.
Very well said. Very true. I was surprised to see Kalonj flat the King Jack there.
Rather than just come in for a 3-bet? Play 3-bet or fold against him?
Yeah, just play 3-bet or fold.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Oh, look. Lovely when you're a chip leader and you're opening 5-7 off and then suddenly there's aces.
It's dreamy stuff, isn't it? I'm opening most of the deck and then just pick up the ace and the ace. What a moment. And of course, what's working against him is the exact reason he's able to open most of the deck is because nobody wants to play a big pot against him. So whilst it's nice to have aces, you know, people's incentives to play big pots against him are quite low. I do think we see Brzezinski defend Queen 6 suited. Okay.
Yeah. I think you're still defending every suited queen.
Yep.
You're probably folding the worst suited stuff, and then obviously a lot of offsuit. You know, you're like your Queen 8 off is probably going in the bin.
Yeah. And that's another big mistake that people tend to make on final tables is defending big blind. More akin to how they would defend normally, and you just have to tighten up that range so much. So for the next little bit, folks, until this dynamic shifts, it's very much we anticipate a Mikhailo Ostash show. Tom Bedell now down to 12 big blinds. Boyka can't get involved with ace-3. Ostash is in the big blind here, so it's actually the hand where we expect the tightest opening ranges. Yeah. Tom Bedell with king-jack. Now, Jamie, we've seen him potentially play some raises where he might play some jams. What do we prefer here with king-jack? We don't mind. He goes for the raise.
I think either. I would think probably raise.
Ostash going nowhere with the Queen 8. He has the luxury of riches behind him. This does leave 10 big blinds in Tom Bedell's stack. 9-6-5 is a very miserable flop. He has tended to play quite honestly in these spots. Let's see if he's just going to knuckle back this king high again. Indeed. And I don't hate it. He does have an awkward amount of equity to bet fold with the king of clubs, 2 overs, backdoor straight draw.
Yeah. Now it's whether or not Ostash has a bet, which he does.
And this feels just like a very natural bluff from Ostash. Incredibly repping, lots of 2 pairs, lots of pairs, top pairs, even has some straights. And crucially has a hand that can improve with the double gut shot. And it's immediately going to apply pressure. We've seen Bedell check back here with a hand like ace-4, ace-3. And these are going to be pretty trivial folds. I think king-jack is one we expect he's going to want to stick around with.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, isn't it? Because Ostash is a good enough player that once he sees Bedell check back, having been playing very honestly, you can very comfortably, like if he has Queen 5 here, you can very comfortably just bet Queen 5 and deny equity to hands exactly like this.
This is a very, very interesting river, and it's really similar to the one that Tom caught before when he checked back 7-8. We talk about him checking back the flop and signaling that he has a bunch of ace highs. I'd really like to see Tom just go for it there at the river. I think he kind of needs to bluff. Obviously, he's going to win on this occasion with the king high, but I do think that Ostash is betting so often with like a 9, a 6, even a 5 that the best play probably is jam. He gets away with it because his king high is good. It's showing down a winner, and he's raking in the pot.
Yeah, I mean, anytime someone, like I just said, has 5x or 6x, and they just had a little stab on the turn, the ace is so good.
Feels like a card he should just blast his range with, because he doesn't have much garbage, right?
Especially for a player like Bedell, who we know isn't necessarily c-betting at the kind of clip that he might be supposed to with hands like ace high.
But he chips up. He's up to 17 bigs. He shows down the best of it.
It's a horrible spot for the always for the middle of the pack in this, when you're just really hoping for the dynamic to shift.
Yeah. Because even something like this for Brzezinski, I mean, Ostash here in the small blind, so it's a little bit more palatable. But of course, you know, let's take a look at this situation where Brzezinski is currently second in chips. And so he just really needs to stay out of trouble. And Ostash is going to question him and say, do you want to get into some trouble?
Mm-hmm.
And immediately it's going to be a very tough hand to navigate. I do think having pairs is kind of attractive in some sense of it's easy to play post-flop. You make a set and you can just win a big one, or you don't make a set and you're never really folding away too much share of it. So we'll see with the sixes. But yeah, here's the thing. He just needs to dodge playing big ones or playing any ones with Ostash. So again, nicely found by Ostash. Just applying pressure into that second in chips. But this really goes to show you how tight you should be opening on the button.
Yeah. It's the power of those high-low offsuit blocker hands there. I think we'll see anytime he gets anything from King 2 off plus.
He's having a re-go on it.
Pressure on.
Spiro says Ostash is playing very good poker. He is. He's really... Just in the last few hands, we've seen him come into his own with obviously this new chip distribution that he's benefiting from, but he's leaning into it in all the right ways at the moment.
Very solid. Very just doing all the right things.
Archrace, thank you very much for the 2 months. Thank you for the sub.
Is just...
Sorry, is Bedell...
A Bedell special.
Here he comes. See, 10-9 offsuit, obviously a hand in this situation where Tom Bedell would, in theory, just need to fold. But Tom Axel Bedell doesn't play by the rules. He will do that to the system.
This is one of those suited hands that I was speaking about where theory-wise should probably just go in the bin versus under the gun on a final table. But Kalon's obviously feeling that versus a player like Bedell, he can navigate post-flop a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that the check-back frequency that we've seen from Bedell on the flop is a big part of that. As we mentioned, just when your opponent is checking back the flop more, it just gives you more options on bluffing turns, on picking up cards. This is going to work for Bedell. He bets one big blind. It is a suspiciously small bet on an ace, queen, 8, two-tone board. But I don't think Kalonj is really in the right areas to start getting funky.
There we go. What do we know, Ben? So far, Bedell's opened 7-8 off and 10-9 off. Won both hands.
Worked wonders.
It's the classic, oh, I'm repping all of the high cards, but I've actually got
all of the bad cards.
So in theory, I've got it all.
So there's a Tom Axel Bedell fact-finding display. 5 million in live earnings. Was that 4th on the all-time money list in Norway? So not a player, who's new to playing for these sorts of sums of money and being in this sort of situation.
So who do we think is above him on the Norway money list? Espen?
Kyan Mockery?
John Kite, surely?
More than 5 mil? No.
Really?
No. Kyan Mockery. Espen. And I know who it'll be. It'll be...
Ullereng? No.
What's your man who plays all the high rollers? Norwegian fella. Obviously, Norwegian fella, he says. We're looking at the Norwegian all-time money list. I know who it is. It's a Norwegian guy. It's some Norwegian player.
Say Morten Klein.
Morten Klein.
Yeah.
Look at this. Take a look at this, sports fans.
Wow, I mean, you've got to think. So the blinds have gone up, have they?
Yeah, so we're now playing 50k, 100k commentator stream level. We know exactly how many big blinds everyone's got.
He's got to send it.
Wow, he goes for this small 3-bet. And do you know what? I really don't mind it. I guess it's going to allow you to just take advantage of having. I think this particular hand is not one you might want to put into the small 3-bet just because of its off-suited nature. It's like lack of playability if you do happen to get called. I wouldn't hate this in terms of an overall strategy of having aces, kings, maybe ace-king suited in this small size. I think ace-queen offsuit's probably one that we want to go with pre. I don't think it's going to matter, though, Jamie, because Brzezinski's going to shove.
Big mistake.
Well, this is the problem with doing this with ace-queen, is that you now are in the bin when someone shoves.
Yeah.
Whereas when you do it, you know, if you have a clear idea of where your value threshold is, pre-flop when you squeeze, you know, so if you squeeze ace king here, you know that when you get action, you're always, you know, you're always playing it.
Yeah.
But a hand like ace queen, where suddenly you get shipped on and you hate your life.
Well, as Tom just said, he's like, I've made a big mistake. Like, he only starts the hand with 20 big blinds. And if there's some way that he can get away from ace queen and preserve his tournament here, it will be an incredibly good outcome.
And I would say from a kind of live poker, with a live poker hat on, Brzezinski has made that decision incredibly quickly.
It was a very quick shove.
You're in a three-way pot. Button has also called your under the gun raise. You haven't even thought about it. You've just stuck it in.
Yeah.
Like, I think, to be honest, that's probably a bit of a misstep from Brzezinski. I think when you're trying to keep your customers around, and when you've got a hand as big as kings in a spot as big as this,
take a moment.
You've got to have a bit more thinking time. It makes it incredibly obvious that you just had a really easy decision.
Well, Tom is definitely pained by it. He likes a good chat with himself. That is not a chip. It's a time bank.
No, if I just fold.
I just don't think there's a world where Brzezinski does that with anything that ace queen is when he goes all in at that speed.
Very bad hand.
Like even pocket jacks are having a thing.
Wow, he lays it down. He gets away from it.
Yeah.
And Tom Axel Bedell, off just 20 big blinds, is able to 3-bet fold the ace queen offsuit. And I think Jamie's absolutely spot on with his analysis. This very quick shove, just screaming strength, screaming that he doesn't really have a tough choice, because versus a small 3-bet.
Obviously,
One
super
moment.
lucky. I mean, I'm very grateful for the run. I'm very aware of the variance and what got me to be here, and I'm just enjoying the moment and being blessed with the result.
And we hear you've got a good-sized rail coming to support you today. What does that support mean to you?
It's amazing. I mean, of course, it's the even though I'm not Maltese, it's the EPT Malta. I'm rather close to Maltese poker community. There is a friend flying from Poland. My girlfriend is coming. Amazing. I mean, I cannot wish for more.
Finally, what would it mean for you to win this event today?
To be fair, I'm not going that far with my thoughts. I'm just here to enjoy the moment. As I said, I'm really blessed to be here, and whatever happens, happens. There were so many much better players than me in the field, and I'm still here. So here to enjoy the moment, and hopefully it will bring the good result.
Good luck today. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a very nice man.
Very nice. Yeah, just maybe just a bit of an experience from a live poker point of view there.
Just ripping too quickly.
Just whenever someone does something so fast, you can just eliminate the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And in a situation like that, where there kind of isn't a bottom.
Can we take a break now?
Because you know that Bedell's not going to be mucking about too much.
Yeah.
Toilet, but
You can just make a very clear assumption. You know, think about if you had tens there as Brzezinski. You would need a time bank. That is for sure.
Yeah, because the small 3-bet off 20, he's representing aces, kings, queens.
Yeah.
So I think I agree. Like, you're not happy even with tens of jacks. You can't make a snap decision with tens of jacks. You can.
I mean, it's probably one of those situations where he thinks to himself, "This guy's always strong, so he wants to get it in. So let's just get it in."
Yeah.
You know, he thinks, "Oh, Bedell's
this guy's never folding off this stack. I'm just gonna it doesn't matter what I do." Yeah.
Let's just get it in. But the speed of it was pretty terrifying.
I will say it's a very sharp fold by Tom, isn't it? It's a very sharp fold, like the ace queen.
Yeah. No, and it's very hard when you put in that much of your stack as well.
It's good discipline as well. Like 6th day of a tournament, got to this. A lot of people, when they're in the pressure cooker as well, there is like, just take a spot. Almost not that you want it to end. Obviously, you never want it to end. But when the pressure is so much, some people do just like, they'll take a spot for 20 bigs and be like, I could never fold here. Because they don't want the responsibility of the decision, right? They want the decision out of their hand. They got, I had 20 bigs and ace queen. What do you want me to do?
Yep.
So they'll just take it if it's anything that could be rationalized. But Tom, I'm really impressed with the fold. Maybe his PLO game doesn't start till later today, and he's like, well, I want to be playing poker this afternoon, so we'll just keep some chips for now.
You were talking earlier about how you never care who wins. Is there who in the poker community do you actively anti-rail?
What a question! What a question!
Who would you hate to see win on an EPT final table?
God, there's so many names. There's so many to choose from. I think almost everybody. I think almost everybody who isn't me. I mean, even if you won it, I'd be quite annoyed.
Yeah, you're annoyed. You're annoyed I won a bracelet.
I'm really annoyed you won that 1K where I was chip lead, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Would you be annoyed or happy if Finton won an EPT main?
Very happy.
Bad liar.
Of course I'd be happy, but I honestly, like...
Yeah, happy annoyed.
I'd be happy and be like, that's great, when's it going to happen for me? You know? When's it my turn?
Yeah.
Probably when I don't stop playing like someone who doesn't deserve to win a tournament.
Once you've won one, you can be very magnanimous, can't you?
Oh, yeah. That's why when I'm on the old UK IBT, you know, when we're talking about shards, I'm like, yeah, well, good for you, man. We've all got one, haven't we?
Yeah. Well, it's like, me in the World Series, mate.
Oh, dear,
not quite the UK IBT, obviously.
Of course. The UK IBT meant a lot to me just because it was the tour that I sort of grew up on. I started playing poker on the UK IBT. So, and I think a lot of people, respect UK IBT main event winners probably a lot more than the bracelet these days. It's been a bit watered down, the bracelet, isn't it? How many UK IBT winners have there been in the world ever?
Yeah,
as compared to bracelet holders.
UK IBT trophy online, that's for sure.
You can't, no. You certainly can't.
Or in Rosvedov.
Exactly.
You've got to win in UK.
Or in, some sort of small segregated... Well, I mean, it is a segregated... Well, it's not, though, because you can play all over the world. But basically, long story short, I'm the best and you're rubbish, I think is what we've arrived at.
I think that's a fair summary.
Heads up, Boyka, Kalonge, Ace-Jack suited, dominating Kalonge's Jack-9. Pre-flop action here is a raise from Boyka and Kalonge calling in position. He'll be the happiest of the two on the flop with this gut shot interaction. And probably not a board texture where Boyka will be too happy. I'd imagine he's playing raises at the top and at the bottom, but not too much of this middling part of the deck that he'll want to raise. So certainly a board that is in general going to favor the pre-flop caller rather than the pre-flop aggressor. We see Boyka check it over. And I think importantly as well, Jamie, he has diamonds and that we've got spades, hearts, clubs on board. The turn brings a little bit more interest for Boyka. I think he will connect with the queen on occasion. Can definitely represent some decent top pairs. Although, would you say even a hand like King Queen, Queen Jack offsuit would prefer a limp here from Boyka? Because I certainly would employ that strategy.
Well, it's interesting because Boyka's actually got, what did he start the hand with? 21 bigs, 22 bigs?
Yeah.
So there's actually almost certainly some open jamming you can do.
Yeah.
And a lot of it, as you just said, is around this kind of board.
Yeah, so Boyka perhaps stripped of too much value, decides to check again. And is this the moment where Kalonge just starts to try and lean on some of the ace highs, the king highs? I think Boyka opening polar. He might even raise a hand like king 3, king 4. It does go check, check again.
Can I just break from the analysis to comment on Kalonge's middle finger, like big fuck you check. I'm a big fan.
You like it?
Yeah.
It's aggressive. It's deliberate. It's very like focused check
It's
rather
like-
than a casual check.
Upside down, get fucked. I might start doing it.
So Boyka checks again, happy to show down. I wonder if Kalonge is going for another one of those big fuck you upside down checks, or whether this is the moment he realizes he's picked up quite a lot of information from 3 checks, right, Jamie? I think he's going to concentrate Boyka around the ace-high, king-high region.
The problem is that would Kalonge have fired
Flop with a 10, turn with a queen? Like what is he going to have here now that can value bet?
850.
That's why he's using this size. Because he's saying, I checked back a 6, I checked back a 6, and now I've got trips. So he can't really claim a 10 too often here. In fact, at all in this size when he checks back the flop. It's tough for him to claim a queen on the turn when he checks back. Yeah. So now he's saying, I was trying to show down my 6, I've rivered trips, and now he's deploying the overbet with the jack high to sort of balance out when he wants to take this size with 3 of a kind. So he's
the problem is though, there's just a little bit too much nonsense in his range here. I just think if he's doing it with Jack 9 off here, there are
so many bluffs to choose from as compared to how often he has a 6. Let's see if Boyka feels similarly. Certainly has some ideas of it, mate, because he's not folding just yet.
I would find it very hard to fold this.
It's just very obviously easy to have a 4-5 taking a free card, a 4-8 taking a free card, like any 8, any 9. And if you're bluffing all of them, then that like ratio shifts.
King 8, King 9, like he's got all of these hands, and if he's doing it with Jack 9, he's doing it with all of them.
And that'll be playing on Boyka's mind. That ratio is just too heavy bluffs maybe to support this size. It's not to say that Kalonge is never going to have a 6. Of course he's going to have a 6. But if that ratio is just shifted too aggressively, then Boyka is going to need to look him up.
I like that Boyka is really having a look at him.
Yeah.
A lot of players don't actually interrogate their opponent enough in these spots. You see people just kind of staring at the board and looking at their chips, and when there's a player opposite who may or may not be looking terrified or very confident or, shifty eyes, anything.
In fairness, if you're trying to get a read from Kalonge, I don't feel like you're going to get one. He's incredibly unmoved. It's a great poker face, as we might say.
He looks like he's not happy with it, but he wants to call. He
really wants to call. I actually think his body language is saying that we're going to see some heroics here. And again, it would
Irish Prince says maybe he's just admiring the bone structure, and I think you can do both.
I think you can do both.
You can do both at the same time.
It would be another hand where we've seen really good... He does make the call. Alexei Boyka showing his class, showing why he is your reigning defending EPT Malta champion. He won it last time it was here in 2016, and he picks off the overbet at the bluff with ace high. And as Jamie pointed out, just correctly deciding that there are too many of these sorts of hands, too much garbage in the range to balance out against the 6. And Boyka picks one off.
Brilliant. Brilliant call. Obviously very easy for us to sit here and say that, but it's another thing to flick in the chip with 5 people left.
Yeah, and again, the technical analysis is one thing, like you say. It's easy to say, oh, he's got too many of these hands that hand, but 5 left in the EPT. How hard do you trust your ability to break down that hand in the moment, and how hard do you trust your ability to make that read? And that's what it takes. If you're going to go back to back, you have to trust yourself. He did. And he reaps the rewards.
And again, thinking about what we were talking about the other day, like player dependent situation. You're playing against a guy who
smoking time, let's go.
Is kind of good enough and studied enough and bold enough to do that.
Yeah. Don't call it against me. I'm going to have a 6. You call that against me, you're going to get shown a 6, son. I'm a coward. If I had Jack 9, I'd have checked back.
You probably check back 8-9.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case. You can never be too safe. So Kalon's now jamming with the King 7 blind versus blind into Tom Bedell. Short stack, good enough. I believe. Are we going on break? Is that a break?
Seems like a break.
What are you doing today, Jamie? Do you have any plans?
I'm available for the next few hours.
Okay. You want to come back for the next level?
Yeah, happy to.
Do you want to take a break?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, homie. Here's your updated chip counts. Let's give Jamie 15 minutes to think about what he said, what he's done today. Moments to reflect. Mikhailo Ostash. Jamie, you're muted. But I can still see you, so keep that jacket on. Mikhailo Ostash, 132 big blinds. It's all gone his way so far today. Tom Bedell. Little fight back from Tom, but finds himself with 11 big blinds now as we pan over the Maltese Island. Who wants to play some spin and goes? You guys want to play some $100 spin and goes? Surely that's the answer to boredom on the break. Is it not? Let me load up PokerStars. Hey, I haven't even shared out yet today. Don't forget we've got another cent roll running. We've got another cent roll running, troops. It's 1 penny to play. It's 1 cent to play. And we've got $1,000. We've got $1,000 in tickets added for you. And those are going to be for the Power Path Express. It is happening today. $55 Power Path Express today. I've got an EPT season kicking off. I got an EPT season challenge chest here. Take your share of $740,000 in prizes. EPT challenge season. Collect chips to score entries. What's all this? What's all this? What's going on? Can I even show this? Does this even... Can I get this to pop up? Who knows? Is that something? No, it doesn't work. Discard. Collect chips to score entries to weekly all-in shootouts. Each has got $185,000 in prizes up for grabs, including a 10k EPT gold pass. Complete the following challenges to collect chips. Play an EPT season episode. Play 2 MTTs. Knock out 5 players at spin and go tables. Play 75 Zoom hands. Play 25 all-in poker hands. Play 100 cash game hands. All right, well, let's opt in and do that then. And we'll start by playing spins in our spin and go hub, shall we? You can see my track record. You can see my track record. And here's the best bit. $1 million. Ooh. Ooh. We're playing for 400 on the break. How about that? Which is my real mouse? Because I've got this. I got my broadcast up about 8 times accidentally. Which one is the real mouse? Which one has the control? All right, sports fans, here we go. So these were my stats from yesterday. We played $700 spins, profited $900. We can give those a refresh. We also won a badge yesterday, didn't we, for 3 in a row? So far for EPT breaks, 17 games played. We played one $3 one, but we're up $403. We're on no delay. Of course we're on no delay. We're commentating on no delay. We got to play on no delay, which means we do have to hide my cards. And of course, it means we have to hide my... I've got to go into live poker mode to hide my tells. Because these guys might be watching. We're playing live poker, but online poker, kind of. Kind of, sort of, kinda. I've had a bluff, haven't I? If you want to play the cent roll today, search Spraggy in your tournament lobby. Make sure your filters are turned off if it doesn't pop up, because you might have some stuff filtered out. But yeah, search for Spraggy. It's 1 cent to enter. Password's EPT Malta 2025. I'm going to register it right now. 56 of you in. We've been getting about 400 per cent roll. It's incredible value. Some of you would have won some nice tickets, I'm sure. But don't forget it's running again today. Right now we're playing three-handed for $400. We'll be back with main event action in about 10 minutes, 12 minutes. Perfect time for some spinning and some going. $100 chips against Maestro Nick. That's not good. That's not ideal, is it? WPP says, I've tried to register, but wrong password. Well, if you think about it, if 63 people are in, based on the password that we shared, it probably means you typed it in wrong. Because if the password wasn't right, the other 63 would have had a problem too. So you guys are the first to make... It's going to be on you. You'll have typed it in wrong. Try again. And if you can't get in, you don't deserve to be in. I'm in trouble. I need help. That's help. That's not a hold though. Sick stuff. Minus 100 for the day. We will try again, of course. We'll try again. Spin it again. You might win. That's the Team 651 logo. That means it's a reg. And now we got the $200 roll. I hate this. The password for the cent roll is EPT Malta 2025. Why do I hide my cards and spins? Because we're on no delay. And if they're watching, they'll see what I got. And that's not conducive to me winning the tournament. All. Seems good. Not the sort of hand we want to take into the streets, is it? That bad boy. Caps? No caps? It's in the chat. No caps. EPT Malta 2025. We've shared it exactly as it is intended to be presented. All right, here we go. Let's hold. Hold it up now. Be good to me. You love to see it. You do love to see it, don't you? Heads up for $200. It's $200 or bust, folks. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Well, hello there. Uh-oh. You wouldn't. There's no way. Sean Harvey says, password not working today, Sprag. You reckon? Never mind. Guess we broke it. Guess the other 84 people who registered just made a good guess. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. Play 2. Break even. 200 in, 200 out. We go again. We got plenty of time. $200. Boo. Sue. There's a free roll today. The password is Boyka, all caps. There's a cent roll today. The password is, as it has been all day, every day, EPT Malta 2025, all lowercase. It ain't that hard to understand. And if you think that the password is wrong, but you see people have registered to it, lots of people have registered to it, I don't know what to tell you. We can't hold hands any more than we are holding them. There's an EPT Malta free roll, $2,000 in Sunday Million and Sunday Million satellite tickets. The password to that is boycott, all caps. There is a cent roll, which costs a penny to enter. The Spraggy Malta Invitational with $1,000 in tickets added. The password to that is EPT Malta 2025, all lowercase. And if you can't get in after that, that's on you. My role in this ends here. Online game says I registered it all, took 5 seconds, no issues. Well, no. Johanna says it doesn't work at all. Then you can't play, can you? Tidy says tonight's a Power Path Express. It is. I was potentially planning on playing a session today, by the way, but it just depends on. It just depends on when this final table finishes. If it goes late, then obviously we won't. But we shall see. It might. It might wrap up at a time where we can jump on for some digital poker. I'm going to call here because I've got an absolute behemoth of a hand. Don't you dare. Don't you dare! All right, we are now chip leader for all of it. Human Being says, I recently caught a cold sore from a random mug at work in the cupboard. My opinion of my co-workers has dropped down to rock bottom. Well, I mean, that's obviously one of the most bizarre things I've read out today. But just, I don't know, have your own mug. I don't know. Johanna says I was reacting to the warhorse joke. Surely the info is great. Oh, I see, Johannes. I see. I don't even know if cold sores are transmissible through mugs. I don't. Look, Jamie from way downtown says literally zero way of proving it was a mug. I mean, exactly. I think you've just made a huge leap. Just a massive assumption. They probably are, but you're also coming into contact, I'd imagine, with I mean, obviously, if it was someone like Jamie, we could rule out that it was sexually transmitted. But it could be any. Didn't even get a smile. I'm looking at him there. Didn't even get a smile from him. But could have been all manner of things. Hold it now. That's really bad for me. I deserve that after what I've just tried to throw old Jamie under the bus. Ace 5 against 9-10, and he's made a full house for $200. It's been ripped away from me. I'm hiding my hand as if I'm not forced all in. I've got quads, honey, but I've lost. Can you believe such a thing? It does happen. It does happen. Action resumes in 5 minutes. What do we think? Do we have time to squeeze in another? I think so. And I think we should. This is the best bit. Another 200, man. I'm running so bad with my multipliers. How unlucky am I? Chat, tell me. Maybe I'm the most unlucky player in the history of the game. Gotta be up there. Gotta be up there. Gublika, what's up, mate? I'm back home in an island and I've had vertigo since I've come back. Watching spins is quite triggering. Sorry, we'll try to, we'll put a warning up if we spin the jackpot wheel again, mate. You just focus on the poker. You don't have to get the damaging, turbulent experience of the spin. I guess that's the spin part. This is the go part. Is that how it works? It must be. It must be. Sorry to hear that, Kablika. TP players, what's up? Good afternoon, sports fans. Don't forget, you guys drafted players at the start of the... I don't know, is the draft... Is it going to show on here how things shaped out? There we go. It's a little cluttered at the moment. It's a little cluttered. But don't forget, chat, that you've got Boyka, Bedell and Brzezinski. I've got Kalonj and Ostash. Looking good for me, isn't it? Looking good for me. You guys chose Boyka as your first pick. King High, that's a chop. We called a couple streets here. Because I'm a bad man. You got all the Bs. That's right. Boyka playing very well. He just picked off the bluff before the last time before the break. Just caught... Thomas Hughes says, we just caught your boy speeding. That's true. You did. You did. It's a spin and go cooler for the ages. Do I win a side pot against ace 9? I want to say yes, but I'm scared that it's a no. Looks like a no to me, mate. Queens for it all. Queens against ace 9 and I had jacks. Spin and go. 3-handed. I believe... If we win this, we're down 200, right? But if we win this, we're plus 100. Because is that already included? I don't know. Let's see if we can get back to even here. Maestro Nick and Weird 777, 777, similar lineup. This is the one. This is the one, Eric. $300 or bust. A winner-take-all format. We've got about 4 minutes before EPT Malta main event resumes. I've lied. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds until EPT Malta main event coverage resumes. Must go faster. Must go faster. Okay. I had Queen 4, but I had nice suits. All right. Gublika, what's up? I haven't watched stream in a while. Is this what happens after a bad W coup full-time spin spread? No. We've got coverage of the EPT Malta main event. Live coverage of the EPT. They're allowing me to broadcast it on my channel. We are the Rogue Broadcast. And we're back in action in less than a minute, actually. We need to speed run this spin. Otherwise, we're going to miss crucial action. We won't miss crucial action. I'll have the wherewithal to switch it over. Steven Song is just all in an old classic hand. He's got about 40 seconds to wrap this one up. Jamie Walden joining us for more commentary, more insight, more bone structure admiration. It might be all over for me. We might be getting back to the main event just in time. 10!
I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh? Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
Hello, Jamie. I'm furious.
It's a big game, baby.
Had a bit of a time of it in the spins, mate. I don't know if I'm going to be able to focus for the next little while here.
Gosh, sorry about that.
What did you do on your break?
Was that two spins, 2 losses?
It was 4 spins, 3 losses. 75% loss rate.
What did I do? I had a little bit of lunch.
Must be nice.
some of it included spinach, so I'm gonna just lean off camera.
You're feeling strong?
I'm gonna
he's
lean off camera.
checking his teeth. He's checking his teeth for spinach, folks. Welcome back to the European Poker Tour in Malta. My name is Ben Spragg. I'm joined by Jamie Walden. I'm also joined by our chip leader, Mikhailo Ostash. He's got 133 big blinds. Thomas Brzezinski, Alexei Boyka, Adria Kalanj, all trailing, but Tom Axel Bedell trailing most heavily. 11 big blinds deep, and he's in need of a spin. So far, it's very much the Ostash show. Here's a reminder of what we're playing for. It's called money, actually, and it's very cool. 760,000 euros for the winner. 200,000 locked up. Everybody's going home with at least 200k. Your 200k, that's safe. But of course, lots of money in between. We spoke before the break, Jamie, about Ostash's chip stack, Bedell's chip stack, and everybody in the middle being caged in. They're trying to outlast Bedell and stay out of the way of Ostash. So the dynamic, if you're just joining us, is that the Ukrainian Mikhailo Ostash is able to raise a lot of hands, bet a lot of hands, 3-bet a lot of hands, apply a lot of pressure, like Maximo Park in a 2009 episode of Soccer AM.
Great song.
If you apply some pressure. Remember that?
It's actually a good poker tournament mantra, because one of the lines is, what happens when you lose everything, you just start again.
And that's exactly what happens to poker tournaments. They may have been poker players. In hindsight, in retrospect, they may have been poker players. And don't forget that all of these players and all of the ones that you see playing in other PokerStars tournaments in Malta are competing for PokerStars Live League points. There's a high leaderboard, a medium leaderboard, a low leaderboard, and there's Tom Axel Bedell. Look at him, headed back to the feature table. You love to see it. They're all competing for prizes, because that's what points mean. And the top 10 from each, the high, medium, and the low, will get the chance to potentially become the latest member of PokerStars Team Pro, joining such incredible names as me.
The upper echelons.
That's the real prize. That's the real light at the end of the tunnel for these guys. Maybe I could rub shoulders at a live event with Benjamin Spragg and Sebastian Peace and Love Huber.
Was Mr. Sam Grafton at this event?
I don't have any of those.
He was not. No longer a member of the.
Is he not?
The team
oh
there.
Gosh.
No longer a member of the team there.
Sorry.
Nice one, Walden. If Sam, if you're watching, we're very.
Thank you.
No idea.
Fellow nick your job.
I guess there's no.
Didn't want it anymore. Didn't want it anymore.
Public announcement of the
coming though.
The other way round, is it?
Well, once they're gone from the team, I don't engage with any of them. I haven't spoken to Sam. As soon as he gets, that's it for me. There's no personal.
No.
I'm all business, baby. Haven't spoken to
No
Wiston.
friends in poker. That's what they say, Ben.
Haven't spoken to Wiston in months, and I won't, and I refuse to. He raids me. I just tight-lipped.
Mm-hmm. You don't even show the notification for the
I turn it off if I see it. I turn it off. I've blocked it.
Yeah.
They're dead to me once they're off the team. Dead to me.
That's what we mean about Ostash, isn't it? Straight in, under the gun, 10-8 off. Thank you very much.
Hello, point proven. Thank you. Absolutely.
I'm confused. Blinds are still the same?
Yep.
So when are they taking breaks? Just on a timer?
Yep.
Oh, because it's a number of hands on the clock, isn't it? It's not an actual clock.
What Jamie's done here is actually, it's a broadcasting technique. It's like being a useful idiot. Right? He's playing the role of, he's the character in the film that says, I don't understand what's going on right now, so that one of the main characters can explain it, but he's actually explaining it to the audience. So Jamie, of course, he knows that it's still 50,000, 100,000. He, of course, knows that we're playing.
Word for that? It's expositional dialogue, Ben.
It's expositional dialogue, which, of course, I knew. What I was doing there was actually playing the role of the idiot so that Jamie could explain what expositional dialogue was to our audience at home. But yes, as you said, Jamie,
Inception levels of
it's what's his name? What's your Inception fellow? What's his name?
Christopher Nolan.
Christopher Nolan, that's it. He actually wrote the script for this broadcast here today. So yeah, we're playing a set number of hands per level. So we're not on a clock in that sense.
Interesting one for Bedell here.
Jam?
Feels like it. But we know Bedell is slightly less willing. We've seen 2 spots where he could definitely send it and he hasn't. So
It feels like he's a big non-tournament life on the line enjoyer, right? He doesn't want to be all in necessarily. I do think the time is right. Yeah. There it is, Jamie. Commits a stack.
in it goes. Big Chilling in the chat has said the time bank jam looks weak, and I agree.
Oh no. Oh no. Well, it's 10 big blinds, Jamie, and I do think that threes.
I believe you want the small stack in so you can steal from them.
Oh, do you hear that? Tom's saying, I know you want to keep the small stack in so that you can keep stealing from the other guys. And there is obviously some idea of that Ostash likes having a short stack at the table so that he can abuse the other stacks. But
I have to show. No.
Not often you get threes in, all in pre, and you're up against twos. It's a lovely feeling.
And you just absolutely crush it. It's a disastrous feeling for Tom Axel Bedell, who's given us so much in terms of entertainment over the last 3 or 4 days on the broadcast. Can't help but root for a deuce at some point in the 5 cards we're about to see.
This is also Spraggy v Chat, all in pre.
This is Spraggy versus Chat, all in pre in the draft. And Chat might be about to lose one of their players. It's a long road back from Tom Axel Bedell. Threes with a set. He does have the backdoor straight draw opportunities. He doesn't anymore.
I was sure you wanted me in so you can steal from them.
Very entertaining watch.
Yeah.
Bien jugado, Tom.
Anda.
Un placer.
Con doces que hago, eh. Suerte. A por ello.
A por ellos.
GG. Thanks for the game.
Thanks for the game. That's
a gentleman.
Good luck, chip leader. But you shouldn't pay. You have to steal from the middle stacks.
Bit of coaching on the way out.
Bit of coaching. He's right, you know. He's right.
Yeah.
Hey.
It definitely would have benefited Ostash in some ways to keep a short stack at the table, as Tom said, so that he could steal from the Midland stacks. But great jacket as well. He's non-stop. He's non-stop with it.
Holy.
Where did that come from?
He's got it all.
What a man, what a man, what a mighty fine man. Tom Axel Bedell gave us an absolute treat. He gave us an absolute treat over the last 3 or 4 days of the broadcast. An incredible finish, 5th place. He'll leave with 200k. But as he said at the top of the broadcast, he was really, you know, excited to try and win the EPT main event. He's won, as he said, PLO events before on the European Poker Tour, but the main event title is something else, and for now, it remains outside of his grasp. It does leave us just four-handed, Mr. Walden.
Sorry, I was just online trying to Google who that jacket was made by.
These days, you could probably take an image, reverse image search. Is that what you do?
I didn't have time to do the screenshot.
Hopefully. Well, you can go back through a replay. We're going to have all these available for replay on my YouTube and Twitch channels, as well as daily recaps. At the end of today's broadcast, there'll be a daily recap. There have been daily recaps, so perhaps you can capture that later on, Jamie. For now, Boyka trying to capture some of these chips blindly blind. Reshoves the ace-2 against Ostash, who you'd have to imagine is... Yeah, raising quite wide, right? And you've got an unplayable ace. Good hand to shove. What do we reckon, chat? Gucci?
It's not Gucci.
It's not Gucci. But it's all Gucci right now for Ostash. Michaelo Ostash knocks out Tom Axel Bedell. And it's very much...
He just actually jammed 40 bigs there.
You think he's going to start playing open jams now because nobody wants to call
no,
off?
Boyka did.
Boyka did? Jam 40 bigs? Yeah.
Right. It's chunky.
So it's haves and have-nots. Ostash clearing away chip leader. And now more so than ever, everybody just looking to avoid playing that all-in situation against him. It would be pretty disastrous to bust at this point with payouts as they are. A reminder of your payouts. 760 for the winner. 474, 339 and 260. So the next pay jump is worth about 80,000 euro. We see Ostash raising again. He's going to leverage this coverage, this big stack with King 8.
Boyka just not having it. He's not having it. He's saying, I'm the reigning champ. Thank you.
Do you know who you're dealing with? Alexei Boyka, 3-betting 800k, 3-betting to 800k, King 5 suited. Just a little warning, clipping the wings a little bit, right?
Yeah.
He jammed on it, jammed on him for 40 big blinds, 3-bets the next hand to a smaller size, and it's just saying, just, you know, you're not going to have all things all your own way. You're not going to be able to run this table like you might think. Just reminding him of these moves that he has in his arsenal.
This is also post the break, right? So he's probably had a little bit of info on the break from people watching the stream, seeing the things like the 5-7 off under the gun. So he knows that Ostash is doing, I mean, he's not even out of line. He's doing exactly what he's meant to be doing, but you need confirmation that that's happening.
Well, Ostash with a real hand now. Just a reminder, obviously the graphics is going to show under the gun, but first in is cut off. We're four-handed, so it's cut off button, small blind, big blind, every hand. And we can expect Ostash to open a very wide range. We can expect Brzezinski to not want to fire back with 9-4 offsuit. Jamie, do you think you're a consummate professional? I'm going to make a muffin run.
A muffin run?
So for one hand only, you have the reins of the EPT main event broadcast.
Are you talking about running to get a muffin downstairs?
It's just
you're not going to the Muffin Man down.
I'm going to Drury Lane. I may be sometime.
Okay. Well, here we are. It's just us. Don't panic, everyone. I'm not panicking. I'm just going to look at chat and talk to chat instead. Boyka with the kings under the gun, okay. Game ID for the scent roll is not my department, I'm sorry. Kalonj taking the sensible route, given that Boyka is under the gun, raising into the chip leader. So, should not be wide. I'm wondering if Spraggy's going to come back with a homemade muffin. So I know that Miles has been baking a bit. Here we go. This was a bad time for Ben to get a muffin because we're going to see some stuff kicking off here. First against second in chips, I believe. Can't see the stacks, but I'm pretty sure Boyka's second. A little bit of history already. He's not even got his headphones on. It's kings against set. Look what you missed. Unbelievable.
What the devil is happening here?
Boyka has raised under the gun. Ostash has just defended. The flop has gone check, check.
Wow. Nice check from Boyka, huh?
Under-repping his hand, and Ostash now
into the big size.
Firing.
Into the pot size bet. And this is a spot we speak about a lot, Jamie, of really interesting sizing choice, right? Because we speak a lot about checking back these boards, Boyka signaling maybe that he has a lot of ace high and a lot of king high. So actually, Ostash, it could be a spot where he can value bet really thinly. He might even fancy his chances of betting a 5 or an 8, of course. So
maybe
I think,
not sizing.
and that's what I mean. So he'd want to value bet very thinly, but if he wants to value bet a 5 or an 8, he has to go small. So here he's immediately gone into bigger bet. He's gone into pot, which is going to be a narrower subset of hands, more nutted hands, you know, like strong nines, sure, but a lot of 2 pairs and sets are going to go into this big bet. And I just think once he goes into this big size on the turn, he gets a safe run out. It's certainly a spot where he could play an all-in size here, right? He could say, I've got 2 pair or better.
Yep.
It's on you to try and bluff catch an appropriate range versus that. So once he moves himself into these ideas of having a more polar range on the turn, I think we'll see him continue that at the river. I would love to see a shove. I think it's pretty reasonable to shove. I think we're going to see at least pot.
I agree. Once it goes check, 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 and then Boyka calls the pot turn, the amount of stuff that he
sent it. He's all in.
And now Boyka is just in a world of pain. Because we know that Ostash is capable of doing this with nothing.
Yep, he's called. He snapped it off. He has to call it off. If he checks back the kings, he feels obliged to bluff catch. And what an incredible moment here. Boyka will not be going back to back. He will not defend his EPT Malta crown. It's a very unfortunate cooler. He thought he was laying a bit of a trap on the flop and the turn with the kings. Faces the polarized bet at the river. Looks it up. And he's headed out of the door in 4th place. But a very nice sizing choice from Ostash. A very good decision from Ostash, excuse me. And Alexei Boyka, 4th place, good for €260,000. And falls just short of retaining his crown.
Yeah, I think that turn pot size is just... It's kind of the only way you can stack him, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I think a lot of people get a bit worried about the whole kind of losing their customer thing. And all it means is that you just can't get... You just can't get all in against their value by the river.
Well, Ostash having it all his own way, Jamie. He eliminated Tom Axel Bedell. He's now eliminated Alexei Boyka. He is by far and away the chip leader 3-handed. And again, he finds himself in a situation where both players, this is going to be the biggest pay jump we've seen so far, both players with somewhat comparable stacks will just be looking to outlast each other. €339,000 locked up for everybody. But to finish second is worth 474. So you're looking at about 135k for the next pay jump. Kalonj does defend 7-5 of clubs. But as we can see, I would imagine Ostash just going to be applying pressure absolutely everywhere now. Raising 10-6 offsuit.
Curious check here. You would think just the main aim here is just constant pressure.
Yeah, I think obviously we have to consider our hand, our equity, our opponent potentially defending a little bit tighter because of the, you know, 3-handed nature of it. But the risk premium will be very high. I would imagine I'm right in saying that. So maybe like the risk premium is so high that Ostash can just fire relentlessly and not worry too much about, you know, how his hand might interact with the board. I think we see that here now where he does pick up a gut shot, but again, just coming in with that pressure as a result of the distribution.
Mm-hmm. And again, one of those spots spots post flop where a good chunk of the range has gone in pre. So you're kind of trying to navigate the holes in the range and decide who's actually got what board. I mean, Brzezinski and Kalonj are basically just both trying not to finish third at this point, right? They're not really thinking about winning.
So Ostash raising again. Kalonj with the a6. And what a lot of our players, maybe our audience or folks might fail to appreciate. Eric, thank you for the 10 super chat. Says this coverage is/has been a hit. I love to hear it. Thank you very much. So what you have to appreciate, right, is it's no secret, and this is where maybe people fail to grasp the nature of ICM environments. It's everybody knows that Ostash is opening any two. Everyone knows he's going to be very aggressive with a lot of bad hands. The reason he's able to do it, it's not that they're unaware he's doing it. It's about the cost of being wrong and the cost of running into it. Right? Because just because he's opening a load of bad hands, he's of course still going to have some good ones. And if you do happen to run into a good one, it's going to cost you so much money that you've no option but to play tight against him, right? Even though he's opening a lot of hands. It's one of those where if he shoves and he shows you that he's got 7 high, but you've only got a king queen or something, you don't actually want to call off. Mm-hmm. Because if you lose the all-in, you miss the chance of making the 120,000 euro ladder. So it's not that they're unaware of his opening ranges. They're just handcuffed. If they want to make the most amount of money, they're handcuffed in how they can respond.
But we just saw an example of how, as a very competent player, you can leverage that knowledge with Collonge just 3-betting ace-6 off out of the small blind against Ostash's button open.
Yeah.
Because he just knows that Ostash is opening the deck. So suddenly your ace, whatever it's paired with, just the fact that you have an ace means that you can pretty confidently just put in a little 3-bet. And again with a very fast, I don't know if you noticed, but again with quite a fast 3-bet there with
a6.
Quite a marginal holding.
He did similarly with king 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you think that's just trying to exude more strength than perhaps he has? You know, he made this, the quick squeeze with king 10. Maybe he's doing it with everything, but it's just...
Yeah, exactly. Just good to keep an eye on and then see, you know, next time he's got a real 3-bet. Or not a real 3-bet, but a value 3-bet.
A real hand. A hand that wants action. Is he doing it? Is he taking the same speed? That's a good point.
Exactly. This is fun though, isn't it? 3 people left, EPT main. That's where you want to be.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? That's what it's all about. And we've got Brzezinski here, who, I don't know if you're aware of this, Jamie, but he actually... It's a bit more expositional dialogue for you here. He actually was on the final table of Barcelona in August.
I read that on Poker News this morning.
So he's done his research. He's going back to back in a sense of back to back EPT final tables. Let's see if he can get this one over the line.
He's actually got one better, hasn't he?
Did he finish 4th previously?
Yep, finished 4th.
There you go. So he's now in uncharted waters.
He's in Rania Nasruddin territory.
Brzezinski might be able to go a little bit further after this hand as well. Flops top 2 against Ostash. 600,000 in the middle.
That's just a peel pre from Ostash, right? I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a raise and a call in the small blind. And this is something Bowie spoke about yesterday as well, is oftentimes when you're the chip leader, there might be a desire to think that you could just 3-bet to apply pressure. But what you can also do, and mostly, you know, it's going to be in position, but when we're 3-handed, you don't have the benefit of that versus a raise. But it does allow you to call a lot wider range, because there's going to be a lot more situations post-flop where you can find check raises, find continues. And how about that? He finds, I believe, the check raise on 6 or 7 6-2s with the Jack 10. And this is really sort of an extension of what I just spoke about, of not worrying too much about your hand class, because ordinarily you might think this is a hand that doesn't have quite enough connectivity. Maybe you want a backdoor flush draw. So this is very much Ostash just leveraging the position rather than his cards, right?
Mm-hmm. But again, Brzezinski with the very quick action.
I think that'll be a card that Ostash will enjoy. A lot of his more natural check raises do benefit from a 5. Of course, we'll see him bluff a hand like 8-4 suited if he decides to peel it. I don't know how wide he's going to extend here given his chip lead. We've seen him extend into Jack 10, but on the flop, he's going to check raise some hands like 8-9, of course, that make the nuts. He's going to have sets. He's going to have 2 pairs, probably more often than Brzezinski. If Brzezinski has 6-7, maybe that's not true, but He's going for another barrel here, Jamie.
I think. How big was that? Not as big as I thought it was going to be. Obviously, just trying to push out the ace highs and all of that kind of thing.
And a very quick jam again there. I mean, we're about 10 seconds into the turn action, and Brzezinski's gone all in. I think just wanting to protect his hand, which I don't think is a bad idea against bad runouts. At this stage, the chips in the middle are so valuable. I think if we're earlier in the tournament, you might see a bit more sort of trapping going on the turn. But just ending the hand now and fading a bad runout in Brzezinski's mind. And that's a big pot for him. It's a really, really significant pot, actually. Because what it does is it lifts Brzezinski up to 7 million. And Adria Kalonge is now at 2.8. So there's a lot of separation between those two. It's 168 blinds for Ostash, 70 for Brzezinski, and Kalonge now at 28 is significantly the shorter stack.
He is, but interestingly, he's not in, as Stapes would say, the danger zone.
Gimmick infringement, is it? You're stealing. What are you going to do now? Everyone loves a chop pot. Get a grip.
Nope. Excuse me. Danger zone is a very common expression.
You'll have Stapes on the old. He'll be suing us. He'll be suing us into oblivion. We can't afford that. Actually, you probably can. Look at that office.
Get out of here. Anyway, he's not in the danger zone.
He's in the troubled area.
He is, but I think a player like Kalonge is not going to be overly concerned. Still sitting there with 28 bigs, a lot of room to play. Tell me about these muffins. Are they homemade?
Marley baked these last night.
When you left and I was solo contenting, I said I reckon Miles has
come through incredibly well here. We've got little banana muffins. She does when she does a batch, she does banana and walnut, and then she does just banana because I'm not a big walnutter.
I actually saw that on her Instagram, specifically calling you out for your anti-walnut.
Anti-walnut stance, yeah.
Thankfully, not anti-Walden stance.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Do you have any muffins in your house?
No.
We could have done the. Would you like a little taste? This stream goes from strength to strength, doesn't it?
I'm looking around seeing if there's anything that resembles a muffin.
King 7 for Ostash, raising again in the small blind. It's almost a little bit freeing for Kalonge as well, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
In a sense of being now quite a bit of distance between him and second place. He does have a little bit more room to, okay, now I need to accumulate chips. This is a nice hand to call with, just really going to dominate some of the opens, play well in position. Yeah. This would be an interesting one, I think, Jamie, because he's flopped a gut shot against a very wide range, so just be aware that Ostash is raising most of the deck, maybe continuing a lot of the deck. We'll see how he fights back with Queen 10. I expect him to.
Does he need to raise here, do you think? Doesn't seem like it.
I don't think so, just because calling the flop also shows a lot of strength, right? So if Ostash has got a hand like the one that he has, King 7, you know, he's going to be here with probably Jack 5 and C-bet. And when we just call in position, we are signaling that we've got something that is able to continue. So Ostash won't be able to barrel particularly relentlessly. And I think his equity is often going to be robust enough to continue again, right? He's going to pick up a 7. He's going to pick up a jack. Obviously, he's going to pick up a 10 and a queen. But there's a lot of opportunities for him moving forward. So I don't think ever really too desperate to raise. Calling fine. We'll see how Ostash responds now with a pair.
The ace is interesting as well because you think Ostash versus a stack like Kalonge's is going to be all in with probably every offsuit ace-x up to kind of ace-9 off, I would say.
Yeah.
So you're kind of I mean, the equity advantage you would think is more with Collonge because he's not necessarily going to be jamming those bottom aces.
450,000.
Yeah, this is just a very sharp bet from Collonge, I feel like. I don't think he's completely devoid of showdown value, but maybe some ideas that the jack highs are going to barrel, the 10 highs are going to barrel. So perhaps the check is more indicative of being behind. Just decides that he wants to bet rather than check. First sign of the rail. There's Nikolai and the crew.
Interesting to see him fold that 7 there.
Think a little tight?
Maybe. I mean, it just depends how much you think Collonge is gonna go after you in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard. Like I say, once Collonge calls, I mean, obviously Jack 10 fills up, some of the 7x fills up with those straight draws, so maybe he feels like it's tough for Collonge to float that wide and get there with that much air. Obviously Queen 10, one of the natural ways it's going to happen. I think obviously some King highs it's going to happen with as well, but 7 may be quite limiting. Maybe it strips out too many of Collonge's weaker hands.
That'll do.
Every time I put a muffin in my mouth, someone makes a big hand and I'm unable to talk about it. But Brzezinski with the slow play here. How do we feel about that? Hello.
Yeah, I think when your opponent is opening as wide as Ostash is, there's and you know he's going to keep barreling. Why would you raise?
So just more consideration for Ostash getting here with so many 6 highs, 7 highs, 8 highs, 9 highs, that he just wants to slow play more often, allow Ostash to flex some aggression. He does, of course, make 4 4s on the turn, and now he's going for the greedy one. Now he's going for the check, trying to get a little bit more out of Ostash, and I do think Ostash may have rivered a situation where he'll want to try and extract some value himself. I think Brzezinski is trying to represent that he's got an ace high, calling the flop, trying to show it down, and so Ostash is saying, I'm going to try and get called by these ace highs. I'm going to go for a half pot value with my jack. And he's about to find out that Brzezinski is springing one on him. What do you think the sizing is going to look like here, Jamie? You think he's going to go... I don't think, like, a big bet. He's not really going to have a 10 very often, right? So he's trying to induce a call from a jack. I mean, obviously, in theory, he could just jam, and Ostash would have to call a jack if he never has a 10, blah, blah, blah. But I think in practice, this sort of remilking, this smaller, non-all-in, he's going to get paid more often, of course, and that's what he's going for.
Ostash is obviously wondering how realistic it is for his opponent to have a 10. But as we just discussed, when your opponent is raising as much of the deck as he is, then you don't really, especially as second out of 3, you really don't want to be bloating the pot too much. I think he's folded, hasn't he? I know he's...
He's time banking at the moment, but I think Jamie's right in that we're going to trap a lot more 10s just because of how wide Ostash is pre-flop, potentially. So we still get here with a fair amount of 10s. I do think you can probably check raise with a bare 4 if you end up having one. Doesn't strike me as being too thin. Obviously, we're seeing Ostash with a king jack and going to call some percentage of the time. So, yeah, Ostash pays it off, and Brzezinski here just puts himself in a really nice sort of trapping line and goes for the trap again at the river. Well executed. The quads paid off. And it's really terrible news for one man at the table. It's bad news for Ostash, but it's terrible news for Collonge because that is a reordering of the chips even further in the favor of second place. So Adria Kalonj now 3.3 million. Brzezinski with that up to 9.3, closing the gap on Ostash, who's got 14. And as Brick Poker in the chat says, Brick Poker, the gap is closing. Absolutely it is.
I don't know if you noticed there, but Brzezinski, another very quick action.
Quick check raise.
Again, didn't use a tie bank. Didn't really think about it very long. And this is, when you're playing live, is one of the things that you've got to really keep your eye on.
And what's interesting now for Brzezinski, we talk about not wanting to play big pots and your opponent, the chip leader, being able to leverage his stack. But Brzezinski now is 90 big blinds deep. So actually, there are fewer opportunities where Ostash can jam on him pre-flop or, you know, 3-bet, 4-bet, get money in. It's a lot harder for him to threaten stacks, right? It's quite easy to threaten a 30 big blind stack or a 40 big blind stack. But there are going to be fewer opportunities where he can make Brzezinski make a decision for his tournament life, because putting 90 big blinds in is obviously a lot trickier than attacking versus a smaller stack. So Brzezinski not going to feel that quite as fiercely. So I do think he is going to be able to, you know, get involved a little bit more, see a few more flops.
I'm slightly folded there. I think 10-9 off is kind of right on the cusp in terms of what you want to be defending there with your limp.
Hand 43 of 50k, 100k. Now, there was some talk actually that when you would go three-handed, that it goes down to 18 hands per level. But I believe that is at the discretion of the floor. I mean, I assume that's something that would be implemented if it goes on and on and on and on forever. But the structures are always at the discretion of...
fairly fast at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's moving along at quite a swift pace. So I believe that they are staying 30 hands per blind level. So we'll see a little bit more of 50k, 100k for now. And this is a rare moment for us to see a pot with Ostash not involved. It's Brzezinski on the button, flopping Queen 9-4. And I don't think he's going to bet his entire range necessarily, Queen 9-4. I think he will play some checks, but goes for the c-bet with Queen 10. I think Kalonj will probably want to have more preference around a high card heart, like an ace of hearts, king of hearts, if he opts for a check raise here. So king 8, not quite going to do it. And just thinking about using... You know, what you want to do when you check raise bluff the flop is stop your opponent from being able to continue very easily. And obviously, he continues very easily when he's got the nut flush draw or a king high flush draw. So I think the check raise is going to come from ace of hearts, king of hearts on these flops. Not so much the 8 of hearts. So in the bin it goes. Three-handed rages on.
Simmers.
It's brewing. It's just on a rolling boil, waiting to spill over. Jamie, 898 players entered this tournament. 3 of them remain. But who was your favourite player in the field of the 895 who've bust? You get one name and one name only.
Oof. Lots of friends. Some coaches.
Lots of coaches, I'd imagine. Jamie goes through coaches like we go through hot dinners, mate. And people give up, tap out.
Yeah.
Miracle workers, Jamie, are they? They're not miracle workers.
I need as many as I can get, mate. I can't say. I don't know. I don't have a favourite. I think Bedell has given me a lot of entertainment.
Wow, friends, coaches. Thrown under the bus in favour of Tom Axel Bedell.
Well, it's easier to pick the entertainment, isn't it? Oh, do you know what? I changed my mind. I'm going to say Juan Pardo, just because I just really liked watching him play. I feel like every single time the camera panned to him,
you got
there
excited.
were just thousands of chips in the pot, and he was doing something savage.
Chat seemed to be behind that. A lot of shouts, a lot of love for Juan Pardo, Ben Heath. Bedell, of course. I think mine, Brzezinski with 3 of a kind here, Jamie. Let's go for 100,000. Finton Ham, better known as Easy with Aces Online for me. Sorry to see him bust. Start of day 2. Obviously didn't even make the money. Useless, but...
You were sorry to see him bust, but you didn't want to see him win it.
Second would have been great.
Yeah.
So Ostash sticking around with the ace high, does have the benefit of position. And we'll just see. I think we're a little bit deep for Brzezinski to have any idea about getting the money in. In fact, I would say if 90 big blinds goes in here, Brzezinski's probably not going to have the best hand. He does go for 400,000 on the turn.
Just trying to get max value from the King X in Ostash's range.
Yeah, and Ostash sticking around with ace high, just I think because, you know, as we just spoke about, Brzezinski has been uncaged a little bit. And there are some, you know, naturally occurring bluffs coming in on the turn. Obviously, you could barrel some flush draws as out of position. So Ostash being a little bit stubborn here with the ace 7 high. I do think that this is going to be one of the worst hands he gets here with. We'll see if there's any leveraging of these deeper stacks. I think Brzezinski will be looking for a third street, of course. And we'll think about sizing. I do think it's going to be big again. Yeah, we see 1 million, I believe.
What are the whites? 250?
Yeah, I think they've got to be 250k, right? So he goes for the overbet, actually. And I think versus that size, A7 comfortably at a part of the range that is in the bin.
Dans la poubelle.
Dans la poubelle, indeed. What's that in Italian, in the bin?
Nello. I can't remember what bin is. But in the is Nello.
If we had subtitles, which I'm sure it's possible these days that there are subtitles on this stream, it'll just say inaudible mumbling. And that's from a man who claimed to be proficient in Italian. Confused stuttering.
I said it had reduced to 11 plus level, actually. In Spanish, it's en la basura.
He's redeemed himself. He's redeemed himself so beautifully as Mr. Jamie Walden. He spoke about Bowie being a polyglot earlier. Perhaps not so much truth to that, but let me ask you this. How many languages do you speak, would you say?
I'm going to say 3.
And that's your English, presumably?
English, French, and Spanish. And then Italian, basic.
You can get by.
Portuguese, basic. That's it.
Impressive nonetheless. Queen deuce for Ostash. Blind v blind once again. Raising once again. And raising into the big blind of Kalonch, who is in search of chips. Got 21 bigs now. Now, I think, Jamie, if I'm Kalonch, I would like to shove some of my weaker ace-x offsuits, like a little bit unplayable around the ace-2, ace-3, ace-4. But ace-10 is strong, right? It's very, very strong blind v blind. And actually what we're going to see here is a smaller 3-bet, and this is just to use the value of the hand to try and drive action, right? This is him recognizing it's strong enough to 3-bet call.
Yeah, I think there's not that much difference here. Doing it with, with the 3-bet and the shove with ace-10 off, I think both are absolutely fine.
Yeah.
As long as you're not folding.
I also think, you know, there's some merit to calling. I think ace-10 is like, you're going to want to play some calls there quite high up, I think. I think that is high up enough that you're looking for pre-flop action because your opponent can put in, you know, a lot of worse hands. But I think we'll see things like king 10. Very happy to call in position here, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think with the ace stuff, it's more the suited variety. All the offsuits, once we get to 20 bigs, we're just happy to slam it in.
Mostly getting money in the middle, yeah.
As a general rule.
Matthew Alty says polyglot. What did I say? Polyglot? What's that? Someone who just... Is that some sort of gluttony reference? Or someone who just loves
polyglot.
eating...
Polyglot is correct.
Polyglot is correct. So what's a polyglot then?
Nothing.
Just someone who's got lots of things.
A polymath is someone who's good at lots of things, and a polyglot is someone who speaks lots of languages.
And a polywhirl is an evolved... I can't remember what the first one is. That might be the first one.
And a Pollyanna, Ben.
Is a what?
Someone who is too optimistic about everything.
I thought that was someone who had lots of Annes as a wife, like Henry VIII, Anne of Cleves, Anne Boleyn. That's what I thought that was. Polyamorous is someone who's loved by lots of people, presumably.
Polysexual.
Is someone who's sexually attracted to lots of things.
Yep.
What's the opposite of someone who's loved by lots of people?
Loved by, what do you mean?
Isn't that what polyamory is? Love? Amour?
I thought it was...
That's lots of...
it's like you're just asexual, aren't you? It means...
No, but I'm specifically thinking about someone who's has no love in their life.
Oh. Incel?
Not in that sense. In that sense, perhaps. In that sense, perhaps. I was taking it down a more platonic lack of love. Someone suggested monogamous, but that's definitely specifically one lover.
Means you've got one.
I guess non-ogamous. Someone said a Finton hand. You leave Finton alone. Top pair for Brzezinski and top pair for Ostash. Crucially, Ostash has got this little interaction at the bottom, Jamie. He's got a gut shot. So we see him, I think, very clearly betting for value. He'll like his hand. Can get called by a lot of worse pairs. Can get called by a lot of ace highs still. Brzezinski flicks it in. Not confident enough to want to raise with his hand. You know, if a load of money starts flying in, Jack 9 not going to fare too well. And again,
well, it's just the product of the final three dynamic and first against second.
Yeah.
No need.
No need to get too silly with it, but he'll be happy. I think Ostash should be quite happy still. I think we'll see him go for a river value bet here of 550,000 is my prediction. Because he'll like the 8. I think his opponent going to improve sometimes with a hand like 7-8. Obviously going to stick around with some 6x. And this is really interesting. He's gone really small, right? You don't often see a lot of bets in position for less than half pot. And the reason for that is for every time you reopen the action, there is a cost. And the cost is you're reopening the action, so you can potentially face a check raise. So in order for that cost to be worth it, typically you have to get at least a half pot size bet in. Like, is it worth the risk of reopening the action here if we're only going to win 25% of the pot or 22% of the pot? So this is a kind of, I guess, really exploitable size that he's using, where he's just trying to manipulate his opponent's range to get called by a 6 or maybe even an ace high. But it's really interesting to see him use that size. It's kind of non-standard for sure. And Brzezinski flicks it in with the Jack 9. I don't think he really wanted to, as you say, Jamie, make the pot too large with one pair weak kicker or, you know, okay kicker. But Brzezinski will win the pot. But I think the most important thing here is just to take note of that quarter pot sizing in position from Ostash.
Just seemed like I'm not really sure whether I'm value betting, how much to do it for.
And just not really sure whether he's able to get a half pot bet in, and instead of checking, just goes in this in between. Yeah, I think you're bang on with that.
It's really interesting, actually, the kind of GTO dynamic when it's two big stacks and one little stack is all of your raises, first v second or second v first, can just be absolutely massive.
Yeah.
When you're check raising, because you're just instantly so polarized between having absolutely nothing and having it all. Because having it all is the only thing you really want to be raising with.
Yeah. Yeah, when your stack can get threatened, in the ICM. It's not like you're going for thin raises, is what Jamie's saying. It's not like, you know, a hand like we saw here, Jack 9, isn't just trying to get more money in the middle. So the hands that want to get more money in the middle have to be really, really good. So we don't have the middle parts of the range, which why, as Jamie said, you don't use these small sizings. You're going for a big size with a really big hand or a really bad hand. That's a really, really sharp point to bring up, Jamie. I'm glad we've got you on.
Thanks. Broken clock is right twice a day and all that.
So Kalanch here does have, obviously, king high in position, backdoor diamonds. I think he's well aware of how aggressive the Ostash is going to be attacking him. And yeah, just a little bit too much hand to fold right now. Some interesting turns might come into view for Ostash, and I think that's about as interesting as it might get for him.
Yeah, Ostash just kind of in a little bit of a momentum dip currently. I feel like the last kind of half an hour, he's lost a lot of hands. Maybe needs this one. I'm not actually taking my shirt off, don't worry.
Here we go. Oh. 500k is the barrel. Yeah, really nice, as you said, Jamie. Just a couple things haven't gone his way, but I think kind of a good sign there that it's not going to sway him from good strategy, good decisions. Picks up the clubs in the back door with the jack, picks up the wheel with the 3. Just leans on his opponent again to drag in the pot. As we go wide, Jamie, did you know that the North American Poker Tour is returning to Las Vegas in 2025? It's at Resorts World for the 3rd year in a row, and it runs from November 3rd to the 12th. You got highlights including the 50k Super High Roller, and of course, the 5k main event. There's also a $1,000 PokerStars Open at the start of the series, and a 1k Women's High Roller. As ever, the final day of the main event will be streamed on the PokerStars YouTube and Twitch channels, and that broadcast will take place on Wednesday, November 12th.
Sadly, I am not available to attend.
You're good enough.
Not available to attend. November. What do you got on in November? You?
My girlfriend's birthday. Can't be missing that for Las Vegas. And she does not want to go to Las Vegas, let me tell you.
Does she know there's a 1k Women's High Roller, though? I mean, listen, might be worth a conversation.
Dead money.
Dead money. She won't be watching this, will she?
No.
Not a chance, I'd imagine. No chance.
A jam. Where's this from? Is this small blind jam?
Yep. It's a reshove.
With, what do we think?
King 9 of diamonds. Whoa.
Very nice.
I said that before the graphic came up.
You're amazing.
Jamie, I could never lie to you. I saw it on the screen.
I know. Yeah, all of those suited 9x, suited 10x Broadway stuff. Very nice candidates for the jam there.
Adria Kalange hanging on in there. Ducking and diving. 24 big blinds. 106 for Ostash. 83 for Brzezinski, because the blinds are now up. We're playing, as you can see, top left-hand side of your screen, 50k, 125k. Hello. My favorite hand.
Limp into the chip leader.
Come on. Attack me. Oh, he pulled the chips like he was going for a raise, but he's just throwing them forwards. It is check, check. Brzezinski laying the trap a little bit with this one. To a queen 4-4. Looks like a one big blind continuation. Looks like a man who's got a club in his hand. Just found out that he's got a club in his hand. You've got to be, a lot of it, one big blind. If you've got one club, you call, right? Even as silly as it looks with 10-6, a lot of time in these sorts of situations, you have to be very, very stubborn. We do see him just release again now, and you know, it's 10-6 offsuit on queen 4-4, so we're not going to beat him up too much. I think it's fine, right?
Probably not quite enough. I imagine if it was 7-6 and he had the straight opportunity,
yeah,
it would be in.
It's just started to go off a little bit cold here, and I've got the door open for the cats, but I don't know if they're in the house.
It suddenly got very hot.
Things are heating up.
The sun has come out.
That's not a cat, is it? Just looking out my window, that's not a cat.
Do you have the stacks for? Do you have Kalonji's stack?
22 big blinds, 2.775 million.
Mm-hmm.
So he's facing a raise now, blind v blind again. Ostash bumping it up.
Interesting, the limp here.
Excuse me, sorry, the limp.
Limping against the small stack. It's you want to be doing most of your action pre-flop as the chip leader versus a 20 big blind stack. At this point in the tournament, should be raise, split between raise or jam.
So Ostash starting with the check, eh? Not a bad flop for Kalonj.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think about that king of spades? Kind of nice to have, isn't it?
It's definitely going to keep him interested.
Ooh.
Or not.
Pretty tight check fold. Maybe we expect to see something else here some of the time.
Yeah, I was saying I was surprised he didn't find a raise with that pre. I think just the idea of pressuring constantly at these steps, you can raise with gay abandon.
So yeah, 50k, 125k. Little pick up there for Kalonj, moves him to 3.1 million.
I said the word gay on the stream and the chat is excited about that.
Gay abandon.
Mm-hmm.
With wanton abandon. Freely.
Yeah. Happy, actually, the original meaning.
A very ordinary turn of phrase.
Yeah. Chill out, guys. It's all right.
Everything's okay. Ostash with a raise to 250,000 on the button. Here's Brzezinski with Jack 10. So these are your two big stacks. These are your two 10 mil plus players. This is 100 blinds versus 80 blinds, but we are about 80 big blinds effective to start the hand. King 6 of clubs for Ostash. And everything that you see going on is very much hello there. Mikhailo Ostash has flopped to flush. Brzezinski with top pair. Buckle up is right, I would suggest. And remember, everything that is going to happen in this hand is very much informed by the fact that Kalonj is sat with 24 bigs and it's next on the elimination block, if you will. So Brzezinski, I think, Jamie, ordinarily we have to be very, very cautious on these monotone boards in terms of inflating the pot. I think the dynamic is certainly one where Brzezinski doesn't want to inflate the pot with any of these top pairs, and certainly not on a 3-club board without one. So we see...
Oh my goodness.
We see him slow play. And Jamie, working against him here is the fact that Ostash is raising very wide, is barreling very wide. So right now, Brzezinski makes 3 of a kind and is pretty excited about his own hand, right? He
is desperately thinking how to get the most from this hand.
Yeah, he's certainly in value mode. I will say, we should preface this with, if we're at 30 to 40 big blinds deep, I think he's, got ideas of getting the money in the middle at some point, whether that's for a call on the turn, most likely, and, happily putting money in at the river. But I think when you're 80 big blinds deep, obviously that threshold shifts northwards, right? And especially impacted by the short stack 3-handed player. So 750k at the moment. I think raising the turn out of the equation. He's going to call, and the river could be, of course... Oh my goodness me, very interesting. How to win poker tournaments. Brzezinski.
He's running good old Brzezinski, isn't he? I think this is the 4th time he's hit trips today.
And Ostash, is he immediately checked back? He's immediately checked back. But he runs out the full house. Jacks and 7s, and Ostash flops a flush. Puts all the money in good. No choice but to tap back the table. Brzezinski continues to run very cleanly indeed. And Jamie, we've got an update. The man on your screen right now is the new chip leader. That puts him at 11.9 and Ostash at 11.6 million. What a shift we've seen.
Yeah, and it's a horrible feeling for Ostash, having been the absolute runaway chip leader and doing exactly what he was supposed to do. And sometimes it just goes that way, and it backfires, and you run into hands that are a bit better than yours. I don't think he's really made very many mistakes. I don't really think he's made any mistakes.
No, I would agree, and that's just the mercy of the deck. Sometimes, you know, it's going to dictate where the chips flow.
But psychologically, it can be very difficult to deal with that. Some people get, you know, when you've had a certain amount of chips and suddenly you have, you know, 2/3 of that amount.
Yeah. I mean, it's like being upstuck, isn't it? If someone says to Mikhailo Ostash, you can be three-handed in the main event with 93 big blinds, he goes, absolutely. But when you've been in such, like half an hour ago, he was in an insanely commanding position where we were starting to think about he could just start open jamming and punish the other three guys at the table. So you have to sort of mentally reset and realize that there are situations where that chip lead runs out and he just goes on and motors his way through the tournament and busts everybody out and lifts the trophy. Whereas now he's got to reset into, it's going to be a battle, it's going to be a challenge. He's got 100 big blinds each with Brzezinski and obviously still a player. So I think you're right. There's a big mental shift going on for Ostash right now.
Mm-hmm. Collage having a little stand-up, little walk around. I'm a big fan of standing up when you're not in a hand, keeping the blood flowing.
Yep. Says man who, that's me going, yep. When I play online, I just sit here for 9 hours, barely take a break. Just stand up and my legs are so numb that I nearly break my ankle live on stream, etc.
You just meditate.
Do as I say, not as I do. What about Brzezinski now? Now he's got some newfound confidence. 900k is an overbet on the turn.
Could be a chance for Ostash to reclaim the chip lead.
Just look at that. Just 7-8 of diamonds, just pure airballing out here. You might want some bluffs around spades, clubs, maybe with a queen in your hand, maybe even with a 9 that can make a straight. But Brzezinski with just the naked 7-8 of diamonds.
He's
getting
feeling
it into the streets, feeling it, feeling himself.
I'm really annoyed I wasn't paying full attention there because I wanted to see how long it took him for him to bet there as a bluff.
Whether it was a slower decision.
Missed it.
It seemed pretty swift. I mean, if you didn't have time to pay attention, you're a pretty attentive guy. It must have happened in the blink of an eye.
Given the amount of time banks he still has in front of him, I would say maybe he's just a player who's quite quick to act.
Petrol says, upstuck is a great word. Phil Lark claims to have invented it. I don't think is that a wild claim? I don't think so. It's a nice claim, isn't it? Upstuck is the idea of still being up money, but not being up as much as you once were, so you feel mentally like you're losing. Upstuck.
Is it the same thing as kind of entitlement tilt?
Yeah, a little bit, isn't it? It's like, yeah, things are going really well, but you feel like they should be going better.
Yeah.
Pring Dizzle, thank you for the subscription, mate. Thank you for the 19 months. So Collonge with this little 4 of spades. Backdoor, straight draw, flush draw, 4 high. Interesting, really interesting. I don't think we could have asked for a more TV turn. It's the 5 of hearts.
Aaron in the chat, who's called me both posh and rich so far, wants to know what I'm drinking. And it is a can of... Fuck you. No, it's a can of...
It's I'll let you know now, Jamie. You've not done yourself any favors because it's some sort of tropical peach independent soft drink company. You needed to show some White's lemonade or something. Do you know what I mean?
Show like a Carling or something.
Yeah,
right?
it's a tin of Foster's, mate. It's special brew. but it is one of the poshest / rich man drinks I've ever seen in my entire life.
No, his read is bang on, and fair play.
Walden was spotted quaffing Pims. Tory Fanta.
Live culture's gut friendly is what it says.
Full house for Ostash. Now, Kalon's just bricked out. We wanted a TV turn, but he's bricked out this wheel draw. He's made a full house. Really tough to get paid because Kalon's just playing the board. He goes for a lumpy bet. Big meaty bet. Slapping meat. It looks like 900k to me. It's 1.1 million. It's even more. You need to have a stunt drink on hand so that you can re-establish yourself as a man of the people, Jamie. Here we go. Let's see what Jamie Walden's idea of being a man of the people is. It's gonna be the off-brand Pims. Oh my. He is the 1%. As we're heading out to an outer table to see Papo.
I've got a can of Asahi. That's the best I can do.
That's the best he can do. This is the 10k high roller, folks. We're down to the final 6 players. And there's that man, Enrico Kamoski. Obviously, we've got Papo at the table as well. And we've got Xiao Jiming. Is this just the main event reformed into a 10k? That is Tomas Yozonis. And here is your PokerStars Live League #1 position player, Clemens Reuter, Clem90. That is 6-handed on the 10k high roller final table. Go on,
Drinking
Papo.
what looked to be like a matcha latte.
Drinking a matcha latte.
He's got
something that Jamie would recognise, I'm sure.
Doesn't he?
Pardon?
He has painted fingernails, Clem Reuter. He's got a bit of
love that.
A bit of the sass about him.
Love that.
Matcha.
Matcha in hand, top of the leaderboard, nails on point.
He does what he wants.
Final table of the 10k.
Yeah.
Swilling his drink. How the other half live, huh?
Could be some fireworks here.
Yeah, could see some fireworks here. We've got Ostash with a raise, Brzezinski with a 3-bet, Ostash calling in position. And again, these are your 2 big stacks, folks. I think the board is somewhat conducive to a smaller pot, and Brzezinski already just ideas of how he might need to steer his hand to showdown rather than shovel a load of money into the middle. Reaching for chips. Obviously benefits from keeping himself uncapped potentially. You know, some value to be had here from flush draws, 9x, hands like Jack 10. I will say, like, pocket Jack specifically with the diamond. It's kind of nice to sometimes mix a check here, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
You do block some of the hands that you might try and squeeze value from, like Jack 10 or like Jack X of diamonds, like King Jack floats. So Jack's, I think, definitely going to be mixing on the flop. It won't be betting all the time. We see Ostash take one off with ace 10 of clubs. I think it does get close for Ostash with the spades and the hearts. But obviously that backdoor club, ace high, needing to stick around. A diamond on the turn. What do we make of this, Jamie?
I'm going to go with check, check, block, fold.
Yeah, Brzezinski does start with a check. And again, it just comes back to he doesn't have a hand that wants to or is able to lump money in over the multiple streets.
There's also just, you know, you might still be good with ace 10.
Oh, Ostash, yeah. Sorry, I mean Brzezinski, just the check. And I think Ostash, like you say, is still going to be good enough at the time. Goes for a check. I think that 9 is a little bit awkward for Brzezinski to bet, because Ostash, you know, is going to peel, I would say, ace 9 suited, king 9 suited, 9 10 suited, maybe even an 8 9 suited to this 3-bet. So having checked back the turn, Ostash definitely going to connect with this 9 sometimes. So we see a check, and Brzezinski ships another one. It's quite a significant one, actually. Nearly 3.6 million headed Brzezinski's way. And he extends his chip lead.
Kalon's just hanging around.
Kalonj is in there with 20 bigs.
But that's the great thing about the EBT, isn't it? Is that the structure is just so great.
Yeah.
You don't have to panic as Kalonj.
But there you do see Brzezinski now pulling away from Ostash a little. 14 million, plays 10, plays 2.5. But as Jamie just alluded to, there's always plenty of room for manoeuvre, plenty of room to play in these EPT structures. We're not playing the 55 Supersonic on a Sunday, although I might be later. But for now, we've got a very luxurious 6-day tournament. And don't forget, if you want a chance of winning a gold pass or a silver pass that would be able to be cashed in so that you could attend an EPT event or even a regional PokerStars stop, the Power Path Express is on tonight. $55 buy-in. 2 10k gold passes up for grabs, 5 2.5k silver passes, 158 109 bronze passes to play something like the Sunday Million. And you can also win yourself a ticket to the Power Path Express for just a penny, because I would like to invite you to the Spraggy EPT Malta Invitational. It's just 1 cent to play, and we've got $1,000 in tickets added into that prize pool for you. So a lot of added value from PokerStars. The password for that is EPT Malta 2025, all lowercase. Do not tell anybody though. Keep it between yourselves and enjoy the value from PokerStars. $1,000 in tickets added. Curtis Marston in chat says, Spraggy, thanks for the cent roll. I turned it into a Sunday Million ticket this week for today. Curtis will be playing $109 for a penny. Not bad, is it?
After this hand, Ben, will you tell me if you'll be going to the PokerStars Open in Manchester? Or maybe the short answer is no.
The short answer is no.
Okay.
Will you?
I will. I recently won a seat on PokerStars.
We've not paid him a penny as well. Look at this. He's unbelievable. How about this? Kalonj.
He's gonna get gold.
Jamie spoke about these suited kings, the high-low, the suited kings being good options to reshove. Obviously, Brzezinski is going to be opening the button egregiously wide, but somehow Brzezinski finds the pocket tens. King 5 suited with the reshove. It's a perfect hand to rejam, but for Brzezinski, he's got a perfect hand to call with. And Kalonj staring down a potential elimination in 3rd place in the main event. His dreams up in the air at the moment. Got 5 cards to save him as Brzezinski watches on. 4th in Barcelona for Brzezinski. He may be about to find himself heads up. It's an ace-8 deuce. No spades in the front door or the back door for Kalonj. 2 more opportunities. We can see in the top left, all 3 kings are live. They're in there somewhere. A little bit of added but removed sweat. He picks up the wheel draw, but the heart working for Brzezinski means the king of hearts is no good. 1 card to come for the Spanish player. It's not going to help him. The 10s hold up. And excitement grows on the rail, Jamie Walden.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah, I wonder as Kalonj whether he is going to be happy with that shove. I think when I was talking earlier about shoving the suited king, it's a lot more like the king 9, king 10 you want to be using against button opens, and I wonder if that was just a kind of tinge of frustration, maybe wanting to get something started, wanting to start, you know, being able to get back into the mix with a slightly bigger stack. But
yeah, I mean, don't get us wrong. It's very unfortunate when we think about how wide we've seen buttons being opened by chip leaders. Like,
yeah,
he's good. Hand selection aside, it's going to work the vast majority of the time, right?
So you can talk
100%,
here,
yeah.
Let's just listen in here.
make the calculations, and once you have made the calculation, you can bring somebody on stage to help you.
Okay.
That's the rule, but you cannot go outside to talk if you want to talk about it.
I'm happy to look at the numbers, how it looks, and then we can discuss.
5 minutes.
Tournament director enforcing the Tom Middleton rule. I see.
You cannot go and get some advice from your friends at the moment.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
We've got to stay as well.
So, I'm
We've
sorry.
got to carry on.
Sorry.
We carry on
Stays
playing.
this, yeah?
Yeah, we carry on
Okay.
playing, sorry.
Okay, okay.
Right, guys, take your seats. Where should you go, Mitch?
This is actually a Spraggy versus Chat heads up now, isn't it?
This is a Spraggy versus Chat heads up for those of you here at the pre-show, which was about 5 minutes of pre-show. We did draft players. And you guys have got Brzezinski. I've got Ostash. We will be heads up. It's going to be Brzezinski coming in with the chip lead.
Idle 50-50.
He's got 17 million. Ostash with 10.
Let's play.
Would you be dealing here?
Would I be dealing here instead of playing
Yeah.
heads up for 300k? I'd be trying to snap somebody's hand off for a deal, Jamie. I'm a cowardly individual.
I don't think it's about cowardliness. I think
It's just about pragmatism, right? Like I said, who wants to play heads up for 300k? We got 760,000 euro for the winner.
Yeah.
474 for second. So yeah, I think there will be, or it looks like what we can hear from the discussion there, some talk of evening it out a little bit, about moving some of the money around so that we're not playing such an aggressive heads up. But we got plenty of.
No. How much do they have to leave behind?
Yeah, they'll typically have to leave something. I don't know what that number looks like, actually. It's usually a percentage of the prize pool. But we're not looking at numbers at the moment because I think it was Ostash was saying about wanting to go off, but you're not allowed to go off and discuss away from the table. Just to keep transparency with everything going on, I suppose. That's going to happen on the table if it happens at all. But this is what we're coming back for. That's 760k or 474. As you can see, it's just a big jump, isn't it?
It is. It's the, as you were just saying, the Tom Middleton rule. Implemented because Liddy famously agreed, then walked away.
And then didn't agree.
And came back and unagreed.
And then was like, nah, I'll just win it instead, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, as it turns out, we might well be playing a significant heads up. It'll be Brzezinski with about 15 mil, Ostash with about 10 mil. And so whilst we just rearrange the table here, bring out chips, let us remind you of other PokerStars Opens. Jamie said that he was going to Manchester, October 20th to 26th. So if you want to go and share a Pimm's or some champagne with Mr. Jamie Walden, you can do so. October 20th to 26th, Manchester, United Kingdom. He will sully himself by perhaps shaking your hand or buying you a drink. You can also go to Maryland, where you'll have the benefit of Jamie not being there. That's October 19th to 26th. And Cannes, France, where Jamie probably takes his summer, maybe even winter vacations down on the old French Riviera. December 16th to 21st for Cannes. PokerStars Open events. They're everywhere.
And you won't be at any of them?
I won't be at any of them because Marley due to give birth obviously in 4 days.
Wow.
So
how exciting.
Very exciting. Almost as exciting as Manchester EKIPT or PokerStars Open. But yeah, I'm gonna have to miss it. What I won't miss, actually I might miss this too, but what is unmissable, unless you're a new dad, the European Poker Tour concludes this year with its traditional stop in Prague, of course, December 3rd to the 14th. You got your trusty PokerStars.
Babies do travel quite well.
Young babies do travel well, and they love Christmas markets.
Yeah.
They love schnitzel. And they love goulash.
And then you've got Paris as well coming up, which is obviously quite an easy one to get to as well.
Paris is easy. So yeah, you might see me in Prague. You might see me in Paris. If not, main event is going to be streamed live on YouTube, of course, European Poker Tour from Prague. All the information is always on your trusty and handy PokerStars Live app, which is a very good app. I think we can all agree.
Who can we see in that camera?
Should we play some spot the player?
I can see Dave Doherty, his back to us in the blue hoodie with the white headphones.
That is David Doherty right there.
Yeah.
That is David Lappin.
Yes. Who else we got?
That's Felix Schneider's.
Very good. This.
That's Flushy. That's Flushy is back. Rear left. Mate, we're nailing this.
We are nailing.
Chat, have you got anybody?
I get double points though for David Doherty not facing the camera.
You get pure posture and headphones points for David Doherty. Right. Oh, by the way, over here, look, just behind my webcam. That's Collonge. He's gone now. Wait a minute. Is he behind me? There he is. That's Collonge. Oh, and that's revealed Gerard Riverolta and Collonge chatting right here.
Mm-hmm.
Who's behind? Maybe someone's hiding behind. Oh, do watch the big game on tour, by the way. Maybe someone's hiding behind Jamie Walden. No.
Is that Brandon Shields behind the guy in the beret?
Behind the guy in the beret is Brandon. Is it Brandon
Oh,
Shields?
right. No, it's not. It's not him. I think. Oh, I can see. Oh, what's her name?
Soraya Gonzalez.
Yes.
Soraya, yeah.
Soraya Estrada.
Soraya Estrada. Second place at the moment on the PokerStars medium leaderboard, I believe.
The guy, I don't know his name, but the guy on the first table in the middle with the red and black on just came second.
Yeah, I know his name. I do know his name.
I think he's Italian, is he?
I know this guy over here is from Denmark as well, but I forget his name. Play with him a lot.
Most of the English guys have left at this point, I think.
Now we're just back with a bunch of red dots.
Generalnie wiesz, no trudno, no mogę zakamblować, wiesz, 300 koła.
Let's listen in.
Ale nie będę brał 50-50, więc...
No nie.
How's your Polish?
Ale jeszcze nie.
Ile tam jest 285?
Let me listen in, I'm fluent.
No nie, no przecież tam...
No nie, no ale to by powiedział, że matematyka...
Nie, no gdyby to było, wiesz, coś rozsądniejszego, może i bym wziął, ale...
He said Jamie Walden is a stupid little posh boy. Can you believe that?
Who said that?
There, Brzezinski. Can you believe that?
I've got nothing to say to that.
Let's see, I'll stash back towards the table. Let's listen in maybe.
Did he satellite in, Ostav?
Okay guys, I'm going to count down from over here, just behind the trophy, from 5. And then as I get down to 0 and I cue you, you just get up, walk to the middle and shake hands. Is that okay? And then sit back down. And
We're getting a little glimpse behind the curtain here, Jamie.
Let me move it, otherwise I will trip.
So the deal has been agreed. I would assume if they're going to stand up and shake hands, or maybe it's just a pre-heads up.
No deal has been agreed, I don't believe. Jamie, they can shake hands as a matter of sportsmanship. They're about to begin a heads-up match to discern an EPT main event title winner. They're going to have a ceremonial handshake. It does not indicate any deal, any legally binding deal. I believe no deal has been made, actually. That's in Jamie's mind, the only reason you'd shake hands. Here we go. Here's the handshake. Good luck, they say. They're playing for it all, I think, mate. Playing for it all, I think.
Good luck, good deal.
He did not say, I must stress. He said, good luck. And they both said, I'm very glad we've not made a deal and we'll be playing heads up with no deal in place. They both said
For
that.
a ludicrous amount of money.
For a ludicrous amount of cash. How about this then? Shall we go? What we got? Final table. Heads up. Heads up. EPT main event. There's your title.
Put the top prize in for the win.
What, 700?
746, is it?
I need to copy and paste the euro symbol from somewhere in the chat. Help me, dealer. Look at people posting the euro symbol. Thank you. Except for you, you could have just posted the payout so I could copy that. Lazy.
Apart from Teng, who put the pound symbol in.
Wow.
And then the yen symbol.
First hand, a heads up. Ostash makes the first pair of this battle.
Now I must preface this heads up battle with the fact that I am
Rubbish.
not good at heads up.
It's easy enough, isn't it? It's just everybody's got all of the deck all the time. and it's very player dependent. You're feeling your opponents out.
Yeah.
Value thresholds are going to come down because it's air versus air a lot. So third pair can be really strong. Fourth pair can be really strong.
Yeah.
Ostash can value bet here with a 10, that sort of thing.
My heads-up match in the bracelet went on for 2.5 hours.
Stop going on
with
about
an
it.
average stack of like 12 big blinds. It was brutal.
What was the outcome?
Can't remember. I'll show you what the outcome was, Ben.
Oh my goodness me.
One of these.
There it is. A bracelet from a rival poker tour. Nice one.
Bracelet for a guy who has no idea how to play heads up.
It just goes to show anybody can win these heads up matches. You could put one of the biggest fools on planet Earth in this heads up situation, and just occasionally he's going to come home with the goods. On our screens, we've got no fools, we've got no slouches, we've got Brzezinski, we've got Ostash, two of the best heads up for I think 740,000 euro, but nobody's helping me with the pairs in the chat. So I will just speculate. I think it's 740. Is that right? Ace 7 versus Ace 10.
760,000.
760. Got it wrong. It's even more. It's another 20 grand.
Imagine saying no to a deal. I can't.
Yeah, no, like I said, I would be a little bit, it's a lot of money to play heads up for, but these guys are going for it. Both of them feel like they want to continue. So Brzezinski comes in as your chip leader. Chip stacks always on the left-hand side of your screen, troops, underneath the player profiles. Ace 7 versus Ace 10, both players with Ace High, 2 overs, and a wheel draw. Turn is a queen. It's Ostash with the betting lead, but a little bit thin to bet for value, I'd imagine. Probably just pretty happy with an ace high, probably mixing in some checks. Both players just down to the river they go. Zeben for Brzezinski. Good catch.
He's hot. He's hot.
And I think, given the check on the turn, Brzezinski will be very, very satisfied that his hand is best. This is a pretty clean value bet situation. And I think he can even go for some bigger sizings if he would like to. He goes 5.25. And given the width of the stacks, I think Ostash's hand is not an auto fold. You'll see a lot of bluffing coming in around the 3x part of the deck, the 6x part of the deck. With that gut shot, Brzezinski will continue on the flop with a hand like 10-3, Jack-3, 8-3, and then hands like 8-6 and 10-6. So, yeah, Ostash looks it up. This is the first showdown we're going to see, and it's just a nice get there for Brzezinski. A good extraction of value. I think a pretty understandable call from the Ace-10 high. But as Jamie said, momentum very much with Brzezinski at this point of the tournament.
He's played very well, Brzezinski, this final table, but make no mistake, he has been fortunate.
And it's quite a big shift now, Jamie. Nearly 18 plays just about better than 9, but it's nearly a 2-to-1 advantage.
A lot of play in this still, though.
Yeah, a lot of room to maneuver. We're going to see a lot of post-flop situations.
Is it still 30 high level?
Yeah.
Blinds are actually up now, up to 125.
The blind, yeah, we've been at 125 for a little while.
Have we? Oh, well, they're definitely not doing it every 30 hands then, if we've been at it for a while.
I think we're closing in on 30 for 51.25.
No, we're on hand. That was hand 61, so it would have been.
Yeah, but we started. That's of the day. We started an odd number. Like we're not. I know what you think. Like.
Oh right. Okay.
So we've got a little bit left. And I think you're right in that obviously Brzezinski has played some sharp stuff, Jamie. But you're gonna get dealt a distribution, be it good or bad, and he's played his distribution well.
Yep.
But he's obviously been dealt a very, top end distribution, should we say?
Yeah, it's only 61 hands.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of these final tables, yes, they're going to be decided by certain decision points and making as good a decision as you can, but over 61 hands, anything is possible.
Yep.
If enough of the deck hits you in the face, you're going to naturally move towards the final stages.
Yep. He's had kings against the ace queen of Adele. He's had tens against the king five. He's had the housing up on the river against
the flop flush. Yeah, and I mean, not only is he winning that pot, but if the river bricks out, he had a hand that would be quite willing to call a significant bet. So that is a shift that I think he ended up dragging in like 3 million chips, 3.5 million, maybe 4 million chips. Whereas if the river bricks out, Ostash bets 3 mil, he calls. It's a completely different final table. And that is quite literally the turn of a river card.
Mm-hmm.
Anything but a 7, jack, or a 10. And he was in bad shape. So jack 3 versus 7-4. Ostash picks up bottom pair from the button. Brzezinski flopping top pair.
My dog is doing a lot of barking, which I'm assuming means that my child has returned home.
Is that the end of you?
We'll see. She might come on the screen for a bit.
Does she know that you're broadcasting, or have you not told her? Is she going to come in a bit? What's going on in here?
No, she got very confused the other day when I did it on Friday.
She thought you'd started streaming again.
No, she doesn't quite have that level of context. But I was in the room and I showed her me on TV, and she was quite confused how I could be in two places at once. It was very sweet.
TV is quite a grandiose term for what we're doing here, isn't it?
Well, I say TV because I put it on.
Oh, and then
TV.
And then he put like a little ITV watermark in the top left-hand corner, and he was like, "Wow, ITV1, that's pretty big time."
I just cut it into the news.
Yeah. Brzezinski still with the best of it. He's checking over to Ostash. And Ostash, again, he's going to want to fire a lot of barrels here. Probably, a spade in his hand. I think the 4, quite happy to show down. Probably not looking to necessarily bet something like this. There's a little subtle tap of the chips.
Listen, guys, you can call me posh, but you can't call me a Tory. I've never voted Tory in my life.
No politics in the chat.
That is where I draw the line.
No politics in the chat. Brzezinski probably good enough for a value bet here. His hand, jack 3, just trying to extract from a 4, or 5, or 9. Just put it into the check. I think this one's going to be checked and checked. Brzezinski tables the winner. And he's up towards 19 against 8. So I believe there is going to be a break time. There is going to be a break time coming up in 10 minutes. I don't know how long these guys are going to take for a break. Sela Hestra, thank you very much for the subscription.
Sorry, I had a small visitor there.
Indeed. How about this? Ostash visited by the Trips Fairy, who has blessed him with 3 of a kind, defending in the big blind. Or rather, another limped pot. Check, check. And Brzezinski flops a deuce. Definitely a hand he's going to bet, get some value with, have a little lead. But Ostash certainly heads up, very nutted hand. And actually, in these heads up spots, we speak about it being air versus air quite a lot. You are just going to want to play quite a heavy raise, I'd imagine. Just build a range around a 5 and just play a fair amount of, very easy bluffs. You've got the whole deck to bluff from.
Probably even raise a lot of 2x here as well, obviously.
I would agree, yeah. I think a lot of 2s going to want to raise, even if they deny something like 10-8. It's a pretty good win for a deuce. Wow. And I think that actually, Jamie, is probably the most important thing to take away from this, is Ostash is not necessarily only going to have a 5. So when Brzezinski makes this queen on the turn, yes, he's still ahead against the bluffs, but he also starts to beat, as you say, some of that deuce X value portion of Ostash's range.
I mean, Ostash can also have Queen X here. He can be taking a kind of Queen 3 or something and using it as a check raise. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it's not like he's got a 5 or nothing here when he bets again.
Yeah, you might even see some value from, I don't know how often he's checking this, but I think he will sometimes. Something like pocket 6s or 4s.
No queen on the river, Brzezinski. What's going on?
No queen on the river for Brzezinski, and he's actually, at the moment, facing a little bit of a cooler. We'll just see what sort of size Ostash goes for. Maybe some of the time is going to play the larger, like really overbet turn with a view to be an all-in on the river. Didn't go for that. So 3.375 in the middle. It looks to me about like 1.4. Looks like it's around half.
Yeah, those stacks are 2 million, aren't they?
Oh, they are. You're right. They're 20s, aren't they?
No, 2.2.
2.7.
Yeah, 2.7, yeah.
Yeah, so close to the size of the pot. And this is a bit more, I've got a 5 or I've got nothing sort of size. I do think maybe some Queen X, as Jamie said. I think if you get it with a hand like King Queen, you can probably bet this sort of size as well. But it is going to remove any idea that we're value betting something like a deuce.
Does call.
He does call with the Queen. And I think it's a mandatory call with the Queen. I mean, of course, we're talking about where the value comes from Ostash, but he is going to bluff hands like 4-6 and 3-4 and some of these missed straight draws that raise the flop. So Brzezinski, no real choice. When he turns the Queen, he is going to have to pay it off. But all of that momentum that was with Brzezinski coming into this heads up has evaporated.
Back even, are they?
They are very close to back even. Yeah, 14 million for Brzezinski, 12.5 for Ostash. We're much closer to parity now. There's confirmation, 14.375, 12.575. Very, very close to parity now.
Could go on a while, this, couldn't it?
It could go on a while now, because that's 100 big lines-ish apiece.
Was the EPT Barcelona heads up a long one? I can't remember.
I can't remember. I do know that there's been a heads up before where... Which one was the one that went on for like 8-9 hours or something? I know people who boarded transatlantic flights, and by the time they'd landed, they checked in and it was still ongoing. I think that was many years ago, but these things can rage on. I mean, you're playing for a lot of money, and you're playing for quite a lot of poker history as well. Right? Winning an EPT definitely is one of those that it doesn't matter how much you win. It's always, it's a top accolade within our game, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's one of the ones you really want.
Bit like a UK IPT, really.
Yeah.
And obviously that is a semi-retired brand now, I suppose, with the PokerStars Open, so won't be many more of those even possible to be won. So if you have got a UK IPT title, you're really in sort of rare company.
A shard is a shard, though.
A shard is a shard is a shard is a shard.
They can never take that away from you, mate.
Got a Norm Macdonald joke that I won't get into.
Can we see it close up, please? Can we see?
Go on then.
What these players are playing for? I want to see the shininess.
It's very heavy.
Check.
Now, what I will say is I will just offer a correction to Mr. Jamie Walden. And it's quite a sad one for me to have to point out,
right,
as Ostash makes a pair of 9s. We said a shard is a shard, but not technically true, I'm afraid.
Oh, have you got a silver shard? Is that
This is a silver shard for the regional tour.
Regional.
Because it was a UK and Ireland poker tour, regional tour. But the ones at the European poker tour are gold. So we've still got a little bit of a way to go. 3 of a kind for Ostash. But it's a weighty old thing.
It's lovely.
This has gone check to the check to the check to the check. Ostash.
Is there a bronze one? Or is it just a silver and a gold?
Just a silver and a gold, I think. Just a silver and a gold. 425k is the bet from Ostash. This is the thing about heads up, right? How often is Ostash just firing the river here with a jack? Oh no, jacks are straight. Okay, think somewhere else. 8-4, 8-5, 8-6, 8-3. Not enough.
Can we do a hit or shit on your UK IPT trophy?
Are you joking?
How much break? Thank you.
Okay, folks. Well, we're going on a 20-minute break. Jamie, is that the end of your participation?
Yeah, that's a good time for me to depart.
Okay, we're going on a 20-minute break. We've already run a hit or shit on Jamie, and the decision was hit. So we won't do that again. Jamie, you, as a very valued guest, we thank you very much for being a part of it. We'll come back in 15 minutes for the heads up 100 blinds deep, but you do get to choose, I suppose, a hit or shit. What would you like to do a hit or shit on as we end of the break here?
It's a really good question. What about Bernard?
Bernard the dog! Bernard the dog. All right, welcome back to another exciting edition of Hit or Shit, where you, the studio audience at home, must decide, is it a hit or is it shit? We will give you 60 seconds. There's no confusion here. All you got to do is type hit or type shit into your chat. Once I've started, we are voting on Bernard the dog. Is Bernard a hit or is he shit? How dare you? Now, Bowie yesterday was the biggest score we've ever had on hit or shit, and Bowie signed off. I think he hit 150, 160 hit votes. And I'll tell you something, Bernard. I hope you're watching. Look, he's actually looking up at the scores right now.
He's watching the votes.
I will say, for the 51 people who have voted that Bernard the dog is shit, hang your heads in shame. I don't know where you get off upsetting the poor dog. I'll tell you what, shit is climbing quite aggressively. We've got a lot of dog haters in. It's a disgrace is what it is. It's a disgrace. Is Bernard a hit or a shit? I think we already know. We got 15 seconds.
300 mark. This is
I will say that this is the largest amount of hits we've ever had. But conversely, I mean, Bernard, a controversial figure, he's also racked up the largest amount of shits we've ever seen on an episode of Hit or Shit. Over the 400 mark, though, it's confirmed. Bernard the dog is an overwhelming hit. Jamie, thanks very much. Bernard, thank you very much.
Mate. It's been good fun. Thanks, chat.
Thank you very much. We'll see you on the flip side, Jamie.
See you very soon. Good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thank you. Bernard the dog. 100 and something shits. Unbelievable, really. Should we play some spins? Shall we play some spins? Where's my music? Hit my music. And then we'll jump into some $100, shall we? Are you guys all registered up in the cent roll? Don't forget we're giving $1,000 in tickets added into that cent roll. 1 penny to play. EPT Malta 2025 is the password. We'll be back with a heads up in just a few moments' time. But for now, let's try and undo. What are we at today? Minus $300. 225 in the center roll. We've got an hour to play. Half an hour late, Rich, on that one. There's a Sunday Million today. Do you know what I'll miss, chat? Do you know what I'm going to miss? This is the best bit. Do you know what I'm going to miss? I'm going to miss streaming on no delay. Being able to do things like hit or shit. Being able to talk to you guys in real time. So it's so much better being able to stream that way, isn't it? And just talk to you. And do segments like that and get instant feedback and actually communicate with each other. But what a few days we've had. What a few days we've had. We started day 2. Fint in hand. Day 3, Tom Axel Bedell came into vision. Started winning every part. 4s and 5s yesterday. Moving towards the final table. Day 6 today, back for the 5-handed. It's been a hell of a ride. And now Ostash heads up against Brzezinski. It's been a hell of a ride. Skyline said you can also stream poker without delay, play fewer tables. People just like to see the cards when we're playing poker though, right? People just like to be cards up. Ethan Klein just said on YouTube, how come we can't see the cards? Because there's no delay. You can see them now because I'm going to check back. I called a chat raise here, called turn, things good. Give me that. Give me that with ace high. Come in here, chat raising me, huh? Here are our stats, by the way, for the EPT spin and goes so far. We've played 20 of them. 19 have been at $100 level. We've got a $303 profit because I won a $3 one as well. We're currently on a three losing streak. You see our streak counter on the left-hand side. It is in -3 territory, so we need to turn it around here. We're playing for $300 or bust. The boy says, can't see a card, Spraggy. That is the point, yep. That's why I put these big lummoxed things on top of them. It's a feature, not a bug. Harry says, cards are hidden. Deep breaths. No bueno. We've also got badges to collect for the spin and goes. Ace Jack versus 9-6 here. No heads up just yet. I don't know what the badges are. The badges will remain a secret until we win them, is what I was told. Ace 4 versus Ace 9. Heart takes us the heads up. There it is. A deuce and a high card. Can't beat that. Can't beat that. We will be back with a heads up between Mikhailo Ostash and Thomas Brzezinski after the break. That's right. Yeah. 11 minutes till we resume play. I think I've got a call. I got 5. I think I got a call, right? You hate to see it. $300 or bust, and it ain't looking good. You really do hate to see it. Love to see this, though. We dominate. Ace 10 against 10. No! Help me! That's help. Queens 10s and an ace kicker. Get counterfeit. In $300 or bust, it could still be $300. Luck has arrived. Might be watching. I don't want to give too much away. We got a chip lead. We've got a chip lead. Come to me. Come to me, 300 bucks. Okay, 7-3 offsuit. I will fold. I will fold 7-3 offsuit. All right, 3 deuce, I fold 2. Feels like. You guys want to take a guess at what the badges are? What do we think the badges are, says Ruth. The bottom one was win 3 in a row. The turkey. All right, I toss it. King high, I toss it. So there's a trophy there, which means that's some sort of win, isn't it? There's rain clouds, which is what? Lose 3 in a row is showers. What's that? A truck? There's a dollar coin. There's like a flame. Okay, we've got a pair. We're going with a pair. It's a flip. Hold it. Hold it. Go on. It ain't over the line yet. It's a big one. It is a big one. We're not going to see a fold. Ace-4 to hold against 10-3. Oh. $300, folks. 300 on the break. You love to see it. You love to see it. How does that affect our daily totals? 6 played, 600 in, 500 out, down 100. Then we must try again. We will try again. This is the best bit. $1 million maybe? Surely. 200. Okay, but if we win this, we're up for the day. Lock in. Lock in. If we win, we break even. You're right, actually, aren't we? We're down 100. We win 100. You're right. I've done the maths. Eagle Hunter, thank you for the 15 months, mate. Welcome in. If you're just joining us, we will be back with the EPT. Heads up. We're heads up in the main event. We'll be back there in moments' time. We are just moments away. From rejoining the action. Playing down to a winner. I went for the river trap, didn't I, with the 2 pair? I went for the trap. No takers. What did he have? 7-8. Bluffing on the flop, turned to 7 the same way I did. Canic, thanks for the 56 months, mate. Some flop for Queen 10, isn't it? Some flop for Queen 10. We are live. That's right. We're live. Spin up with the aces. What a time to get aces. What a time to get aces. Pretty good time to get queens as well. All right, hold. Ace deuce is the side pot. Nice. Ship it. We're heads up. $200 or bust. 200 or bust, folks. Winnerish. No! Not a walk with tens. Not a walk with tens. All right, 7-3 off. I fold. I fold. I fold. I fold. King 6, we run it. Do it. Do it. Yeah. Good hand, the ace 3. Quick. Smaller blind. All right, we got it. The FT is not over. We are just on a break. We're coming back in about 7 minutes, folks. About 7 minutes at a straight here with a queen 10. Blinds are now 30-60. I'm all in. Can I get a hold? Ace Jack. No. No, come on. Hold. Go on the $200. Go on then. All right. That takes us, I believe, back into profit for the day on our spins. Refresh the hub. Wait, that... Hey. There we go. It's just doing its maths. In for 700, out for 700. And let's take you back to the main feed. I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee because heads up action is about to resume.
Am I allowed to ask for a count? Even if it's cover spin?
Asks for a count, which I guess buys him more time without having to play a time bank card, but really?
Well, in fairness, he did say, am I allowed to? You know, it wasn't like he was, it's just like with trying to understand within the rules. This is a very important spot for Kaufman and you know, wants to utilize within the rules.
Yeah.
But I, you know, it's a little. I agree with you, James. But you know, it's like it was polite.
I don't know how exact he wants to be.
Is Kaufman out of time banks? Is that why he needs to do this?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Or he might have a limited number left. Either way, it is a huge decision, right? You make the correct call here,
I guess,
and you have pretty much evened things up.
I guess it's just something a little comical about counting 40 million.
It's fine. Thank you. I call.
Makes the call, and this could be it. The chips go in, and Barney Boatman is near enough a 9-1 favorite. David Kaufman needs an ace or a 9 on the river, or this is over.
Yeah, certainly Kaufman also considering maybe
Ace
hands
9.
like King 10, King Queen. That would shove the turn here.
This is only the second hand of heads-up play.
My gosh.
And it could be the last hand of the tournament.
And that is a confident smile of a man that I think believes it is his time. Is it Barney Boatman's time?
An ace or a 9 required for Kaufman to continue. The river is a queen!
Thank you. Very well played.
The oldest EPT champion ever, the 68-year-old UK poker legend, takes down EPT Paris 2024.
Just an incredible story, and you can see welling up a little bit with pride, people on the rail who love him, and it's just a beautiful thing to see.
And we're back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh? Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
Welcome back to Malta. We just saw Barney Boatman shipping his EPT title. We are about to see another champion crowned. We are heads up for the EPT main event title. And these are your competitors. Tomasz Brzezinski, 14 million. Mikhailo Ostash, 12.9 million. 100 big blinds deep. An epic battle about to ensue, one feels. Today we lost Tom Axel Bedell for €200,000, Alexei Boyka for 260. Adria Kalonge, our latest to fall. And that leaves just two. And here's what we're playing for. The first place finisher, €760,000. The runner-up, 474,000. Ostash winning the hand just before the break, back on the charge. It's all to play for, 100 big blinds deep. It's a very deep stack, no limit hold'em in a tournament context. About to resume. But before it does, won't be a moment. What did I miss?
7-7. 50-50, yeah? And maybe deal 600 and play.
Let's see on the laptop.
Just the first thing is that if you do a deal, that any leaderboard points will be for only second place. If you're interested in the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's okay.
No.
I mean,
in case you're interested in the leaderboard. Okay. Secondly, I would just, if the deal could be just done here at this table rather than you going away, as you can have one person and you can have one person here, so we're all good with that, all right? So I have your chip counts. You should have 12,950,000, should be correct, and you have 14 million. Okay? All right, so we're going to ask you to play for 10% of remaining. Okay? What does that mean? That means that you've already both won second place. That means you've already both won second place. So we take the total prize pool, we take second place off twice, and it's 10% of that number.
One more? 10% of what?
Basically 10% of the remaining prize pool. So it's like we take the second place off twice from the total prize pool because they've already won second, and then it's 10% of remaining. So this is what that number is. This is how much remaining prize pool after second place, and this is what's remaining, 10% of remaining. Can I see? Yeah. So we're basically going to ask you to play for this amount. Now you can play for more. Yeah, it's fine. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you. Okay. So this is, right now it's that's kind of the minimum we ask you to play for. But you can play for more if you want. If they say make that 50 and then they can
Мінімум ви можете грати 28, але якщо ти хочеш за більше грати, ти можеш це сказати. Мінімальна сума, за яку ви боретеся, 28 тисяч.
Okay, нормально. Do you want to just come here and I'll show you the numbers? So that's basically your chip counts. Okay, and here you're going to have, so Mikhailo, this would be based on the chip counts. It would be this much. Thomas would be this much, and then you would be playing for. Then you would be playing for this. That's an exact.
Yes, but we agreed on a 50-50. Yeah, they agreed on 50-50, so you need to deal with.
Sure. So you want to do 50. So we'll take this off and make 50-50.
Yeah.
No, I mean because there is a difference. So
Yeah, so this amount 50-50.
You play for this and 50-50. That's the same thing.
They play for 28 and 50-50.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's fine.
You okay with that? You're okay with that?
That's what we agreed on.
All right. So I'm just gonna write that up and confirm to you what it is in a minute. So it won't be long. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Дякую.
Well, there is a handshake. There is a handshake deal being made. There is a deal being made. So what Toby's saying there, they do have to leave some money on the table. They have to leave something up top to be played for. I believe it was about 28,000 euro. 10% of the remaining prize pool. But here's confirmation. So they're playing for 28,000 euro. That is 10% of the prize pool remaining. What they've done is chopped it right down the middle. Now, obviously, this is a deal that benefits Mikhailo Ostash just ever so slightly. Because he had slightly fewer chips. Brzezinski still held the chip lead, still does hold the chip lead. Of course, we are going to play out. We still need to crown a champion. We're still playing for 28k, so a lot of the money being taken off the table. Congratulations to both players taking home 603,000 euro. But it does mean that we are playing for the trophy, playing to be remembered as the EPT Malta Main Event Champion 2025, which is not insignificant, but yeah, I think pretty good deal for both players. Just
I don't understand, sorry.
You go to club, disco?
Maybe.
Obviously, they were previously playing a very, very big heads-up match. And no one really wants to play heads-up for 280k. Rawlsey says, couldn't they do an ICM chop? I mean, they could do a chip chop. Yeah, they could do a chop based on stacks, but I don't think... It sounds to me as if Ostash didn't really want to go for that, but said, I will chop if you're willing to do it 50-50. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense, right? Because Brzezinski had more chips, so he, in theory, you know, his stack is worth more money. So the fact that we bring it to half each, perhaps Brzezinski just happy to not have to play for it, and Ostash gets a little bit more than his stack is worth. It is very normal to do this when you get down to these stages of the tournament. I mean, obviously these guys have paid 5k to buy in. Some of them have been, you know, we don't know what sort of the situation is in terms of satellites and qualifiers. I don't think either of these guys qualified, but it's a lot to ask people who are buying into a 5k to play heads up for, you know, 280,000 euro. It's life-changing money. So you do see this get smoothed out quite regularly, yes.
So it's 603,058 each, and you play for 28,534.
Yep.
Just a round in there.
Good.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Let's carry on then when you're ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically.
Yeah, and it's pretty huge for these guys, right? If you bust now, of course you've made a very good payday, but
Thank you.
just being able to lock up an additional 120k or whatever it is, it's an absurd amount of money if you just both agree, especially when the stacks are so close. So deal agreed, but all to play for. EPT history to play for, and of course 28,000 euro. I mean, how often do you get to play heads up for 28,000 euro? It's still a lot of money to be decided. I do think that you will now see, of course, a match that is a little less constrained. It's easy to play with a lot more freedom once you've just locked up 600k. I think both of these players will still be very, very keen, of course, to win the 28k, but also to take home the title, take home the championship. Would I chop in a situation like this? Yes, I think so. I think that there's, you know, I did a deal in Barcelona last EPT. I final tabled. I got to heads up in the 1K Barcelona, and I did a deal there where I smoothed it out, just because I felt like my opponent wanted to do it, and I didn't really care too much about it. It was like a 10 or a 12k heads up, so it wasn't massive, but we smoothed it out a little bit. It might have been a bit bigger than that. I took home 44k euro or something. But when it's this amount of money, I think I'd be quite content to look at some numbers, yeah. You don't get to this spot very often, and it's just a lot to play heads up for such an amount. It's just such high variance. And I know, look, I would rather sit here and there's no deal and we're going full blood and guts into, you know, a savage heads up where someone's going to walk away with an extra 280k, but it's not about us, right? We have to respect the fact that these guys, it's their money, it's what they're playing for. And congrats to them both, taking home 600k plus from the EPT main event. It's pretty nice payday, isn't it? I wouldn't say no. And what I do like about the EPTs is this is probably more common than you think. In tournaments, a lot of chopping going on, but here at the EPT, they're just always on the table, one person each. Toby Stone's going to do it all, sort it all out. There's no shenanigans. There's no lack of transparency. A deal isn't going to be made off the table or amongst other players, and then, you know, if a deal's been made, it's going to be fair, it's going to be equitable, it's going to be transparent, it's going to be controlled by the EPTs. Because what you can end up happening is, let's say these guys take if the tour doesn't facilitate a deal, obviously that means that the players have to do like an off-table deal themselves, and then the tour will pay out the money, and then they have to sort it amongst themselves. You know, it's all a lot more complicated. So here on the EPT, full transparency, and a deal has been met. But the show goes on. 50k, 125k. Be interesting to see this heads up now. Queen 6 from Mustache. I do think, like I said, it's quite freeing in a sense. And depending on the length of this match, troops, it is Sunday. It is the start of EPT season on PokerStars. And what we might do is go straight from the EPT main event into an online session for EPT season right here live on the channel. We might have 5 hours or more. I mean, this could go on for another 5 hours yet. We don't know. But we might go from live poker straight into some online poker. We shall see. See how my voice is holding up in my... Been a long week. I've commentated every single hand of the broadcast, right? I went on a muffin run. I think I missed one. But I've commentated day 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way through. No breaks, no swap outs. So Brzezinski with a raise now. Queen 4, 2 pairs. Mustache with a call. Just talking about these wide ranges. Heads up, you can't be folding. You can't be folding your second pair to a check raise. Full house on the turn for Brzezinski. And what's interesting about this card is it is going to remove some of the value that Brzezinski can have. Some of the check raises are going to be a long 2 pair. Queen 4, Ace 4. So the 4 just taking some of the value out. Also taking out, if from time to time, you might even see a hand like King Queen go for some thin value on the flop. I don't think that's really that outrageous. So this is actually a counterfeiting of the kicker as well. Very, very occasionally. But mostly, Mustache just sticking around against diamond draws, backdoor spade draws. You know, something maybe like King of Diamonds with a 3 in it. That has that backdoor wheel, has that King of Diamonds. Maybe some of these sorts of bluffs. And Brzezinski with a full house is just in pure value mode. 5 million already in the middle. And he's just thinking about maximizing versus an ace. You know, if his opponent has an ace, a lot of the time it's chopping aces, 4s, and a queen. So we'll just see how greedy he would like to be with his sizing.
4.
Yeah, he's going 4 million. And Ostash still just beating all of these bluffs. Flush draw bricked out. Straight draws bricked out. You know, Jack 10s and the King 10s and the King Jacks don't make Broadway. A large part of Ostash's decision here is how much of the time does Ostash how much of the time does he have an ace? So you want to think about how you're going to defend your range, and it's pretty easy here to just have an ace and call with an ace. If he extends into defending his queens as well, it does mean that he thinks Brzezinski is bluffing at quite a significant ratio. Because let's not forget, Ostash can also arrive at this spot with a 4. So he can make trips, he can have an ace. So if he's calling every time he has a queen, he might just be doing it because he thinks Brzezinski is really at it, really trying to pull the wool over his eyes. But obviously it's a very significant swing here already, 9 million in the middle. And what's working for Ostash's hand, yeah, he does make the call. Gonna get shown some bad news. It's a full house. And Brzezinski now moves towards 20 million, obviously taking a very, very significant chip lead in this heads up. John Billcliffe says, what did I miss? What sort of reference point are we looking to work with here, John? In the context of this tournament over the last 10 minutes, you've missed a deal being made heads up. Both players taking home just over 600,000 euro each. We're playing for 28,000 euro heads up. And Brzezinski just took a big chip lead.
Sorry.
And Tomasz Brzezinski, the Polish player who made the last EPT table in Barcelona, he finished 4th place. And an EPT final table, the sort of thing that you make, and then you bust in 4th and you think, that was it. That was my once-in-a-lifetime chance to close out an EPT. And at the very next stop, at the very next roll of the dice, Tomasz Brzezinski finds himself within touching distance of capturing a title that he thought had slidden away from him. He now has a chip lead of 20 million against Mikhailo Ostash's 6 million. As he min raises the button, we are now playing... No, excuse me, we're still playing 50k 125. So he goes for 300k pre-flop. A little bit juicier than the min. And C-bets ace-5 deuce. In the bin. A little bit tight, maybe folding this bottom pair. You do have to get very sticky with pairs and heads up. I'm a little bit surprised to see Ostash just releasing with the deuce there.
Okay.
Button now is Ostash's. For those unfamiliar, the way heads up situation works is the button is the small blind. So the button 50k, big blind 125k, and then action starts at the button. And of course the button heads up, very, very valuable. You're going to act after your opponent, so you get the additional bit of information on every street. You get to decide, crucially, a big part of being in position is being able to check back and show down hands. Whereas when you're out of position, you don't have that luxury. If you check, your opponent can decide whether more chips go in the middle or not. Ostash has decided he wants more chips in the middle with queen 6. Brzezinski 10-4. Now you might look at this and think you've got 10 high. What's he doing? But heads up, we just spoke about how stubborn we might need to be. And this is a nice find from Brzezinski. 10 of hearts. Got 1 over to the board. Got the 4, which works backdoor straight draw both ways. But just an example here of nothing versus nothing. And sometimes he who aggresses first wins the pot. David in the chat asks, why are they putting their sweaters in front of their mouth? It's just try to hide some tells. Maybe try to hide some of the emotion. Try to hide some pulses in the neck. Sometimes you'll see players cover up a little. I know when I play, I'm very expressive. I'm like, yeah. Because I'm a streamer, I'm always talking about my hands. So when I get dealt aces heads up, I'm like, yeah. So I always have to try and hide it. Ace king of clubs for Brzezinski. Very powerful holding anywhere. Certainly very powerful heads up. Ostash defends and flops. Nothing. And again, we just saw Brzezinski employ a hand like 10-4 offsuit with the heart to go to work for him. Crucially, Ostash here looking at the board. He's going to have all the hearts, all the spades, and all the clubs. So when he has the diamonds, he's not going to fight back. Very important to be able to make backdoor equities, bluff with a hand that can eventually get there by the river. So you'll see a preference for on-board suits in terms of check raises, backdoor straight draws in terms of check raises, this sort of thing. Overcards to the board in terms of check raises. And that's just the way it's going to be. King 6 for the raise. Can you play in a balaclava? I think you have to, you're not allowed to cover your face up to the point where you're unrecognizable. So you can't conceal your identity, basically, so that other players have to know who you are. So no, I don't think there would be a balaclava. So top pair for Ostash. She's the pre-flop aggressor here. Or excuse me, he's playing a limp strategy on the button, so he's going to limp and stab and win. And the limp strategy is just going to allow him to try and see more flops. Obviously, he's the shortest stack with 44 big blinds. So if he's playing a raise strategy, it opens the option for his opponent to 3-bet him. And it's going to mean that he has to commit more chips into the pot if he wants to see a flop, which, you know, when you're the short stack trying to get involved and trying to run up your chips, you want to be able to play more pots, see more flops, make more connections. So he's employing the limp strategy there. Actually, a large part of heads up now is to deny that with very big raise sizes from the big blind. So you sort of nullify the limping strategy when you look at a lot of heads up solves by machines. You'll see a lot of strategies that are like limp, and then the big blind should be raising to like 6 or 7 big blinds. And that's just to nullify the fact that your opponent's trying to play a wide range and get in for cheap. That hasn't really made its way into the meta yet. You don't really see that employed very often by humans, and in practice, a lot of these heads up, we're still seeing limp and maybe smaller ISOs than some of these newer solves might indicate are good. Ostash does raise here pre-flop. He's got about 3.5 times the size of the blind versus the limp with ace-5. And this is largely one of the problems with some of these smaller ISO sizes, is you are giving your opponents still a very good price. And, you know, a lot of the hands that you tried to deny with you're then going to have to play out of position. So there is a preference maybe to go like 5 or 6 blinds, get a decent amount of folds, be polar with the sort of hands that you use. That's to say, have really good hands, really bad hands. Because, you know, this situation, Ostash finds himself with a little bit of difficulty. Yes, he's got the best hand, but as always in No Limit Hold'em, it's about being able to show down that best hand. And on so many boards, when you're out of position, it's tough to do. You put yourself into bluff catching situations like this one, where you might fancy that a side could still win a lot. But okay, we get to call the turn and we think we still have the best hand, but on which run out are we going to be able to show down our hand? How often is our opponent, how often is Brzezinski going to give up with Queen 8? And if he doesn't give up, how comfortable are we calling turn and river where he could just have a king? He could just have a straight. He could just make a flush. So out of position, very difficult to navigate, which is why you see these big raises coming in pre-flop to sort of limit the amount of times you have to play out of position with these marginal hands. Because Ostash potentially here going to face a bluff. I think he will face a bluff. I think Brzezinski's got a nice hand to bluff with. Blocking Queen Jack, blocking the spades. Can adequately represent even a trapping 9 on the flop. He can represent a king. He can represent spades. He can represent a straight. And Ostash, just a really unappealing situation for him now. As unappealing as it might be, we have to tip our hat here to Mikhailo Ostash. And as I said, it might be uncomfortable, but sometimes he's going to feel like he has to strap in and lock in for the, you know, once he invites it, to strap in for the hero call. Really nice pick off there from Mikhailo Ostash. And I think that just shows he's not going to try and make life easy for himself. He's not just going to take a line because it simplifies the game. He's happy to put himself in tough situations and then deal with them. He put himself into a tough situation here, check calling turn and then check calling river. But he's not shying away from it. It works out for him. A nice bluff from Tomasz Brzezinski as well. Let's not forget that. Just because the bluff gets called, it doesn't mean it's bad. I think he had a nice hand to bluff with, a mandatory hand to bluff with. I think he made a nice sizing that keeps his value range nice and wide. But yeah, nice bluff, nice call, good poker. And back to it, straight back at it. Ostash playing that limp strategy again. Brzezinski with a check. A pair I'd believe to be strong enough that Ostash immediately goes into value bet mode. Battle Knight says, Spraggy, I learned the other day, that announcing for a poker game, another question mark here, we don't know why, is not as hard as I thought, and it's quite interesting. What do you mean being a commentator? It's not as hard as you thought? Did you commentate on some poker or? Tough for me to get to grips with that one with the lack of questions, but double question mark. Huge flop for Brzezinski. Straight flush draw. Open-ended straight flush draw at that. We may never know. A bet wins.
Already or?
So it looks like, I would imagine now, because the money, the bulk of the money's been taken off the table. I'd imagine we do go to 18 hands per level. 75k, 150k. Brzezinski, 19.4 million is about 129 blinds. So still plenty of room there. Ostash with 47 blinds, 7 million. Battle Knight says, yeah, commentator, I was a chatter on a poker stream. The dude announcing took a break and said, Battle Knight, why don't you take over while I'm gone? So I tried it. It was fun. Glad you enjoyed it, mate. I've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying bringing you all of this action from the European Poker Tour. And then we see Brzezinski just coming in with a raise as well. And what's he going to? 550. About 3.5x as well. 3.7, 3.8, something like that. Interesting. Gets the job done. No defense from 6-7. Chip counts. Remember when we drafted at the start of the day, folks? If you were here at the start of the day, chat got to choose players, I got to choose players. And the outcome of that draft was that on Team Spraggy, Kalonge and Ostash. And on Team Chat, Boyka, Bedell and Brzezinski, which means that our draft has left us with one player each. You guys have got Brzezinski and I've got Ostash. And if your guy wins, I'll gift a bunch of subs in the chat. How about that? And some YouTube memberships. It's looking pretty good for you right now, isn't it? Got a big chip lead, chat. It's looking pretty good for you right now. Sammy Saw says, don't they usually have a stand/rail around the back of these players at the big events with all the fans cheering? They do, sometimes. Barcelona we do, because the size of the stage is adequate. But when the size of the room dictates that we have to have a slightly smaller set, the rail is actually going to be at the front. That is the case here. It is the case in Prague. But yeah, in Barcelona, you get a rail around it. Monte Carlo, you get a rail around it. Actually, Monte Carlo, we don't have a rail around it because we're up on a stage. It's kind of a theatre type setup. Ostash. 3 clubs, ace-10 high, bets 150k. A pair for Brzezinski. I'd imagine he wants to stick around, even without a club, make a pair. Yeah. To the turn, please. Hey, don't forget, the cent roll's about to start. Am I in the cent roll today? Big turn for Ostash. Am I in the cent roll? You can play for just 1 cent. And you got $1,000 in tickets added on PokerStars for just a cent. All you've got to do is go to the tourney tab and find the EPT Spraggy Malta Invitational. It starts in 8 minutes. It's got 308 players in it. You should be playing for $3.08. You're playing for $1,003.08 because PokerStars is adding $1,000 in. So it's a very, very, very high value prize pool for you. As Ostash finds the barrel, 575k on the turn. Brzezinski getting stubborn with a 5. I think it's good. I do think that Ostash is going to find a lot of barrels with the bare king of clubs, bare jack of clubs, bare 10 of clubs, bare 9 of clubs. So this just plays into the stubbornness that we talk about. That is required to stand up against some of these wider barreling ranges. It's just over $1 million at the river, and I do feel like Brzezinski now, you know, is towards the bottom of his range. You do want to make sure that we're folding some rivers. This is probably one of the places that we might consider folding from. We can be slow playing a flush. We can make 2-pair. We can have an ace. We can have a queen with a club perhaps that blocks some of the flushes. But lots to think about. If he really thinks that, you know, if we see a call here, it's because he thinks Ostash is overdoing it with bear king of clubs, bear jack of clubs, bear 10 of clubs, maybe bear 9, bear 8. And I don't think that's out of the question. He also might feel like if Ostash isn't value betting with a queen, yeah, how about this? He's just looking it up. I think this is really about the turn card, that he feels like the ace is going to be over-barreled. That too many players are going to bluff too liberally when the ace hits the turn. They're just going to fire off everything and trying to pressure too many of the pairs. So he keeps him honest, looks it up with the 5, and Ostash rakes in another one, which the rail, there they are. You can't see them, but they are watching on. Just drags another pot. Close the gap a little bit. So the EPT season has started on Stars, right? The prologue has got 1 hour and 6 minutes of late reg on that one. We got the season opener, Stackosaurus and stuff as well. Got 3 hours on that. We got a Sunday Million today at 6 UK time. What's it? 24 past 4. Who am I kidding? I'll be in there, won't I? I'll be in there. Q Equinox, thank you for the 11 months, mate. Welcome back. Check, check on the flop. Check again from Ostash. Does he feel like his hand's good enough to check raise? I would say yes. Does Brzezinski feel like his hand's good enough to value bet here? Absolutely. I think very reasonable to bet a 4. You're going to get called by ace high, queen high. You're going to get some value from flush draws, straight draws, hands of this ilk. And as I said, I do think that Ostash is checking here in order to check raise. No point in just using this as a check call, because you may as well have ace high if you're going to check call it, right? You don't want to use this as a bluff catcher. It's much more than that. It's a hand that can drive value from a worst king. It can drive value from a 4. It can drive value against flush draws. Brzezinski with the 4-5 of spades does have this flush draw working for him. It's behind at the moment. Wow. It's a very, very bad river for Ostash. Lots to consider here. Mostly that he is going to lose to aces and 3s. And Brzezinski may well have some aces in his range that value bet the turn. I don't think it's absurd to value bet ace highs and then not fold them. So this is a really interesting bet from Ostash. It's like, what are we targeting here? How do we monetize a king and a 4? We're trying to target king, queen, king, jack, king 10, right? Because we still beat those with kings and 4s. I just wonder whether it's a little bit too big in that Brzezinski has enough better hands where his kings can fold to this size. I think if we're trying to monetize king 4, we might want to play some smaller bets just to force a call from those king X hands. I think that this bet might isolate us against the aces, against the flushes, against the trips.
All in.
And Brzezinski finds the shove. Yeah, maybe just a little bit too greedy from the king 4. Brzezinski, of course, with a very easy jam to try and win the lot. And that'll shift it back in his favor. I've run out of mini rolls. I've run out of muffins. Dire times. 21 million for Tomasz Brzezinski after that flush at the river. He has run very good today, making key hands at key times against Ostash in particular. You know, made that full house against Ostash's flopped flush when we were, what, four-handed, three-handed, four-handed. Ostash raising with the king-queen suited, defense from 9-6. Pretty nice for Ostash. We're going to play a lot of thinner value bets, right? When we're heads up. King, queen, certainly a hand that can go for multiple streets. Be it flop and turn or be it flop and river. You are gold. Not my words, the words of Spandau Ballet. And there is the gold EPT main shard trophy. Beautiful, isn't it? It's a beautiful thing. That's what we're playing for. We're playing for that and 28,000 euro. Because both of these guys made a deal, 603,000 euro a piece. So they're all winners, really, aren't they? They're all winners.
What time is it? I see you have the watch. Okay, thank you.
The cent roll has started. Can we break our record today for the number of cent roll entries? Oh, and more importantly, I hope you guys have all enjoyed these broadcasts. If you have, let's see if you guys on YouTube can break your record. Your current record for likes per minute. Now, don't start yet. Don't click anything because you need to all do it together in order to break your record. The best you've ever done is 67 likes per minute. I am now going to give you 1 minute to like the stream on YouTube and see if you can break that record. So good luck. Have at it. Go get them. Hit the like button if you've enjoyed the streams, if you've enjoyed the content, if you've enjoyed the channel. Let's see if you can break the record of 67 likes per minute. You've got 1 minute to do it, so you need 67. Smash that thumbs up button. I believe in you. It really helps out the channel if you've enjoyed our coverage over the last 5 days. I don't ask much, but I would love to see some likes. We're all the way up to 8. Which is nearly 0.01% of the people watching. Oh my goodness! 123! You've smashed it out the water, the likes per minute. It's a new world record. 191! Oh my goodness! There's no way you guys can get that channel to 1,000 likes today. There's just no way. Chat, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I don't know what the final number will be. We're about to find out. It's 223 LPM. It's an incredible LPM. It's a new world record. Absolutely shameless from me. Thank you. Absolutely shameless. Brzezinski makes 2 pair. 900k in the middle. I've never seen the like. Brzezinski tries to get paid, can't get paid by the king high. Incredible scenes here as the LPM is smashed at Spraggy TV. That is amazing. Thank you. Thanks. It beats the original record of -1, doesn't it? The first time we did it. Someone just unliked and we moved on. We've come so far. Pocket queens for Brzezinski. Devastated. Devastated. Gary McKeon says part of the LPM record on Spraggy streams, something new for the CV. Keep that in your back pocket for the next job interview. I was actually part of an LPM effort on a digital social platform, and my participation in that actually led to a world record being broken. Something I'm very proud of. And they're going, oh, LPM, a world record. Works part of a team. Positive outlook. Knowledge of digital platforms. This is all good stuff. It's all good stuff.
$550.
Limp on the button. Brzezinski bumps it up again with a king 10 suited. It's a good hand, isn't it? Queen 6, that's a bad hand, isn't it? Folds. Surely nobody's already bust our cent roll, have they? Oh. Dear oh dear. Dear oh dear. Queen Jack off on the button. Brzezinski in the hunt for an EPT main event title. Raises it up. Ostash into the bin. Ostash's stack. Looking a little sadder by comparison. Queen 4 off on the button. Quite interesting, he has played quite a few limps. He did raise with the king queen of spades. Brzezinski's distribution continues to make his life somewhat straightforward. Another raising hand. He can't even get the chips out. He announces raise. Ostash folded before they splash the table.
$350.
Brzezinski bumping it up from the button with 8-2 offsuit. And another fold. 8-3 offsuit seems pretty fair. But I will say, I mean, Ostash just folded a couple big blinds in a row. You do have to be, you know, very defensive. And I think maybe Brzezinski opening the 8 deuce just because maybe feels like Ostash just folding a few too many big blinds. Obviously, we've got the privilege of seeing the whole cards, which have been very bad. But you have to think, if I think probably 3 or 4 big blinds had been folded versus raised first in to that point. Maybe Brzezinski just quite happy to play 100% from the button at this juncture.
$550.
And here we see this again. This ISOing of the really bad hands. I do think Brzezinski could do a little bit more in terms of his sizing. Oh, wow. Queen 9 suited. Really interesting hand to choose to limp shove, actually, because it's very playable in position. It's going to fold out all the stuff that's bad that you dominate, and then it's going to get snapped off by a load of good stuff that dominates it. So really interesting hand selection, the Queen 9 suited. I personally think that is the sort of one that you want to just play in position. Suited hand, Queen 9. You know, polarized ISO potentially from Brzezinski. You do very well against hands like 6-2 offsuit. Do very badly against hands they're going to raise and have the intention of committing the chips. It works on this occasion. But just a very interesting hand to use here from Ostash, who he himself now is going to play the ISO from the big blind. His size is the same, 550. It does result in a fold. New dealer, good luck. And whilst we take a dealer change, here's confirmation of what happened about, what, 20 minutes ago? Half an hour ago? Thomas Brzezinski, Mikhailo Ostash arriving at a deal, 603,000 euros each. They were very close to even stacks at the time of the deal. It was Brzezinski who had a small chip lead. So Ostash, keen negotiator, managed to secure a little bit more than his chips were worth. But can't blame these players for agreeing to play for a little less than 280 bags, which was the difference between 2 and 1. Bengal Burt, thank you for the sub, mate. Appreciate your guys' subscriptions to the Twitch channel. Gracias. And you might have one more opportunity today to break your likes per minute on YouTube. We might give you another chance. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible. Surely it's not. Kek de Bamos, thank you for the 9-month sub as well. How's that fool the comps you're getting on recently? Any good? Eric says, how is 28k 10% of 1.2 mil? Scratch his head. It's 10% of the remaining prize pool. So, as Toby said, they both already locked up second place money. So there was 280k for the winner. So we have to keep 10% of that. Bellends 1234. Thank you for your subscription. We are the Rogue Broadcast. We're allowed to say Bellends 1234 is subscribed. Thank you for the 16 months, mate. Welcome in. An 8, a deuce, and a deuce.
Right.
Interesting raise from Ostash. What did we say earlier? What do you want? You want backdoor flush draws? You want backdoor straight draws? You want over cards to an 8 maybe? You have to think about the consequences of a call, right? If you get called, You want to be able to get there against an 8. Which is what Brzezinski actually... Whoa! I mean, if your opponent's going to fold top pair, if your opponent's going to fold an 8 on 8 deuce deuce heads up, you should just check raise the deck, right? Check raise every time you get dealt a hand if you can fold out an 8 and a 8 and a 3 on 8 deuce deuce. I am a little bit shocked. A little bit shocked to see such a fold. Now, if I was Ostash and I had the benefit of that knowledge, my check raise percentage, my check raise frequency would be strapping itself into an Apollo rocket. And it would be going full throttle to the moon. I would move my check raise percentage up to about 80% if I saw that he would fold top pair. It's so outlandish a decision, I wonder if the cards were correct, honestly. I wonder if the reader was right. It's quite snug. Especially because Brzezinski, I mean, he's not afraid to put the money in. He just locked in with King 5, right? And called down 3 streets on Queen 7, 5, Ace 4 or something like this. Huge turn for our stash. Comes from behind. Value bet on the flop with his jack. Picks up 2 pairs. It is a bit of a coordinated board. Obviously with the 4-liner out there and the spades out there. But heads up, I think he's well within his rights to go for extra value. And in Brzezinski's mind, his queen... I'd like to see some stubbornness here. Obviously we can see that he's behind to 2 pair. But I do think that Ostash barrels with any king in his hand. Maybe some spades in his hand, yeah. And it's not as tight as the previous fold. But Queen 7, just another indication that Brzezinski willing to make some disciplined, shall we say, laydowns. $75k, 150k, and crucially heads up, 150k big blind ante, so you're not really allowed to do too much folding. Something we haven't touched on yet. But your pre-flop pots are very big as a result of this big blind ante. And it should be very impactful to the ranges. Huge flop here. So it's Brzezinski who raises on the button. Ostash with the defend. He makes top and bottom. Of course, we're looking at a coordinated board. But wide ranges heads up. Starting with about 40 big blinds. Mikhailo Ostash. I think his main ideas, his main thoughts are going to be to try and get more money into this pot. Calling for now. More money does go into the pot. Be looking to take some safe turns. Some brick turns. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. And this is a particularly dangerous one for Ostash. Because it's a card that Brzezinski is going to want to fire again. With a lot of his bluffs. You know, it's an overcard. Another overcard to the 10x. Another overcard to the 9s. So you might see barreling here from a hand like Jack 7 or King 6. So just see versus 700,000 how Ostash feels about this 2 pair. It's a really, really strong hand heads up. He goes for the call. There are some rivers that might slow this action down. Ostash won't know it, but he would like to see one. And goodness me, if you talk about an action killer, the King of Spades, the killer of all action. Ostash, at the moment, is hating this run out. All of the natural bluffs, you know, 1 high spade or a jack, they all fill up. But actually, it's probably a run out that's going to save him from getting coolered. He checks, and Brzezinski's just going to show down his hand. Check, check. That could have been a tournament ender right there. If the river is a 4 or a 3 or some sort of red brick card, I do think that Brzezinski potentially wins it all. I certainly would have won a much bigger pot. So the action slowed by the river. Another win for Brzezinski. Another bit of good fortune for Brzezinski against Ostash. Again, I'm not saying that he's not playing really sharply. He is playing very sharply. But just able to retake the lead with that 2-pair on the turn. Obviously, there are some runouts where Ostash Queen 9 holds up. Maybe he can find a double up on some runouts. But it's been an uphill battle for him against the distribution of Brzezinski so far. And that will mean an extension of the chip lead towards the 22 million mark. And it will, for Ostash, mean he's just sub 5 million chips now, about 32 blinds. And here we see that limp coming in again, just trying to see flops, make connections. Will he make one here? Yep. Oh, spicy one. Spicy one. Ostash the limper makes a bet. 1 BB. Pretty dry board. I think a lot of players, when they limp, they just tend to stab really, really aggressively. Just everything for a big blind. Not necessarily everything, but, you know, vast swathes of the deck for a big blind. So Brzezinski not really able or not really willing to fold a pair. Got a backdoor flush draw 2 on the flop. Checks again. I'd like to see Ostash start. Yeah. I'm just going to say, I'd like to see Ostash start thinking about how to get all the chips in the middle with a hand like this. And we see him go for $1 million as his sizing choice, which would have allowed him a comfortable shove at the river with his 2 pairs. Brzezinski not at a part of his range where he wants to lock in. Do not lock in. Fold. Can this train be stopped, chat? What do you think? Can Thomas Brzezinski's march towards the EPT trophy be halted? $350. $350, he says, with 9-4 offsuit. This is what we're seeing from him. I really don't think with the big blind ante that... And you got 8 deuce offsuit as well, but this big blind ante is really, really important. It creates such a big amount of dead money pre-flop that I might even be just a full defend in the big blind, ideally. 8 deuce, look, if you're going to fold, it's a bottom 3%er, isn't it? So bin it, but that big blind ante is important. And I know that Ostash just doesn't have a live earnings total. Maybe very unfamiliar with playing with a big blind ante because it doesn't happen online, but that big blind ante, it does mean folding in the big blind is a bit of a no-no. But I get it. 8 deuce off. I get it. It also means you can't really fold the button because it's a lot of dead money, but we haven't really seen any button folding at all, as you might expect. Ostash does decide to come in with a king 8. And a check here from ace 9, keeping some stronger hands in the range. Did face a... Oh, hello. Brzezinski did face a jam before from the button, so maybe doesn't feel like ace 9 is good enough to raise and call off. But it's Ostash who takes the lead. And again, we've seen him in this limp line, just stabbing for 1 big blind. He stabs here for 1 big blind. Brzezinski with a really strong hand himself, you know, 9 with an ace kicker. Oh my goodness. Brzezinski once again takes the lead against Mikhailo Ostash. Who very astutely finds a check back here. And Brzezinski's going to take a choice of 2 sizes. I think he's going to play... He can play check. I think he'll also play some small size. With a hand as weak as a 7, maybe even a 3. And then I think maybe he, on occasion, wants to play a big size. What he's going to do is play a check. And that, I think, is a green light for Brzezinski, for Ostash to try and value bet this King 8. And this is not in any way a misstep. This is not in any way a mistake. Brzezinski going to have a lot of 3s here still that choose not to block. He's going to have a lot of ace highs, obviously some give ups. So King 8 is a very clean value proposition. Ostash goes for 600k into 750.
1 line.
And not for the first time, Brzezinski is going to check raise. And what we actually have seen is that Brzezinski in these spots has had it, I think, every time. But facing it so often, Ostash might start to think that it's just another mandatory flick in with the top pair. I think it's probably going to be. Wow, he just lays it down, and it's really disciplined because he has faced this line so often. This little small check raise, so you might just have allowed some suspicion to creep in, but he folds it very, very swiftly. And you've got to say that Mikhailo Ostash has played superbly well in these moments, and really has been punished by perfect runouts for his opponent. He's just caught the right cards at the right time every time that it's mattered. But a really, really good fold from the King 8 at the river. So Ostash now decides he's at a part of a point in the game where he wants to start playing some all-ins. A little bit surprised to see ace-queen suited, a really, really strong hand. I personally think there may be some argument to try and induce a little bit more action with the suited ace-queen, but he goes for the shove. The 29 big blinds of Mikhailo Ostash up against the 147 big blinds of Tomas Brzezinski, who is edging ever closer to the coveted title. The button is Ostash's, King Jack. Continues in similar vein, continues with the limp. Brzezinski with pocket tens. This is a raise we've seen him make a few times before, 550. He did it previously with 6-3 offsuit. And there's an all-in. It's going to get snapped off. And we find ourselves flipping. It's King Jack for Ostash. He's going to need to improve against Brzezinski's tens. And if he doesn't, that man on your screen, Tomas Brzezinski, there's Ostash, sweating his outcome, but Brzezinski's tens on the verge of taking him to an EPT main event title. He's 5 cards away from history. 4th place in Barcelona for Brzezinski. Back-to-back EPTs. He's on the final table again. He's heads up this time. Here comes the first 3. It's a king in the window for Ostash.
So that's not good, right?
That's not good.
Okay.
And it's one of the first times this heads up where things haven't gone Brzezinski's way. Ostash takes the lead. 9 million in the middle. On the verge of a double up. Another king on the turn.
That's not good. No. But we still have
May as well be a blank. Only the 2 tens to seal the title for Brzezinski. Failing a 10, we will continue heads up. It's a 4. Ostash finds the double. Game on in Malta. All right, back to the drawing board for Brzezinski. A little evening out of the stacks. Has just a 2-to-1 chip advantage now. 120 bigs against about 60. Dredger says, can life get any better? Spraggy and the EPT on one screen, the very incredible Spraggy invitation on another, and the Scotland game on the third. How many is Scotland losing by? I didn't mean it. I'm just joking. I didn't mean it. No, they haven't kicked off yet. Good luck, Dredger. What do you got? World Cup qualifier against Belarus.
Która godzina?
I don't want to miss late registration of EPT season episode 0, the prologue. I've got one eye on the PokerStars schedule today because I do want to play a Sunday session. I just can't not. Got Power Path Express today, got the Sunday Million back, got EPT season back. I gotta get online here at some point.
How much you want? 4 million? Thank you.
Anybody on YouTube reckon you can beat your LPM? You want a shot at it? You want a shot at the likes per minute title on YouTube or what? If this heads up match is gonna rage on for a little while, you want another go at it? Ah, you guys can't beat it. You guys can't beat it. Six, 5, 4. Ostash, go on. Have a bluff at it. Open ender, go on. Versus a check back, yeah. Job done. Are you ready? We're going to make an attempt. We're trying to hit 1,000 likes today. It's important. If we hit 1,000 likes, as maybe EPT Rogue broadcast has another chance. If we don't get enough likes, this stream might be a one-time, one-done thing. They might take us off the air. This is Spraggy and never being a part of the EPT again. You didn't get enough likes. So we are going to have to see if you can break 223 likes per minute, I'm afraid to say. You've got 60 seconds to like the stream. It's not a good start. But if you want to see more Rogue broadcasts, you might have to help me out a little bit here. I'll stash with ace 10. We won't miss a moment of the action. It's a Mr. Beastian plea to click a button on YouTube. 6-5 with the defend. Extra likes for Mr. Beastian, surely. 6-5 for Brzezinski, open-ended. I don't know what the protocol is around unliking and reliking it, but surely it can't hurt if you want to set a record. Brzezinski makes a straight. He always likes this trappy line, doesn't he? He just went for it with the ace-9 with the trips. He goes for the check again, trying to execute a check raise. I think ace-10, occasionally checking back, I think it is good enough maybe for some value here. It's a, what is this? A second place score? You didn't break the record, 118 LPM, pretty low LPM, but I appreciate you.
850?
Yeah, he goes for this check raise again. He's quite Falls into this line quite often with his nutted hands. It's a very interesting implication. Think about check raising all of the times that you have really, really strong hands. Oh, Ostash flicks it in. Creating a lot of stubbornness around the ace-high portion of the deck here. But just think about how check raising every time you have the nuts, what it does to the range of hands that you want to bet on the turn. Might have some interesting implications, some food for thought. Probably going to see another greedy sizing here. It's a really nice hand to put into the greedy size, not just because it's really strong, because it unblocks all the ways that you're going to get called. It opens up your opponent to have all of the 2 pairs, all of the sets, right? You might want to size down a little bit if you have something like, I don't know, a king 7. Just because it's harder for your opponent to have hands that want to call. But 5-6, unblocking all the pairs, probably going big, goes for 2 million, doesn't get paid. But lots to think about in terms of how Brzezinski approaches getting value from these good hands with the check raisers and how he sizes them at the river here. Doesn't go for the overbet at the river, which I think you probably will see some overbetting, some greedier betting, maybe coming in with these hands.
$350.
So Brzezinski opening up again with the king 6. A pair. Hard to make a pair in this game. Even harder to make a set. Ostash has managed it. It's a bet from Brzezinski. Now let's see how Ostash wants to approach getting value on his hand. Whether he wants to call and allow some barreling to happen, allow some bluffing to happen. Calling, of course, the option that keeps the range the widest. And it is a hand that benefits from his opponent having a wide range, because it is so strong. Not going to like the club on the turn, but obviously heads up with wide ranges. A lot more going on here than just flushes. He's still very much in value mode, get money in the middle mode. He's actually going to try and lead here, which is interesting. It's going to shut down Brzezinski's hand a lot of the time, right? It's going to really shut down this king 6 of diamonds. But maybe he feels like Brzezinski not barreling these sorts of hands anyway. And so just trying to draw value from hands that might be incentivized to check back. Something like 1 high club taking a free card. But yeah, interesting to see a lead on this turn. We had a flip for a chance to end this heads up. It was a flip that was won by Mikhailo Ostash, which means he's still got more than a chance now. He's back up to 61 big blinds, and it's just starting to shift in his favor again. 9 million in play, and Brzezinski with 17.4. A deal has been done, 603,000 euros to each player. But it just goes to show, doesn't it? Even with all that money locked up, they're playing for 28,000 euro, which is of course a lot of money, but pales in comparison to the deal that was made. But this heads up, I don't feel like it's played out in any way that would be dissimilar to how it would play out should we be playing for all of the money. It's been taken, of course, like very seriously. No one is trying to get out the door and just wrap it up because they've got their deal in hand. That EPT title is worth too much. Once in a lifetime opportunity for most to be able to play for an EPT main event title. Brzezinski's gone back-to-back on FTs in a matter of a couple of months. Raise from Brzezinski. Defend from Ostash. Maybe a hand we could consider 3-betting. A little bit of a lack of playability around ace deuce. Flops a pair. Brzezinski a million miles away. Checkity check. 10 on the turn. Brzezinski using this as an opportunity to start bluffing. Excuse me, Ostash. Betting from the big blind for value with the ace deuce. Clearing up that queen 9. Clearing it up. Now there is a break scheduled. I don't know whether we're going to get to that break, but I think there is another break scheduled. It very much depends at this point if these guys want to take a break or whether they just want to sit and play it out. We won't be going anywhere. What we might do if there is a break, I might just start. I guess it's tough for me to start a session, right? I'm so keen for it. I'm so keen for it. Heads up to another flop. You're not going to believe it. 2 players. 9-8-3. Pretty nice one for Ostash in position. Seen him bet a lot of his range for a big blind. In the limped pots. You do see a single raise pot here where he's going to continuation bet. Seen Brzezinski play a little bit tight with some pairs before. I'm convinced that that graphic was wrong when he had the 8-3, by the way, because he's been correctly calling with a lot of the connections to the board. And actually goes for the check raise here with the 3. You will see some bluffing coming around these bottom pairs. Kind of nice to block because really strong hands your opponent's going to have. Going for a check raise, clear up some equities, right? Even if he folds out ace-10, ace-jack, this sort of thing. So Brzezinski taking the lead with it. Check raising to 1,050,000 with the 3. Ostash, no intention of folding with the gut shot and 2 overs. Is also going to beat some bluffs that he dominates, like gut shots like Jack-7 and straight draws like Jack-10. Ostash in really good shape against some of those more natural straight draw bluffs. Brzezinski continues to bet, having taken that check raise on the flop. And it's interesting, he's kind of now in sort of mergy part of his range. Not really knowing that he's going for direct value, but can get caught by some worse hands. As we see here. Be interesting to see how he approaches a deuce. Because Ostash, with a lot of equity, a lot of share of this pot, has bricked out. And I think we'll see a check now from Brzezinski. Just realizing that sometimes, you know, his opponent is not folding anything better. I don't think he's going to fold an 8 or a 9. It's going to quickly go check, check. Ostash, sort of frustrated, anguished, got really milked on the turn by this 3. Just wonder whether Brzezinski was going for a check call at the river. Trying to bluff catch against missed straight draws, missed backdoor flush draws. We'll never know what might have happened because Ostash checks behind the queen high. And once again, Tomasz Brzezinski starts moving out in front. But an interesting decision. I think check raise on the flop is a lot more reasonable. I think not as unexpected. I think the turn bet is kind of interesting. Some players will play it for a check and slow down a little, but more money goes in with the 3 on the turn.
$350.
These 3 are diamonds on the button. 7-8 of hearts in the big blind. Was there a heart on the flop here? There was a heart on the flop here. We have seen Ostash play the check raise. I do think there might be some consideration for it with 7-8 of hearts here. If he thinks that his opponent is betting all of the hands that he has on the flop, he'll want to continue with his 7-8 hearts, 60% of a straight flush. So we do see him stick around for a call. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Brzezinski once again picking up outs to make a good hand. I think his ace high quite happy to check back though. We'll see how he deals with having 2 diamonds. But yeah, he's taking a step closer to showdown. Brzezinski's life often made quite easy on the runouts, isn't it? Ostash, quite the opposite. He'd have been looking for some sort of... He picked up a backdoor straight draw, but it didn't fill in. And he arrives on the river with 8 high in a spot where his opponent's range is quite weak, checking back the turn. I think there's nothing wrong with his small size as a bluff. It's going to allow him to value bet all of his kings, of course. It might even allow him to value bet a hand like ace-4 when he goes into this sizing. But once again, Brzezinski just makes the nuts, is able to raise the river. And this is something that happens quite often, is you can feel like heads up that you're just getting attacked again and again and again. And it happens when I'm playing heads up on the stream where I'll keep folding rivers and bet folding and people go, oh, he's bullying you, he's beating you up. But Brzezinski had ace-9 check raised. Ostash had to fold. Bluffs here gets raised, but Brzezinski just has the nuts, right? And it's important you don't read too much into what's happening over a small sample of hands. We've only played, I don't know, 20, 30, maybe a few more, 30, 40 hands of heads up. And you can feel like you're just getting pummeled, but actually, Ostash is just getting pummeled by the deck. Outside of the flip that he wanted to stay alive, every other pot, Brzezinski's just made some really, really good hands, and Ostash not really had much of it. And I think Ostash folding on the button here, probably a mistake to fold buttons with the big blind ante. $100K, $200K now. That's what we're playing. I think, you know, this is why I'm saying about folding the button. It's a pre-flop pot with the big blind ante of 500K, right? So you can limp in for 100,000. And what we've also seen, added incentive to not fold a button, that at this table, the ISOs have been really small. Both players are going for like a 3.5x ISO. So it's not as punishing. The price to see a flop is not as punishing as theory. It's probably going to want to go for some bigger ISO sizes, as we've discussed. You're probably going to want to play some 5x and 6x and even larger. So I do think we shouldn't really be folding buttons, all things considered. Ostash just releasing here on the flop as well. Because again, less than a week, isn't it? Size matters. And the size of the pre-flop pot matters. 500K in the middle is just too much. Poker fan says, where's the threshold? Folding 40 off. Well, I think, you know, that's kind of the point that I'm getting at, is with the big blind ante, I don't think you're allowed to fold any buttons. I think it's 100% VPIP, be it for limp or raise. Especially when you're seeing the big blind not ISO perhaps as aggressively as they should, and you're just going to be allowed to see a few more flops. It's Ostash who limps the queen out of diamonds. Checks it back. We have seen him stab a lot of flops. He's got quite a lot of hand though still. Queen high, heads up, backdoor diamond. Brzezinski with a fair amount of hand himself. Ostash content to try and show down. Queen high, limped pots. But Brzezinski had the lead, retains the lead. I think this is very clear value bet, and I think you can just go big. I think versus a check back in position, you can rule out a 6, you can rule out an 8. So king 4 pretty much the nuts. Goes for 250. I think you can go a little bit bigger. 250 just going to inspire a few more calls. Going to have to stick around versus that size more often. I wouldn't be surprised to see Queen 9 high flick it in. It's just really easy for Brzezinski to have a 10-3, have a Jack 3, have a Jack 5, have a 10-5, yeah. It's just more bad news for Ostash. I don't think Queen 9 should fold. But Brzezinski just always seems to have it, doesn't he? Just always seems to have it. And Ostash now in the 21 big blind realm. Definitely a stack that can find itself into the middle pre-flop. Jamming over some raises if Brzezinski chooses to play a raise pre-flop rather than a limp. I do think you can just jam over some limps as well at 20 big blind steep. Especially, as I say, with that big blind ante, there's more dead money pre-flop. Makes that 20 big blind jamming option a little bit more attractive, doesn't it? Confirmation of the chip stacks. 22.2 plays 4.2. Or 111 blinds plays 20 blinds. If you so desire to think about it in those terms. Dankel says, this is going on for a bit. I'm going to jump in a spin. Good luck, Dankel. Let us know how you go. What are you playing? $3 spin and go championship to Paris spin. $500 high stake spin. Something in between. Dankel is spinning and he is going. You'll have to hear it. So folding a suited hand on the button, I think 9 do suited on the button. I just, this ante is not, you're not allowed to fold 9. You're not allowed to fold suited hands on the button. Just a little too tight. Just a little too snug. Scotland are 1-0 up already. Shea Adams. What's going on? Is Scotland going to qualify for the World Cup? UEFA. I don't want that. I want World Cup qualifying groups. Scotland are top of their group if they win today. Or are they already top of the group? They go up the 10 points if they win today. Denmark, Greece and Belarus. Goodness. Goodness.
$600.
Brzezinski bets. Brzezinski ISOs. He likes that 6-3 offsuit. He's obviously going to want to isolate a lot of really, really trash hands. It's twice we've seen him with a 6-3 off. Richard Cochrane says, Spraggy, Scotland actually have to earn their groups. They don't get handed Mickey Mouse groups like England do. Are you suggesting that in a 48-team World Cup that England only qualify from the European section of the qualifiers because they get dealt soft draws? That's the only reason England are able to qualify for a World Cup, you think?
Hello.
We've got an all in here. And I'll tell you what, we're going to see a call. Brzezinski, the favourite to lift this EPT title. Ostash forced into that short stack situation. Rips it all in with Queen 10 suited. Brzezinski calls off the ace 8. 6.8 million in the middle.
We don't need, what do we need?
The trophy's in the middle with it.
We don't need him to hit hearts or queen or 10.
That's right. Brzezinski saying we don't need a heart, so we don't need a queen or a 10. And fading that, you got a new champion.
Yes, this is it.
Big Sweat, EPT title, Malta, 2025. The rail watches on. Ostash at risk, needs some help from the deck. That's a bad start for Brzezinski. Brzezinski's had it all his own way in terms of working with the deck until he's all in to seal the deal.
10 would be nice as well.
Brzezinski looking for an ace now to reclaim the lead. That's game over. 100% next to Ostash.
Let's go back.
Let's go back, he says. Got a little bit more work to do. For the second time, he had a chance to be crowned champion. He lost a flip. Now he loses as a small favourite. And we will be returning to the action of this main event. Nothing over yet. That man, Mikhailo Ostash, still in the hunt.
3 million.
We'll just get some confirmation of the chip counts.
How time?
But I think there might be a break coming up as well. These guys just checking in on the break clock. And I believe they're probably going to want to take a break and just try and get a little bit of information about how each other have been playing in this heads up. It'll be their first chance, I suppose, to check out what's been happening on the live stream. But I will say, Mikhailo Ostash has been very unfortunate in the cards and the run-outs whilst we've been playing heads up. But it's kind of balancing itself out now in that he's getting unlucky in the non-all-in pots and then winning a flip and coming from behind to win when his tournament life is on the line. So it's definitely working both ways here. The all-in pots going the way of Ostash and the non-all-in pots, the deck certainly favouring Brzezinski so far. But both players playing some good stuff to this point. We'll see now how Ostash might adjust in terms of playing a little bit too tight on buttons, maybe see how he'll adjust with a few more chips in front of him. Confirmation that he's up to 6.7 million. That's 33 big blinds, plays about 100. Oh, here we go, straight away. He comes in for a limp with ace-8. Brzezinski, we just saw him take this line with 6-3 offsuit. So he's isolating with a polar range. Some really good stuff, some really bad stuff. Ace-king, of course, in the really good stuff. It's 9-9 deuce. I think Brzezinski should be looking to value bet his ace-high here. He's going to get called by a lot of worse hands with the ace-king. I do think that he's likely to put this into a small c-bet sizing. He does opt for a check. This is also fine, right? Maybe Ostash now starts value betting his ace-8. But again, checking okay. I think all options are going to be pretty close. Huge turn for Ostash. Huge turn for Ostash. And I don't think it's unreasonable now for Brzezinski to bet or check. I think his hand is obviously best a lot of the time. Ostash with a mandatory look for some value. And I think versus double check, he can go into some big sizes if he so chooses. Does go into the smaller one, 600k. And Jamie Walden picked up on this earlier when he was on the broadcast, but another very quick action from Brzezinski, which is really intriguing. Oh, what about this for river? I was just going to say, maybe it's shifted the way of Ostash in terms of these non-all-in runouts, but Brzezinski takes the lead again. Crucially here, folks, playing aces, nines, and a king kicker. And I think this is going to be another one where Ostash goes for potentially some value. Obviously, the backdoor diamond's filling again, but I do think he goes for some value here the majority of the time. Probably has to be in a smaller sizing now, like 1.4 million or half pot. He goes for, what's that, 2 million? I think 1.8 is the bet, 1.6. Just wonder whether Brzezinski wants to check raise now. Maybe the diamonds and the nines on board stop him from doing that. But he's going to call it off, and Ostash just can't believe his luck in these non-all-in pots. It's just really, really frustrating for him. Every time he finds a double up as all-in, tries to build some momentum, he just gets crushed in these situations. A little bit of a shake of the head.
Okay.
And with that, folks, the players are going to take a break, which means that we're going to take a break as well. Mikhailo Ostash will come back with 17 big blinds, looking for yet another spin up. Now, I'm unsure how long this break is going to be, so I'm going to wait and stick around because our production, I'd imagine, are going to help me and flash up a little EPT action resumes in box as we pan over the cityscape. Very unique architecture and geography, isn't it, Malta? Very unique. 18 minutes. You guys want to play some spinning goes? Maybe we can play some tournaments. Should we play some tournaments?
I missed that one, I'm afraid. Just when you think you've got someone here who can translate it. German, I can help you out a little bit.
Can we play a poker tournament, you think? Should I get some Sunday session going? We can play no delay, cards up. What can we play? Try and jump into some EPT season? I think that's what we're going to do, because I do want to play a stream afterwards. Does that work? Yeah? It's going to be no delay, so we're going to have to keep some cards up. And I am going to have to get back into the commentary seat afterwards, so I don't want to play anything too intense. Hey, if you're watching on YouTube, don't go anywhere because I need your help. Whilst we're on break here, let's see if you can break a record, shall we? Another chance to break a record. Another chance to break your likes per minute record. 223 likes per minute is the greatest record ever set. The total number of likes on this live stream are 753. We're trying to break 1,000 today. I don't even know if we've ever done that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to hit the like button on YouTube. That does mean that in order to break the likes per minute, you need to hit about 400. Now, that would take you over the 1,000 mark. But we are going to need to see an extraordinary amount of likes if you guys can do it on YouTube. Let's see if you can break it. At the moment, you're at 1. But if you haven't already clicked the like button, it's going to count you up. Huge. I'm going to jump into a tournament. I'm going to play some EPT season. I'm going to clear my filters out. What we got here? What we got here? 24, 42. I believe in you. I believe in you. You're going to need to hit about 400 likes on this. No, what is it? The record's 220 something. It's just like 440 because you got 2 minutes to do it. It's a huge ask. It's a huge ask. Let me get my regular filters on PokerStars. The 320 Juggernaut. What are we at? What blind level are we at? We might miss out on that. Since we're still commentating, we might miss out on that. $55 prologue. Oh, look at, by the way, it's a beautiful, beautiful EPT season fell. Oh my goodness, I'm in love. Oh my goodness, I'm in love. The EPT season $55 prologue. I think you're coming up short. I think probably everybody who's already liked the stream has liked the stream. We don't have many people who are watching who haven't already liked it. You might not make it. We mightn't be able to make it. 3, 2, 1. This is what, 44 point something LPM? It just said, I've never seen that before. It just says you lose. You don't even make a top 3. We're back playing Heads Up very shortly. This is a $55 EPT season event. I'm going to play a session today. Is this a beautiful, beautiful overlay on stars, by the way, for EPT season? I'll tell you, the best way to find out is by asking that all-important question, isn't it? The best way to find out is with some audience participation. So once again, during this broadcast, we are asking you the EPT theme, EPT season theme, EPT season theme. Is it a hit or is it shit? Do we like it? The EPT season theme. All vote now. You type in the chat, Twitch, YouTube. It doesn't matter. You don't have to click a poll or anything. You can just type away. You've got to decide whether it's a hit or whether it is shit. So spam your life away. What do we think? I love it. I really like this overlay. I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. It feels like this is some valuable feedback. This is some valuable feedback for our graphics department. The EPT viewership, EPT season theme on PokerStars. Is it a hit or is it shit? We have lost the little icons. They got lost in the shuffle somewhere, where we had to make sure that hit or shit was working. We got 10 seconds, but it looks to me, by the way, I've checked back ace-9 of spades here. I've checked back ace-9 of spades here. Did you see that? The overlay is a hit. People love it. It's a hit. It's a hit, folks. Thank you for participating. How about that, though? Huh? Can you believe it? You can believe my dodge here? This is a replay, so I can show you my hand. You see how dialed in we are here? We start the hand with 16 blinds. Defends. We bet 1.3 on the flop, he calls. Take a free win on the turn, river and ace, and watch. Trapping me. Trapping me. Not today, mate. Not today. The big blinds come in, chat. What do we got? 12 bigs? 11 bigs? The big blinds coming. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you scared? I'm scared. I need a good hand in the big blind. Let's see. Let's test your guys' poker face. I'm on no delay, so when my hand comes in the big blind, see if you can get a read as to whether I have a good hand or a bad hand. How about that? You test your poker faces here, troops. Okay. Big blind coming. Oh my God. Some of you are saying 9 do soft, some of you are saying 7 do soft, some of you are saying aces. I think that goes to prove that my poker face is perfect, isn't it? To the flop. Oh my God. I'm folding. I won't reveal what I had because it's an ongoing hand and it's a game integrity decision. Don't want to give away any information if these guys are playing, do I? Check, check on the turn, check on the river. Over to DJ Doc 28. DJ! Man, I had an ace. I had ace 4. How has this gone 4 big blinds on the flop? Call, and I've folded. How did neither player have an ace when he bets 4 big blinds into 3 players? Feel sick. I feel sick. All in. It's alright, isn't it? It's alright, isn't it? If you're just joining us, the EPT, we are heads up for a title. Indeed. A deal has been made, 603,000 euros per player. Playing heads up for 28k, and of course, the EPT trophy, the all-important European Poker Tour title. We will resume the action in 3.5 minutes. And I was being naughty with ace-4 offsuit here with a blocker and an unblocker. Trying to sneak one through for 10, but I got clicked on. You hate to see it. You really do. This tournament is part of the start of EPT season on PokerStars today, which I'm hoping to be able to jump on and play. We might have to hit up some late regs. We got a Sunday Million today, though, that doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Oh, boy. We'll be in there. We'll be in there. $109 buy-in Sunday Million, folks. Lots of... Oh, my goodness. There's an $11 200-seat satellite. $5 50-seat satellite. I want to play. I want to play heads. I want to play Tournament Hold'em right now. I do. Let me at him. Let me at him. No delay is right. That's why we got our cards covered up. Guess I probably shouldn't signal my action either. I suppose. Oh. How long we got? Oh wait, that still says 5 minutes. We got ages yet. We got ages yet. Ren says, what's the next live tournament I'm going to? I don't know. Me and my wife are due to have a little boy in 4 days. 4 days time. So my plans are up in the air. Drake says, I wish you'd do no delay all the time. Nice to be able to talk to them. Yeah, but can't see what I have. I can't talk about any of the hands that I'm playing. Sucks, right? In terms of playing, it's not ideal. I wish there was a way to be on no delay and people not be able to see my cards, but also people be able to see my cards. But sadly, that's impossible because of time working the way that it does. We are still heads up. Yeah, we're just on a break. Just playing some tournaments on break. We'll play tournament session afterwards. The big blind is coming. Logan, sorry, what's up, mate? It's the first time seeing you with no delay. Hello, good sir. Hello, Logan. Howdy. What's up? Might need to go on another muffin run. I have another muffin. Gotta have another muffin, right? Do you know what I hate? I hate that I can't enjoy any videos that I see on the internet anymore. You remember when you used to go on the internet, you'd see something, you'd see a video and you'd be like, wow, look at that. Can't believe that happened. I can't believe that animal did that, or that person jumped off that. But now everything I see on the internet, I'm like, because you just, none of it's real, is it? And even if it is real, I don't know if it's real. Can't enjoy anything. I guess. I could just see the most outrageous thing to ever have happened, and I'd just be like, I mean, maybe. Sad, isn't it? The only thing that's real is us, chat. The only thing that's real is this stream. Maybe you guys aren't even real. Are you guys real? Yeah, surely. I know I am. I know I am, but you don't know that I am, I guess. Right? What do you guys reckon? Do you think I'm real? You think I'm AI or what? You can't quite. We're not yet at a point where you can program AI to be this incompetent, right? It'd either be a lot more polished or a lot rougher. It's like there's a semblance of competence, but then complete unprofessionalism, and you can't quite capture that yet. Luckily for me. D Theory, thank you for the sub. Everyone is a bot except me. Thank you for 35 months. Danko says you must be real. Folks in the chat met you at Lex Live, but are they real? Maybe you're the maybe you're Truman, Dankel. Maybe you're Truman. Are we back? One more hand and we're back, I think. What have I got? 5 bigs. We gotta go, we gotta go.
We fucking did it. We fucking did it.
I just won an APT. No one's been able to say that for more than a decade.
Welcome back to Malta, and welcome back to the final table of the main event of the European Poker Tour, live from Casino Malta. The main event reaching a thrilling conclusion. We are now heads up, just 2 players remain. Only one can take home the coveted trophy. My name is Spraggy, and I have witnessed a deal today, a deal made between these 2 men, Tomasz Brzezinski and Mikhailo Ostash, who shook hands, agreeing to each take home 603,000 euro. They will continue to compete for 28,000 euro and, arguably more importantly, the title of EPT Malta Champion 2025. There are some things that money can't buy, an EPT trophy being one of them. I'm all in the $55 prologue that you were just sweating on break as part of EPT season. And I've flopped quads. 6s against ace-9, and I've made 4 of a kind as the players take their seats for what promises to be an enthralling battle on the grandest stage of them all. We are, of course, interactive in our chat across Twitch and YouTube. If you want to ask me questions or pass comment on what you see on your screen, feel free to do it. I'm reading it. I'm here. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. I'm in the chat. I'm hanging out with you lot. This is the first ever Spraggy watch-along for an EPT main event. It is the Rogue broadcast. It is the pirate ship. We are Napster. We are floating around in international waters, praying that we don't see that speedboat pull up alongside us, chat. Keep your heads down. Keep your cool. Don't tell PokerStars we're doing it. They might yank us off the air. All in first hand. Brzezinski looking to close this one early. Rips it all in with the ace-7 from the big blind. No takers. So welcome back everybody who took a little break there, stretched their legs, grabbed a cup of tea. Filter on in, filter on in. I do imagine that we will play a Sunday session once this tournament has concluded. I have no idea when that might be, but I'm keeping an eye on some late registrations, making sure that we're jumping into some things. So for those of you who want to enjoy the stream as a regular Sunday broadcast, you're probably going to get a chance to see that. Brzezinski rips all in with the 3 and the 3.
Unfortunately.
A reminder of the blinds, 100,000, 200,000. I think crucially with a 200,000 chip big blind ante. Creates a pre-flop pot, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, of 500,000. I think Ostash is going to be doing a lot more of this. 14 big blind steep. He goes for the shove. King 5, close, but I'd imagine not quite. Oh, king high for 14. What are we saying? Ostash. The beneficiary of a walk. Brzezinski on the edge, just looking to close it out. 23 million, plays 3 million. Doesn't want to give away any unnecessary double ups at this point. Is just going to pick his spot. He's got the money in good before with ace-8 against queen 10. He had the money in with pocket 10s against king jack, both times for the win, and both times the result of the all-in, naturally, of course, because we're still here, was that Ostash came away the victor. Let's see how this ace-5 offsuit develops. He does play the all-in again, 16 bigs, shoves it, 10-4 in the bin. A reminder that they've agreed a deal, €603,000 a piece.
Oh.
Playing heads up for €28,000 and of course the title, the championship, the 1 seat, the gold, the shard, the EPT trophy, and a place in the history books. And for Brzezinski, it would be an improvement on the 4th place finish he had in Barcelona. Incredible accolade here for him. Just to make back-to-back EPT final tables is enough, but if he can indeed get this one over the line and go all the way, he does go for the shove here with Jack 8. Deuce is flashed. Jack and a deuce is folded. So both players just, you know, waiting for a clash of hands that's going to see the chips in the middle. Ostash will hope he can find another double up, another chance to dance, another way back into this tournament. The Oscar Alva says, are you pausing the stream to go on a 4-minute delay when this is over? I will have to, again, owing to how time works. When I come back up to play my Sunday session, we will have to go offline and come back up on a 4-minute delay, yeah. We will do that when the time is right. King 3, 16 blinds. Limp. Queen 5 suited. I think happier to take some flops with the suited portion of the range. I think Brzezinski, who once again flops the best of it. Brzezinski might be isolating more from the offsuit part of the deck. But this one's off into the streets. It flops very well. Check back of the king high. I do think Brzezinski's options are open. If he wants to start value betting the 5 with the queen kicking out, seems good. Maybe deploying some smaller sizes. 350 is about half pot, about 350. Wins with the suited pat. It's not looking too hot for Ostash right now. Don't forget, chat, when we drafted players at the start of the stream today, Brzezinski, all the Bs drafted by members of the community. You guys had Boyka, Bedell, and Brzezinski. I had Kalonj and Ostash. Hand 123 of the day, a hand, Jack 10, all in, shoves. Stack depth's just dictating this now, aren't they? We'll see a lot of push-fold pre-flop between these two guys, it would seem. And one would imagine with such strategies being used, it's only a matter of time before we have a collision. A King Kong versus a Godzilla. At this point, more akin to a David versus a Goliath. It's Brzezinski's 118 blinds playing Ostash's 13.
Thank you.
See how Ostash wants to approach the 8-9. Not a particularly attractive hand to shove with, I don't think. He'll try and slide in for a flop. And again, Brzezinski in the suited areas, happier to play 3 cards. 7-4-4. Not seen much leading from Brzezinski. We've seen a lot of stabbing from Ostash. Let's see if he just wants to slide out that 200,000. He doesn't. Check, check. Turn as an ace. Obviously, some of the ace-X is going to be stripped out of both players' ranges, right? Ostash jamming some, Brzezinski jamming some as an ISO. So certainly a card that's going to impact this hand. Potentially less so than normal. I do think Ostash will play some ace-X traps. So it's he who takes the betting lead here. 250k is getting the job done. Ostash begins the rebuild. 16 big blinds. It will have to be a significant rebuild from this point. He's got 16 big blinds, but 2 of them forcibly committed here. In goes that 200,000 chip big blind. In goes that 200,000 chip big blind ante. Which means that Mikhailo Ostash, just 13 to work with, headed into this hand. Brzezinski on the button with a 10-9 offsuit. Wagers it all. We've seen him make this move. And we've seen it snapped off here. And it is another flip situation. Ostash has survived twice. King Jack besting the pocket tens. Queen 10 besting the ace high of Brzezinski. And this time, Ostash will need to go 3 for 3. Once again, the crowd assembles. The rail assembles.
Tenor we need. And we don't need.
Ostash with the pair just needs to hold, and he's back in the tournament. For Brzezinski, a 10 or a 9, it could see him lift the trophy. Is the player from Poland about to make history, winning the EPT trophy, having finished 4th at the EPT prior. It's Queen Deuce 3 at the moment. Ostash holding, and the route back into this tournament for Ostash begins to open. The route becomes clear. Just 2 cards, and he's got a fighting chance. A 7 of diamonds on the turn is an aggressive sweat. Brzezinski moves up to 32% to become your EPT champion. Hits a king, and once again, Ostash survives. 3 all-ins, 3 wins. Mikhailo Ostash's comeback story is alive.
How much?
3 million.
You've got to win your all-ins in this game, and at the moment, Brzezinski has lost all 3 of them. To close out, just can't quite seem to get it over the line at the moment. Ostash back in the game with 30 big blinds, playing 30 big blinds against 100 big blinds now. King Queen for Ostash. And we will see a little bit of a deviation now away from those open shoves, from those jams. Right, a little bit more playability. 30 big blinds, 31 big blinds. Too much to just be all in pre-flop. Love this ISO from Brzezinski. We see him raising these. Oh, sorry, we see him 3-bet, but I think I like it. We haven't seen much by the way of these 3-bets with these trash hands. He does go for it with the 9-3, but King Queen fighting back with immediacy. And Ostash now up to 37 big blinds, up to 7.5 million versus 19 million. A momentum shift, perhaps. Brzezinski was 6-7 offsuit. It's a limped pot. 2 players to the flop. 10-8-4. Huge for Ostash. That momentum shift. Still with him. He's rebuilding his stack. He flops top and bottom, but crucially here, Brzezinski with a good share of this one as well. 2 straight draws, both directions. A double gut shot, if you will. A 5 or a 9, and he's going to make a straight. And the story of this final table so far for Brzezinski is finding cards when he needs them most. He's going to be facing a raise from Ostash, who's just looking to drive value on his top and bottom. So many worse hands that can continue against him, of course. And Brzezinski will take one off. He's in position. He's looking for that straight. And whilst Brzezinski doesn't make the straight, it's another turn that is going to leave Ostash feeling a lot more miserable about his hand. His pairs get counterfeited, and by that we mean that Ostash is now going to be losing to ace-10 and king-10. But of course he's also falling behind if Brzezinski gets to this spot with an 8. And so Brzezinski starts with ideas of stealing this one away in mind. 1.8 million. Ostash still with the top pair, and whilst his hand is worth a lot less, it's not worth nothing. In fact, it's still worth quite a bit. He is going to be able to bluff catch against, yes, 6-7, but also Jack-9 and Jack-7 and Queen-Jack and all these straight draws, against which the 10 is still in front. Now, Brzezinski with 7 high, but still chances to improve. 1 card to come. It is an ace. Just wonder how often Brzezinski is going to be betting in position with an ace in his hand. I think we see Ostash once again check in flow here, having raised on the flop. Unsure how often he can claim an 8 or claim an ace and sort of want to retake the betting lead. So we see him check. And this is really, I feel like a mandatory bluff situation from Brzezinski. He can still be up against a queen high. He can, yeah, and he's going to apply some pressure here. He can very credibly claim that he has an 8. And as you can see, Ostash very, very upset that he's facing a decision for his tournament life. It's really uncomfortable. He has to decide, how often does Brzezinski have a missed straight draw? How often does he have an 8 jamming for value? Is it even possible that he bets an ace on the turn and now has an ace for value as well? I think we have to just think how many flush draws, excuse me, how many straight draws are open. Let's start thinking about that. You've got 6-7. You've got 5-7. You've got 9-7. You've got Jack-7. You've got Jack-9. You've got Queen-Jack. And I think once you start adding all these combinations together, of course your opponent's going to have an 8 sometimes, but even, you know, you've got Queen-9. There's so many different ways that these missed straights can be bluffing. Yeah, he feels like he has to call it off, even with a 10, a counterfeited 10, windmills it down onto the table. It's a really good look-up from Mikhailo Ostash. I think Brzezinski absolutely correct to bluff his 6-7. It's a really perfect bluffing combination. But Ostash finds the tough call, and what an incredible turnaround this is. It's flipped the chip lead. Brzezinski all in 3 times with a chance to close this one out. And yet now finds himself at a disadvantage. Finds himself now second in chips to Mikhailo Ostash. 15.5 million for the Ukrainian. Brzezinski's grip on that trophy continues to loosen, and confirmation then that Ostash is your new chip leader. 15.6 plays 11.3. My goodness me. Just a really good bluff from Brzezinski. I think we have to give credit where it's due. Just played his hand perfectly, played his hand how he's going to want to play it, how the computer's going to want to play it. It's a really clean bluff, very clean bluff, but runs into some heroics.
Okay, sorry.
It's very important that we don't confuse bluffing with punting. It's very important we don't confuse a bluff that gets called with a bad bluff. This is a good bluff that happens to run into a good call. And we're right back to it now. Now we're 77 blinds against 55 blinds. Now we've got a heads-up match on our hands again. Once again, it's game on in Malta. And that means that I'm going to have to go on a muffin run. Do you know the Muffin Man?
Six.
I've been eliminated from the $55 prologue. F's in the chat. Brzezinski raising with the trips, as you might expect. 8-5 getting out of the way.
Sorry.
Renee on YouTube says, what makes it that combo a particularly good bluff? Is it not worth considering that there's a ton of bluff combos with that board, making it more likely to get looked up? Okay, so yeah, there are a ton of bluff combos to choose from, right? And as you say, I think the reason why we see the 10 call is because there were a lot of straight draws, as I listed, that your opponent can bluff catch against. I think what's important to realize is, think about the way we can continue on the flop when we bet call. Our worst hand is going to be the 7 high straight draw. So there are some thoughts that your opponent is going to be bluffing sometimes with a queen jack or a queen nine or something like that themselves. And it's not outside the realms of possibility, I think, that, let's say Ostash check raises queen jack on 10-8-4. He might on occasion continue for a check call. It's somewhat unlikely, but you basically want to start from the bottom up. So that you're unblocking some of the... There's more efficiency in bluffing a 7 high that can fold out a queen high. Whereas if we choose to bluff queen high, we don't need to fold out if your opponent had the 6-7, right? So you bluff at the bottom with the low cards because there's more efficiency of folding out everything that's high carded. Even if you bluff something like queen 10 or queen jack as your straight draw that missed, you will occasionally be blocking something like an ace queen high call or an ace 10 high call, right? So I think just choosing to bluff from the bottom is quite natural. But I do think if you're bluffing all of the straight draws, you're going to have a bad time. But like, you would choose not to bluff queen jack or queen 9 because your opponent could have 9-7 for the open ender and you beat that. Whereas 6-7 doesn't beat that. That makes sense? We do see one just starting to brew up here. It's 9-3 for Brzezinski. Facing... the action coming in from Ostash with the Jack-7 of clubs. It was a bet of 700k on the flop. Ostash with the raise to 2.3 million. Pretty aggressive line on this board from the Jack-7. Ostash 16 mil now. What happens if Marley goes into labour whilst I'm playing tournaments? I'd just sit out. I would just sit out. You only get to, you know, both of my son with a $27 daily eliminator, whilst closer than it should be, given how much I love the daily eliminator. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Obviously, I want to be there to support Miles. That's the most important thing, right? Always, of any event. So the poker would take a back seat. Ostash with a raise. Excuse me, Brzezinski with a call. Ostash with a check. King 9 queen. Before Brzezinski can get the chips out. Ostash is giving up with the 8-5. Where were they even in chips when they made the deal? They were very close to even. Brzezinski with a very small chip lead. Mr. Monkey says sitting out would be a most plus EV move anyway, am I right? It would save me a couple grand, wouldn't it? Taking a few days off, save me a couple grand probably. 100,000, 200,000. Big blind ante of 200,000. Playing about 50 big blinds steep effective. Tomasz Brzezinski with 50 bigs versus Ostash's 80. Comes in with a raise of ace-deuce offsuit. Brzezinski with the suited 7-3. Defending the suited hand, of course, and we're off to a flop. Ace 9 5. Mr. Monkey, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Very kind of you. And us Sash will be saying, dealer, thank you for the ace high board. Very kind of you. $400,000 continuation bet from Ostash. Pretty interesting hand for Brzezinski here. He does have the backdoor flush draw. And he has the backdoor straight draw working in 2 directions. He can turn a wheel. He can turn around this 6 and this 8. So you do, heads up, need to continue with large portions of the deck. And if he wanted a backdoor card, the 8 of clubs is fairly perfect for him. 2 million chips in the middle. Obviously a turn that brings some connectivity, but heads up, Ostash will want to try and put more money in against a bear 9. We've seen actually Brzezinski get pretty sticky with bottom pair with that king 5 call down over 3 streets. I do think every chance now that we see Brzezinski enter some aggressive phase of play. You might want to consider a raise. Raise considered, raise executed. And this is immediately going to benefit from folding out some bluffs. It's not going to fold out ace deuce. And whilst Brzezinski has been unfortunate in being able to close out this tournament in terms of the all-in pots, how about this for a river card? Peels the 7-3 of clubs on the flop, goes runner, and what is working against Ostash? He has that ace of clubs on board. So he's going to block some of the flushes.
5 million?
5 million from Brzezinski. Ostash, I think we just caught an exhalation of air. He's going to feel very, very anguished. He doesn't beat anything for value. He's losing to 2 pairs, straights, flushes. And think about it in these terms. If he has the ace of clubs with a deuce, some of the time he's going to have the ace of clubs and the deuce as a club, right? So it is a spot where Ostash makes the nuts. Not just the nut flush, but flushes in general. It's a spot where he probably has hands like Jack 10. He has 2 pairs, he has sets, so he has a lot of really strong hands here. He does make the call. He does make the call. That ace of clubs blocker. Very crucial in this call. Very crucial in this moment. Brzezinski, runner, gets paid. Once again making strong hands, and that is the biggest pot. Certainly the biggest non-all-in part of the tournament so far. It is a whopping 16 million chips. And Ostash's position as chip leader short-lived. Just unable to let it go. I think the ace of clubs a big factor in that decision. Mamma mia. It's 18.7 against 8.2. It's Brzezinski back out in front once again. Zukis says Phil Hellmuth would have exploded. Can you imagine? He called me with a 7-3, honey, on the flop. He peeled the 7-3, honey. But I think quite normal in this heads-up situation to, you know, not want to just too much EV in a call for the backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws. Very wide ranges. We're going to be folding too much if we let this sort of equity be attacked, be denied. So I think a very astute call on the flop from the 7-3 of clubs. And of course, you know, when we call this sort of hand, you do on occasion have to play some aggressive decisions on the turn when you pick up these equities. Try and fold out a queen high, a king high. And that's exactly where Brzezinski ended up on this occasion. Fortunate enough to catch the river card as well.
Cool.
Thomas Hughes says he only called on the turn, Sprag, which is just wrong. He also called on the flop. And he raised on the turn. In fact, there was no turn calling at all. Quite an aggressively incorrect correction. Or attempt thereof. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did only call the turn. I thought he bet 800k and raised to 2 million, no? Oh my goodness. Turn. He definitely called on the flop. Brzezinski checks. Ostash bets. Brzezinski calls. Sorry. He check called the turn. You're right. I'm wrong. And then I tried to correct your correction and I was wrong again. I've been wrong so many times. It went check call, check call. Ace on the river. Brzezinski makes the nuts again, basically. Basically. Another full house.
All in.
Good for it all, he says. Ostash, not convinced, potentially. Playing aces, eights, and a king kicker. Definitely going to see some bluffs come in from counterfeit pairs. Tough spot for the tournament life. Brzezinski back in control. And the blinds had gone up that hand, folks, so we're now playing 125k, 250k with a 250k big blind ante. It's going to create a pre-flop pot of 625,000. Copter says, how long are they playing heads up? They're going to play until somebody wins. How long have they been playing so far? About an hour and a half, I think.
700.
Maybe a bit longer. My sense of time is out the window. We got a raise and an all in. I don't think Jack 6 is going to snap. Jack 10 suited repings it. Ping. 2.5 hours ago they made a deal. There you go. Time flies when you're having fun. And we are having fun, aren't we, folks? We're having fun right here on the European Poker Tour. Main event. Heads up. Only one winner. Only one player can lift the trophy. We're going to find out who it is right here, right now, today. If you've been enjoying these broadcasts, make sure you're subscribed on YouTube. For goodness sake, don't let me down now. And make sure you're following the channel on Twitch. If you're new to this channel, I typically stream myself playing online poker, upload videos of me playing EPTs, all that sort of thing. If you like poker, I think you'll like the channel. So I would invite you to join us if you haven't already. It's an open invitation. Come one, come all, I say. I've always said it. And this is just the first stream of the day. We're going to play some online poker for a Sunday session to kick off EPT season once this is done. 7 hours of commentary isn't enough for me. I'll lock in for another 7-hour stream for online play, shall I? Oh, God. Why not? 7-8 offsuit for Brzezinski. Starts nice and slow for a limp. Ostash for a check. We're heads up, as we so often are. It's a huge flop for both players. It's a huge turn for Ostash. Goes into the trappy line here. Checks again on the turn. $400,000. Brzezinski just taking the bait. As well he might. I think this is a nice bet from Brzezinski. Open-ended straight draw. 8 of hearts is going to benefit from folding out a hand like a queen 8. Maybe even folds out some ace highs, jack highs. But on this occasion, he's facing a raise to 1.4 million.
I'm all in.
Oh, and he shoves very quickly. Very, very quick turn shove here. Ostash snaps it off. And Ostash...
I'm not coming.
Looks set for a double up once again. Gets it all in on the turn with a flush. But Brzezinski does hold the 8. Another heart on the river. And Tomasz Brzezinski is your EPT champion. And it would be a sick way to go. This turn 3-bet all in from the 8 high. Ostash looks set to double up. But does need to fade a heart. Brzezinski looks very relaxed.
10 hearts.
Calls for the 10 of hearts with 12 million in the middle.
Jack. King. Jack hearts.
Go.
Tension in the air is palpable. It's that man spiking one of his 7 outs to win the title. He is not. Ostash, 5 all-ins, whilst the at-risk player. It's 5-0. It's like The Undertaker at WrestleMania, isn't he? Five all-ins, 5 victories. And Mikhailo Ostash doubles up once again. I'm jumping into the warm-up. I'm in the eliminator. Got my eye on this 215 Saccosaurus.
Thank you.
EPT season event. $33 season opener for the EPT season. 125k guarantee. It's already got nearly 4,500 runners. It's smashing the guarantee. There's a 109 Sunday Million today. I'm going to jump in that in a bit. Once again, game on and motor, folks. So the blinds are up. Obviously, that has brought the average stacks, or rather, you know, the relative depth down a little bit. So we're 57 blinds against 47 blinds. Brzezinski maintaining his chip lead despite the double up. Nexic says, is this the longest heads up ever? Not even close. Not even close. $1 million. $1 million from Ostash. Brzezinski with a king and a jack. So Ostash with a limp, Brzezinski with the raise, Ostash calling in position. 10-10-9. Be very shocked if Brzezinski doesn't just continue his aggression here. Does come in for the check. Not saying there's anything wrong with this. 2 overs, straight draw. Dominates some of the hands that call him in position. Ostash picking up on the check, picking up the aggressive stance himself. 550k. Brzezinski with a call. And I guess just makes the hand a little bit tougher, but he might feel like it's a higher EV line if he can inspire some bluffs from his opponent. It does make the hand a little tougher when you put yourself into this check call situation. Your hand's pretty nice against bluffs, but how easy is it to cling on down the streets should Ostash decide to barrel off into you. And that's exactly what we are going to see here. Chips already being counted out. And slid into the middle of the pot. Brzezinski now with 2 overs. Double gut shot. And on occasion the best hand, but it's Ostash who fires in 2.8 million. Does pick up a gut shot himself, and I think this is a bet designed to just move ace highs out of the pot. You know, Brzezinski with the ISO pre-flop and then the check on the flop is going to have a lot of ace high, a lot of hands like ace 4, ace 5, and a little bit surprised to see Brzezinski not continue with the double gut shot, the king jack high, 2 overs to a 9. Lots of things working for him, of course, still beating some bluffs and dominating some of them like queen jack. And that's really the danger. That's why I said on the flop we might just see him continue with his aggression. Once you start entering these more passive lines, your realization becomes tougher. And Ostash denies him the chance to see the river there. An astute pickup.
$650.
See a raise to 650.
Oh, sorry.
And it's Brzezinski with the top pair on the flop, raising from the button. Hits him with the trap on the flop, hits him with the check back, just trying to disguise the strength of his hand a little bit. We have seen Ostash play some check raises on flush completing turns. That's how we saw him get all the money with 5 deuce of hearts, right? I don't think he'll be doing anything with the jack 10, no. The delayed bet from Brzezinski, enough to take it down. And Jan in the chat says, wow, it was like 3 million versus 22 million, and now it's even. It's very close. Brzezinski, 13.9. Ostash, 13. And we're once again in anybody's game territory. Kalo Ostash, 5 all-ins. Brzezinski, 5 all-in chances to close out the tournament and lost every single one of them. In fairness, the 5th one, he did get it in with 8 high against the flush. So, the 5th one, he's kind of going to lose it a lot, wasn't he? He was going to lose that one quite regularly, shall we say.
2-1.
Connor says, who do we want to win? I think that's a question for you to answer, isn't it? I'd imagine with such a vast audience, some people will want Brzezinski to win, and some people will want Ostash to win. Feel free to express your desires in the chat about who you want to win, by the way. Express your desires about who you would like to win this in the chat. Let's see. Let's see for Connor. Says new to poker. What's up, Connor? Welcome in, mate. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's see what chat thinks. Who you guys want to win, chat? Spam your winner now. Let's see it.
Thank you.
Please keep other desires to yourself. Ruth's rooting for Polska. Casserole says, I just hope that everyone has fun. I think that's impossible to avoid. EPT main event, too much fun. These guys have each won 603,000 euro today. They'll be having the time of their lives. So it's Brzezinski with the pre-flop raise. And Brzezinski continuation betting on the flop. Running into a check raise though. Ostash has got everything going for him here. Top pair and the flush draw. Brzezinski with the bottom pair, 9 of hearts. Could definitely be of some interest, couldn't it? It's not enough to see him continue. Ostash back out in front. The big game on tour is back. And it says here, new episodes on YouTube every Sunday. And a reminder that the newest episode, I know what you're thinking, Spraggy, it's a Sunday. Where's my new episode of the big game on tour? Well, it's going to drop on YouTube today. And I'm reading here that it's going to be either during the dinner break, if you can imagine such a thing, or when the stream finishes, whichever happens first. So if we make it to dinner, big game on tour will drop in the middle of the broadcast. If we finish before dinner, the big game on tour will drop as soon as the stream ends. So plenty more action from the PokerStars content machine today. Huge flop for Ostash, top pair. Brzezinski will feel less enthused about it. He's got dust, mate. He has got dust. Artem Beckel in the chat on YouTube, quite out of context, says, wisdom words, guys. No smoking tobacco and no alcohol. Didn't realize we had the health board with us. Perhaps wise words. I've been eating muffins all week. I hope they're not on the banned list. Six-3 offsuit on the button for Brzezinski. Starting slow once again with a limp. And I think this is sort of as I alluded to, when the big blind ante is in play, these sorts of hands will just be too strong to fold. Ostash starting with a check, Brzezinski coming through with a stab. Turn is another 3. Brzezinski turning 3 of a kind. The deck working with the Polish player once again. Ostash goes in for a check. Brzezinski in value mode. Wants to make the pot bigger. He's betting 1.1 million. Into a pot of 1.4 million. Ostash with not much connection to the board here. But is reaching for chips.
Okay.
Calls off with the king high. Obviously doing pretty well against a lot of bluffs. I don't think Brzezinski will be bluffing or betting ace high. And so what we will see is Ostash doing very well against a hand like 6-4, 6-7. I think as well just some more low equity bluffs coming out from Brzezinski. Things like Jack 8, Queen 7, Queen 6. We can see, of course, that Brzezinski has got 3 of a kind. I just wonder if Ostash has any mind here. Let's see what happens. Presumably, I think we're quite expectant of a Brzezinski triple barrel. Yeah, there we go.
2,600,000, yeah.
Interesting that Ostash references 2.6 million straight away, starts talking straight away. I do think that removes... I don't see him really talking like this and then going for a raise, right? He's given off a lot of visual tells, visual cues about the strength of his hand. So I don't think we see him go for a raise here. Which must mean he's thinking about making a very thin call. Wow, it looks like Ostash looks it up.
How much?
Well, how much, he says. It's 2.6 million. It's a hero call gone awry. There's definitely some merit to having a deuce in your hand. Maybe blocking some of those rivet straights. Perhaps we're assessing it with a little bit of kindness there, because it is quite a loose call down. But if we discount ace highs from Brzezinski's range, you know, it's kind of similar to calling down with ace high when you got the king deuce. Not a million miles away. But just a little misstep. And it's quite a punishing misstep. It moves Brzezinski back up to 17 million. Ostash around the 10 million mark, just shy of it with 9.9. Renan says, why call if you don't know how much? He definitely knew how much. He definitely knew how much the bet was at the river. He's just getting clarity from the dealer so that he can pay out accurately. I don't think he just blindly called, not knowing the size. So another massive flop for Brzezinski. 9-6 of diamonds. 10-7-5, 2 diamonds. This is a limped pot. Ostash taking a stab at it. And Brzezinski responding with a raise. It's going to be a very quick fold from the king queen. No diamond. I've late regged the 109 warm-up, by the way, and I've gone from 10k up to 65k. I'm 4th in chips very quickly, which does bode well for our second stream of the day, which hopefully is going to be me playing some poker. But, you know, this one could go on. I'm not joking. What was the longest EPT? Heads up in the EPT. It went on for 8 hours, 9 hours. Lock in, folks. We'll be here to the very end. We haven't come this far not to see it to a conclusion, have we? No, we have not. No, we have not. Brzezinski with a raise. Ostash with a defend. Jack 9 and a deuce. Swing and a miss. Both players picking up a straight draw on the turn. So check back from Brzezinski. Ostash taking over the betting lead now. It's 1 million. Now, Brzezinski, I think, even though he's got the bottom end of this straight draw, when we're open-ended in these spots, still a desire to continue in some way. So much of our range is still looking at folding. We can continue with a queen or an 8, most likely. We do have the benefit of position as well. And this is really interesting, really aggressive. You think about which value hands he's representing, because Brzezinski is going to raise to 2.4 million. You think about which hands he's going to have for value here. Check back the flop. Maybe he makes a king-queen. Check back with a gut shot. Not unreasonable. I think a hand like 9-10 probably bets. I'm not sure if he's really going to raise like ace-10 and king-10 versus this turn size. I don't think we've really seen that happen so far. King-3 is just going to release, but just very interesting that Brzezinski not necessarily repping too many good hands. I think 7-8 probably bets flop as well. Queen-8 bets flop sometimes, so... It does get the job done against the king high. Something to keep an eye on. Maybe that aggression's starting to ramp up. Ostash now back down towards 29 big blinds. Back into the at risk of being all in. He has survived 5 all-ins to remain in this tournament. And as I said, one of them was when he made a flush. The 5th one. But he's won some flips. He's come from behind.
Let's finish, no? They wait to drink some alcohol and...
They're waiting to go to the bar. I'm waiting to play my Sunday session. He says, let's finish. Listen, chaps, if you want to wrap this one up, it's fine by me. I've seen a lot of heads up at this point. And I'm loving it. It could end at any moment.
Look at this guy in front. He's so thirsty.
But we love the action, don't we, troops? We love the action. JPM says, curious question. What happens if a player needs to go to the bathroom during play? Can't really wait until the hour break. I mean, when your head's up, if both players agreed to take 5 minutes, they're going to allow it. I think you'd have to be a pretty cruel heads-up opponent to make yourself, or to make your opponent not use a bathroom break. Don't really see that happening, but... It's always at the discretion of the floor. And I'm fairly confident that our floor would allow a quick run to the bathroom if it was clearly obvious.
Alan.
We've got an all-in here.
I'm not sure.
Brzezinski says he's not sure. Now, obviously, we can see that Brzezinski has the best hand with an ace, but this is a quite a significant shove. It is closing in. Might be about 30 big blinds. And of course, Brzezinski's 8 deuce, the worst of the aces. He's going to be dominated by a lot of the hands that want to shove here. I do think Ostash is going to want to shove a lot of offsuit ace-X, which are going to have Brzezinski in really, really bad shape. I've just got all in with ace-king against jacks against kings in the 215. I've flopped an ace. And the turn is the case king, and I've been eliminated in the 215 stacko, and I feel quite upset. I feel like Brzezinski right now. 0 for 5 on all ins, can't hold. Try again. So much hope for the... So much hope on the flop. Kapoon! Thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate the sub.
If something happens to my parents, you pay the bill for the hospital, okay?
Brzezinski with the 8-5. We've seen him limp a lot. We haven't really seen him fold a button with this big blind ante. Looks like he's actually going for a raise here with the 8-5-0. 650k. Mustache with the A6. Defense initiated. Brzezinski flops a pair. Can go either way with this. Can do some betting, can do some checking. Choose your own adventure, like one of those Goosebumps books. If you want to walk down the check path, turn to page 44. If you want to bet, go to page 23. Brzezinski checks. Brzezinski now bets. Ostash has picked up a little something. I think we'll see enough delayed c-bets from Brzezinski with air that the 6 will be unfoldable. We've certainly seen Ostash exhibit a decent amount of stickiness. He did just call down 3 streets with king high, didn't he? Let's see what the river brings. It's a 10. A little bit of an action slower. Both these hands probably have had their fill. Or have they? Double check. I think 8-5 too thin. Doesn't need to bluff. Can still beat the ace highs. 10 of diamonds is interesting, but probably just find a check with an 8. Plenty of other parts of the range to bluff from. Is that true? 7-9 fills. Straight draws fill, but yeah, he's checking an 8. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Ostash pipped once again. And you hear those noises? Those are the noises that somebody makes when every single showdown they're getting shown either a very much better hand or a slightly better hand.
At 8, you will have 40-minute dinner break. Okay? In half an hour.
What time is it? In half an hour?
In half an hour, 8 p.m. And from the next level, because a deal has been made, from the next level, we're going to play 18 hands instead of 30. Okay? 18 instead of 30 from the next level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you catch that, chat? Did you catch that? From the next level. Well, first of all, in half an hour, there will be a 40-minute dinner break. So if we're still going in half an hour, there is going to be a 40-minute dinner break. If we get back from the break, they will play 18 hands per level rather than 30 hands per level. My goodness me. Are we putting that dinner break on hold? 5, 6, 7. Ostash, top 2 pairs. Brzezinski flops the nuts. It's Ostash with the bet. Brzezinski with the raise, and Ostash just continues for a slow play here. Definitely 23 big blinds deep. A very strong but a very vulnerable hand. Could definitely make argument for Ostash's hand being all in on the flop and just committing itself against some worse 7x, committing itself against some flush draws. Even beating some of the 2 pairs, right? Beating the 5, 6, 7, 5. So he does slow play on the flop. 2.3 million in the middle. Got just better than 2 pots remaining. 2 pot-sized bets, that is. And some consideration that both players are going to make a flush occasionally, but we're only 25 big blinds deep heads up. Somewhat surprised to see Brzezinski start checking this hand now. Just because his opponent is so incentivized to pot control once he's check raised on the flop. I wonder if he's going for the spring in the double check raise here. It's a bet of 1.2 million from Ostash. Brzezinski just going for a check call. The river's a 10, and I do think, well, we might see Ostash value cut himself here. We might see him try and go for all the chips with the 2 pair. Speaking personally, if Brzezinski checks to me here, and I've got a pot-sized bet left with 2 pair, I think I'm going all in. I would be trying to target something like 7-5, 5-6, even Ace-7. So yeah, Ostash goes for the value bet of the river. It looks to me... I'm very confused really as to why Brzezinski is quite so worried. Obviously the flush gets there on the turn, but as you can see, Ostash going to have worse hands for value and is probably bluffing some King 8, Jack 8, you know, King 4. It's
100, right?
It's 3.1 million. And Ostash at this point has got to be begging for a call. He's not going to believe this one. I can't quite believe it myself. I can't quite believe how the tournament has not ended. But Brzezinski flops the nut straight. Ostash going for the value with the 2 pair. It's just a call at the river. And as frustrated as he might be, Ostash, some relief that he still has 1.5 million chips. But it's a long road back from here. That's pretty much... pretty close to the lot. Brzezinski now 25 million. Ostash after the blinds is going to have, what, 3 big blinds behind? $25.5 plays 1.5-ish. And Ostash has survived the all-in 5 times. It's looking like he's going to need to survive another one very soon. A reminder, we're playing 125k, 250k. Creates a pre-flop pot of 625,000.
Round 1? Round 5.
I think we're going to see it all in here. Yes, we are. So Ostash gets it in good. He's got King 3. He has won the last 5 all-ins. He will need to win a 6th to stay in the tournament. He's got 53%. 5 all-ins down, 6 to go. Can Ostash once again find a way to continue this main event heads up? Both these players have won 603,000 euro. A chop was done. We're playing for the additional 28k, but of course we're playing for an EPT title as well. Brzezinski will need a queen, a 9, or better, and he'll be your champ. Ostash from Ukraine, watching on, hoping to hold. It's Ace King 8. 5 all-ins in a row, and this might be the 6th. Brzezinski just 3% to win it on this hand. Will there be a sweat? There's always a sweat. No sweat. It's a deuce.
Я буду просто all-in ставити.
The show goes on.
Ay, could have jammed
previous hand. It looked so strong though. Please take it away from me.
Well, the good news for Ostash is that he won his all-in and he stays alive in the tournament. The bad news for Ostash is he's still got about 10 big blinds, I think. What's the decision? It's Ostash's button.
I'm running good on a board, you're running good in the flips. Who will win?
Isn't that the case? Isn't that what I just said? Brzezinski running good on the board. Ostash running good on the flips. 10-8 suited. 10 big blinds. Shoves it. Called. King Jack. Another all-in. This time Brzezinski in front.
What should I do now? I have to change something.
Brzezinski with another chance to secure the title. Can he lose 7 all-ins in a row? 60% to lift the EPT trophy. The 7th time, the cards will decide the winner. For the first 6, they've been with Ostash. Will this madness end, or will the comeback continue?
Менше 10 блайндів, я засуну.
Yes, we need some luck. Hello, Jacob.
The rails watching on again. The flop. 4, 5, 6. There's always a sweat. Additional outs moving into play for Ostash, our Ukrainian comeback kid. That 7 is alive. 7th all in. The 7 always coming. Oh my goodness! And it does! The 7th all in a row for Ostash. The 7 always coming. Drops in on the turn. And I promise you, I had no clue. He makes a super straight at the river. I had no spoilers on any of these hands. The 7 is always coming. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The longest straight you've seen in your life.
Today I thought that I'm the
In your life. It's 7-0 to Ostash. I mean, mate.
2 million. Okay.
The heads up that refuses to end. Brzezinski will not believe to come that close to the trophy 7 times. The deck doesn't care. The deck doesn't remember. He's 0-7. He is 0-7. It would be remarkable, wouldn't it?
$650.
Straight back to it. Jack 5 offsuit. 650,000. There's your raise. Tennis Talk says this watch along has been an absolute hit. Thanks so much, Spraggy, for your great insights. Oh, it's my pleasure. I've enjoyed it. I've loved every minute. I've loved every minute. 10-3 of diamonds for Ostash.
All in.
All in for Brzezinski. If I'm Brzezinski, I'd just stop going all in, I think. I think you just stop playing all in so you can win every other pot.
I'm keep trying.
He's going to feel even sicker, by the way, that he didn't get that 8-9 in. 5-6-7 and 8-9 against 6-7. It could have been all over. He left him with the crumbs, and the crumbs have spun twice. Have we hit 1,000 likes on the live stream yet? 912. You guys want to see if you can break... You think you can break the like counter?
650.
We can't do it right now. Hit the like button if you're enjoying this coverage. I know I am. I didn't expect it to be quite so high energy after we made the deal. I really didn't, but we've got a story developing here. 7 in a row. Ostash in search of 8. He's still got 20 big blinds against 80 big blinds. It's Panka versus Timex all over again. We might be here till Monday. All right. Ace-8 suited for Ostash. Brzezinski with King-3 suited. Check it a check. Into the streets we go. Heart, heart, 4. Check, check. Brzezinski with the flush draw, straight draw. Does benefit from trying to fold out some ace highs. Just wonder whether we'll see him start bluffing. I think I like it. Plenty of 10x to value bet, 2 pairs to value bet, straights to value bet. Maybe wants to value bet in a small sizing with something like a 7, a big sizing with something like 2 paired. Let's go for the check. Ostash deciding to make a play at the pot. And we have seen Brzezinski go for the check raise with some good hands here. Let's see how he continues with a king high flush draw. He goes for the call, and you're not going to believe it. Brzezinski does improve, but take a look at this. Ostash with the bigger straight. And for the first time in the non-all-in pots, yeah, Brzezinski will go for, it looks like a lead maybe coming out for value, just to try and stop the 10x from checking back, just to try and stop any 2 pairs from checking back, try and stop a7 from checking back. He goes in for a lead, tries to take the value himself, but Ostash with a better straight. And it is going to be a raise. Seeking just a little bit more. That's a time bank card being played. And a pretty frustrating situation for Brzezinski. He's well aware that Ostash's range is going to include a lot of 8s. I don't think it's unreasonable that he would bluff Queen 8, Jack 8 on the turn. Better hand like 8-9 even on the turn. Maybe even some value with 8-7, 8-5. So plenty of 8s there to be beaten by. Just needs to try and work out where Ostash is going to find bluffs from.
You have 8. Call, call.
He says call. He asked him if he has an 8 and then making it clear that he's already called. Do you have an 8? Seems a little unfair for him to know whether he has an 8 before he commits the chips, but he does pay it off. And it means it's 18 million versus 8 million. And this will be the 100th hand of heads-up play. We didn't expect this one to last too long, and we certainly didn't expect it to last very long after a deal had already been made. But we're 100 hands into this thing now. It shows no sign of slowing down. A7 for Brzezinski. Raises it up. Defense in the big blind. 7-5 suited. Finds itself dominated, but very playable situation. Hand 100 of heads up. Jack 8 deuce. I'm going to miss a Sunday Million at this point. You guys don't have to. I got plenty of time. Late Reg open for another 3 hours. We'll get a Sunday Million in. Brzezinski with a check back. Double gut shot now for Ostash. Don't forget about the 6 today. And certainly a hand just a 7 high. Pretty nice to be able to fold out some high cards with a 7 high. Opportunity to improve. I like the bet. He bets 1.9 million, by the way, which is an overbet. And that is why we're going to see a fold from even the 7 of clubs. But that really shows the benefit of this size. Going to move away some very... Might even fold out some pairs. Fold out a lot of the hands that dominate you. Good sizing choice. So there'll be a dinner break, I believe, in 15 minutes. If we play another 15 minutes, there's going to be a 40-minute dinner break. We don't want to stop, though, do we, chat? We don't want to stop. Let's go all the way here in Malta. Are you with me? $990 likes on the stream today on YouTube. Closing in on a record. Thank you all for your support. It's very nice to see. So many nice words, nice compliments to the first time we've done this coverage. I really do appreciate that. If you've enjoyed it half as much as I have, you've had a wonderful time. So I've loved it. Do like and subscribe. Ace King of Diamonds for Brzezinski with the nuts. Ace King. Thought it was diamonds, but it's not. It's been a long day. Raising the button. Ostash. 3 betting 6-2 offsuit to 2 million. Really interesting hand selection from Ostash. I mean, we haven't really been at stack depths that are allowing for a lot of 3 betting pre-flop. We've been a little shallower. Just steps into it here. Going to work a lot, of course, but Brzezinski waking up with the tippity top of it. 4-bet rips. So that's not going to work. That's not going to do it.
Mamo, tato, przepraszam. Sending message to my parents.
Okay, King 7 with a limp. Jack 6 with a check. 2 players to a flop once again. Ace 6-5. Ostash the limpo. We've seen him limp. We've seen him stab. Got the king high though. Can go either way with this. Starts off with an attack at the pot. Brzezinski with second pair. Jack of hearts. Not going anywhere. Off to a turn. It's an 8 of hearts. Mustache picks up the straight draw. Benefits of bluffing here. You're going to apply pressure to a 5 or a 6 without a heart, I think, immediately. I do think that this particular 6 from Brzezinski, you know, what we want when we look for calls here is a way to improve if our opponent has an ace. That's where the bulk of our opponent's value is going to come from. So the Jack of Hearts with the 6, much more preference than a Jack of Spades with a 6, which I think would be a fold. So Brzezinski pulls another one off, and we're off to the river. It's a 7. Now think about what happened previously. Brzezinski made a straight and he played a lead at the river. This time he goes for a very quick check. Ostash catches enough of it to show it down. No need to bluff. He gets her against the 5s and the 6, and Ostash, that little 7 that could, allows him to creep his stack back over the 30 big blind mark. The 30 big blind is certainly a stack depth where you're going to start, where you're going to probably stop playing raise and jam. A lot more room for maneuverability now, so the push fold mechanic long behind us. You might occasionally play some jams over raise, but we haven't seen too much by the way of pre-flop aggression in this match. That has been a product of short stacks, certainly, but to see like the 6-deuce offsuit was one of the first 3 bets that we've seen. I think Brzezinski hit one with 9-3 offsuit. But there's a lot more limping, checking, stabbing, seeing flops. It's been primarily, once we've got to this stack depth, it's been primarily a post-flop game between these two. Although the story of the heads up is, of course, the pre-flop situations. If you're just joining us, Brzezinski has been all in to win the title 7 times. And Ostash has emerged the victor 7 times. Ostash limping the button. Brzezinski with the ace-6. Taking one off. Ace-5, ace-6, limped pot, and a check. And this is kind of what I mean about it's been a lot more of a limper and a checker game between these two. You know, some other players might raise here and let's see a 3-bet or see a defend or something, but a limp and a check. Just a stylistic thing as well. I don't think this is in any way bad or anything like that. Check, check. We are getting closer to that 40-minute dinner break. Brzezinski's ace-high pairs up. Will it be good enough for him to search for a little bit of value?
Six.
Indeed. Indeed. Shows down a 6. Check, check. Jimmy Johnson says, Spraggy, you're a natural at this. Defo do this as a career. I'll consider it. Thank you.
650.
Raise from Brzezinski, 650. Jack 10 suited. And Ostash with the ace-4 of diamonds. Brzezinski will like the look of the flop. And he'll like the look of the turn. This one's gone check, check. Ace of clubs. Ostash just checking, representing a wide range of hands. A card that I think Brzezinski naturally going to bet with bluffs, with an ace, and of course with this flush. Ostash just double checking his whole card set. Chucks in the call, as we might expect, beating plenty of the single card club bluffs. Some delayed bluffs around straight draws, maybe even. The river is a 6. Certainly not going to slow Brzezinski down. And one must imagine that Ostash will be quite keen to try and bluff catch here. We'll see what the sizing brings. There is the check. There might be some greediness. There might be some shoves that Ostash can get away from.
$1.5.
But he goes for 1.5 million. I think it's a size that's just going to bring Ostash in to call. He does call once again. Guess what? Not all in pot. Calls the river, and Brzezinski just shows down. Another very, very strong hand. That does move us back towards 21 million for Brzezinski, 4.6 for Ostash. It's 7-2-2 big blinds playing 15.
Okay.
And we once again have a clear and away chip leader. What are we going to do if we get to the dinner break, chat? I've got 4 tables at the moment for my Sunday session. I'm just wondering whether there's a way I could show you them all and cover up all my cards. Sam Grafton just called me all in with King Queen for a short sec. I've got an Ace King. Have that, squid.
I'm done with poker for the next half a year.
Do you think I should take the 40-minute break and leave you with some recap of the hands? I might need it. I mean, I've streamed here 8 hours of commentary non-stop, and we're going to stream the Sunday session. I might just take the break and grab some food. I think that probably is a smart play, right? It's got to be. I think it's absolutely got to be. Especially because this could go on for another 5 hours yet. We're not there yet. We're not at the dinner break yet. We've got 3 minutes or so, I think, by my count. I don't really know time zones, but they said about half past, right? About half an hour. I think we've got about 3 minutes. We've streamed every single hand of the EPT Malta main event. I've been on for every single moment. I am not going to not see it out to the end, I promise you that. We'll be here till we see a trophy lift.
I'm sorry.
We're back in jam mode, 15 blinds. If Brzezinski wakes up with it here, he doesn't. Folds. Broxer says, bro, you get paid by PokerStars. That's why you do it. Would you prefer that PokerStars does not pay its broadcasters? Does that mean I'm not allowed to enjoy my job? What's the implication here? What sort of gotcha point do you think you're bringing up? Hey, this guy is getting compensated for his work. Get him. Like, what's the angle here, Broxer? Would you go into a bakery and there's a guy baking bread and he's sniffing the bread? He goes, ah, I love this job. You go, you bake that bread because someone pays you. You go, well, that is how the economy works. Yep. You got me. That's how the economy works. You have once again uncovered the trade of labor for currency. They're on to me. Hey, this guy's given up his time to do something for economic benefit. Quite the expose. Tell you what.
Dinner break.
I don't get paid enough to read comments like that. I know that much.
Dinner break.
Dinner break indeed. I think that's it. I think we're on a 40-minute break. Well, troops, we're going to come back. We're going to see a conclusion. 21.5 million plays 5 million. Those guys are going to go and enjoy basking in their 603,000 euros apiece. Deal that's been made. I'm going to get some food. I haven't eaten all day. We've been live for 8 hours and 9 minutes non-stop. And I do intend to play some online sessions live on stream after this very broadcast. So I'm going to leave you with the break coverage. We will resume in about 40 minutes. Enjoy some probably classic hands. Probably some hands from this tournament. I'll be back shortly.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros. And a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
Oh boy, okay, back to the poker. Yeah, Brzezinski, who's been, by the way, pretty quiet. Has made a couple of big blind defends, but other than that, hasn't been opening a lot. Raises with kings. Boyka wisely just calling in position with the ace-jack suited.
Oh.
An ace-queen for Bedell. I mean, I know I'd be walking into it here, Nick, but with fewer than 20 bigs,
yeah,
and an awesome squeeze spot, I'm ripping this every day of the week.
Yeah. And also, guys, don't forget. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't forget, guys, we're playing 5-handed as well, so under the gun is not as early position as it would have been 8-handed, and so I'm falling in this trap every day, and I don't know if maybe I'm making a mistake here, but I'm with you, James.
It's not a mistake. Brzezinski could be opening any number of hands that you are beating, any number of hands that will fold.
Right. I mean, as a
flat
spot
in the middle is some dead money.
As a spot with cards down, this is actually a very good spot most of the time for you. We can see he's running into kings.
Brzezinski announces, I'm all in. Boyka can now get away from this. Bedell, however.
Big mistake. Count, please.
Count.
Count. Call.
Count.
You don't need to count. He's clearly got you covered. It's all into call. I know why he's asked for the count.
He's trying to spare the time.
Correct. If you ask for a count, they pause the clock. Which, by the way, I don't actually think should be allowed if the player clearly covers, but it's not me to make that judgment.
I mean, it can still impact the way that you interpret the hand, right? Because if Brzezinski ships for 1 million big blinds and is, you know.
All right, that's a good point.
You know, I think it could have be a thing.
I contend that you should know what you're going to do.
What in life?
If it doesn't get 2 folds.
I'm surprised that Bedell didn't just rip. I'm surprised he just 3-bet to 650K. I guess on the plus side, he has given himself an opportunity to get away from this, but how do you get away from this?
Well, first of all, you ask Boyka if he folded an ace.
So Brzezinski was in for about 48 big blinds here, and he was covering both by a considerable margin. Both players sub 25.
Idiot. Oh,
Can Bedell?
I could have lost more if I just called. Back to where I started. Oh. Very bad hand. Oof.
Bedell folds it.
This is wild.
I'm here for it, guys. I'm here for it.
On the left, sorry, on the right.
Oh, that smile. Ah.
Brzezinski's girlfriend, Viviana.
Mami, póngelo así.
And Brzezinski now playing 56 big blinds. Boyka raises small to big, gets called by Kalonja with a dominated hand.
Kalonja with the better draw now.
Absolutely. But Boyka's still ahead with ace high.
And if I was Kalonja, I would start betting here. See how he feels. We're blocking that made straight. We are blocking hands like Jack 10, 9, 10. He decides to check here.
Okay, well, open-ended, Kalonja, but one of those straight draws, no bueno.
You know, when our opponent opens here, blind v blind, then checks on 6, 7, 8, they'll sometimes have a 6 or a 7 as well, just kind of pot controlling. But as played now, the king is a dangerous card, eh? If we see a king on this river, it will be disastrous for Kalonja.
Do you ever take a stab here, Nick, and not rely on having to make a hand?
Well, I would have bet flop, but...
So yes is the answer, just
I think maybe
earlier.
it's time to start betting. But also, Kalonja so far has proven to be an extremely talented player. Probably much better than I am at cards, so I default to his wisdom. Boyka's loving life here. He thinks he's going to get ace-jack suited down to showdown. So far, so good. If he's going to let me check, just let me check. He's giving me all these free cards.
So far, so good.
Yeah, and now at this point, Kalonja might opt to bet, might opt to check, but we haven't really repped anything strong yet. We haven't really played our hand as though we have many good cards. I'd say it's possible for him to have a 6, I suppose, but that's still kind of a thin rep.
850.
Ooh, slight overbet.
Big enough.
And now this is a great size, right? Because what we're saying is we have one of those very, very, very well disguised hands. However, ace-jack suited could absolutely hero call this. We've not represented much all throughout the streets. So on the river, what we're saying is we have a queen that we played very unusually. We have a 6 that we played very unusually. It's so far hard for us to have 7s or 10s or queens, given the pre-flop action, given the flop and turn action. I think Boyka might make the call here. It's a rough spot, though, and the size is very good.
This is the second tough decision we've seen for Alexei Boyka in the last 15 minutes or so. That huge hand against Ostash. This time we know he's good. This time we know he has the best hand for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to bet this river and try and put your opponent to the test, this is the right size. So I applaud that. But this is exactly the kind of hand that can hero call here, given the action thus far.
Mr. Rochester watching on Twitch says Boyka is hating life the last 20 minutes of this table.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough go for him. Just kind of getting kicked around. I could see him making this call, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
And that's a huge momentum shift, not just to win this pot, but get the confidence back. Get your groove back.
At least he knows the password to the free roll.
Might be on tilt, says he is not calling because no bluffs make sense, honestly, after checking back the turn. This bluff makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you mean no other bluffs?
I think that this is a rough one.
Again, several time bank cards have been played.
You can see the look on his face. He knows that he's pretty much representing a 6. He's like, really, bro?
Bird highlighting that if he does bust the final table, he can always enter the free roll on PokerStars. Not really sure he's thinking about that now. Boyka does make the call. He heroes.
Sick. Let's go.
Sick.
Heroes with ace high, and that is a huge boost, a huge momentum shift, and it is going to see him move ahead of Adria Kalonja on the leaderboard. Boyka now playing 35 big blinds. Kalonja drops down to 32.
That was a sexy call. Boyoyoyoinka.
Kalonja is out, so it is Bedell, the short stack on the button. Deuces, 10 big blinds. You know what you got to do, Tom.
We know he likes his deuces. I know last night he got involved on the ace-king-7 there.
Yeah.
And was hoping to spike a deuce. I think it was a 3 on the turn, so he came close, but seems like a pretty good spot for him to go all in and hopefully pick up the blinds. Or
Yeah. I mean, thus far he's been very reserved. I mean, there's a couple spots that I think might have been 100% like sort of 3-bet jam, but he's avoided them. But actually, all of them worked out really well. They were all really well timed. I think he like 3-bet folded half of his stack with ace-queen correctly against kings just a moment ago. Now, I would hope that he would just run with this one as the shortest stack. We want to generate some variance. And I was saying to James, even though he did correctly 3-bet fold his ace-queen against kings, it's still one of those spots that you probably just always rip. And then if you get lucky, that's how you go on to win the tournament by, you know, generating some variance and getting lucky once in a while.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I did catch that hand before I got on here, and I was also quite surprised, but at the same time, he's still in the tournament.
It's
so
still kind of cool.
You
It's
never
still kind of
know,
cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he has some magic up his sleeve. We'll see here.
Here we go. It is triangle time for Tom Axel Bedell, all in for his last million. And it's Ostash in the big blind with the decision. He's got threes.
Oh, no.
Poor Tom.
And these are the these direct sort of negative reinforcement spots where you go, so the computer told me to shove deuces and I knew it felt wrong, and then of course he had threes.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the computer Tom's looking at, but I think his gut told him to shove it in. I think he still made the right play regardless. So.
It may not be fair, but it's the reality of the situation. Tom Axel Bedell all in, at risk, and dominated.
No!
You feel for him because, you know, if you're up against kings or aces or queens or something like that, it's like, oh, whatever, I just ran into a big hand. But here, you're just as dominated and you're pipped by 1. So we'll see. Maybe he can spike a 2 here.
Flop.
Mamma mia, no me dejes ya. No quiero irme.
Oh, has a 3 on it.
Not a good window card.
Yeah, and his spade isn't live either. This is pretty brutal, and he's now down to 2%.
Yeah,
That
5 would
was
be
my
good. Oh, no.
straight.
Looks
And
like
he's
drawing dead.
drawing dead on the turn. So sadly,
From them.
we do lose Tom Axel Bedell in 5th place.
And
Yeah, great game to Tom. He was a lot of fun to watch. I think all of us would agree, and the chat would agree. He brought some excitement and
thanks for the game.
a unique factor that definitely made it more enjoyable to watch.
Absolutely.
Good luck, chip leader.
The king of Benidorm exits the events.
Going back to Benidorm with an additional 200,000 euros. That's what 5th place paid. Everyone else is now locked up 260 grand.
And we're back with a big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stacks one of you two right now. This is gonna get crazy. It's the big game, baby.
Kings for Boyka here. Exciting spot. Opening onto the chip leader's big blind. Could have chose to size up. Typically you will see, especially in this case, they're quite deep, and Ostash is covering by about 3.5x. So you will see the opener choose to size up, but it might be one of those things where Boyka thinks Ostash isn't going to adjust his calling range anyways.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Ostash defends with 5s and flops a set, and I don't know how you get away from kings on this board.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that might save him is the fact they're still quite deep. 41 effective going to the flop here, but on this kind of a texture and with the big blind range being what it is, I mean, you just feel like you're getting a lot of value from the spades and from the 8x and the 9x and the straight draws.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a dynamic board. I would have liked to see Ostash take a little bit of time and at least consider a lead here. It seemed like he pretty much snap checked, but this is a texture Boyka's going to check back so often. And a lot of the time when you have such a advantage as the chip leader, a texture like this from the big blind is just going to be a slam dunk lead with a lot of bluffs, but especially when you do have an amazing hand like bottom set, you want to balance those bluffs with the great value hands that you have here. And we can see he, is keeping the pot smaller by avoiding that, and Boyka checking back.
Yeah, so now on the turn, we do get the lead from Ostash for near enough full pot, 500K into 550K.
Yeah, now I think we'll just see Boyka call, and like I said, keep the pot quite small. He just has a pretty easy call down. There's not really a point of him raising, I don't think, especially after checking back the flop.
Yeah, and as you say, like the opportunity to lead the flop is definitely there on the turn, though, using a sizing that we can then use as with semi-bluffs and all kinds of similar too. So keeping it nice and balanced on the turn at the very least.
So deuce on the river. How does Ostash get the maximum here?
It's very bricky. What do you think of Jamil? Like, is he weighing up whether or not he wants to try and get a missed draw to barrel here, or does he have to do most of the betting, especially with the check on the flop, do you think?
Yeah, I think he's just got to put the money in himself.
Right, yeah.
I mean, Boyka's just going to knuckle back so often. Even if he had, I mean, something like
Ace-8 or something?
No, but even something as strong as, maybe Ace-8 or even like a vulnerable overpair. Oh, he just
goes for it.
Wow.
Wow.
He shoves on Boyka. I mean, this is effectively, what, 3.5 million into a pot of 1.5 million? And Boyka makes the call.
Wow.
Boyka calls all in and is KO'd.
Good game. How does he find that size? That's so sick. That's actually insane.
Just like that, we lose Alexei Boyka, here to defend his title from 2016, made the final table of this tournament 9 years after his win in Malta, but it is a 4th place finish for Boyka, no title defense, 260,000 euros, and now near enough 20 million chips for Mikhailo Ostash.
Brzezinski here with just an easy defend, and we'll see. Oh wow, that is a good flop. I was gonna see. We'll see what can happen here.
Thinking of a flop that's good for pocket fours.
It's a pretty good one to choose.
Yeah, and the way Ostash has been blasting, you know, probably. I mean, this is just a texture we want to see bet often, right? So, I think we're going to see at least one very small bet to start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goes teeny tiny, like 150K. Yeah, just a smidge over one big blind. I think is really nice on these textures. Brzezinski, like, please have a 10. Please have a 10. Oh, my days.
Just turns quads.
Improving from a full house to quads, MBD.
It's just your daily quads.
Yeah, that, you know, that may kill his action a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because now Ostash just has showdown value to try to navigate the river, just check it down. And Brzezinski obviously could still have a 4, which he's no longer going to be able to get to fold.
Oh.
But looks like he could lose some more money here now as your Ostash.
Wow. Brzezinski checks his quads on the river as Ostash rivers a piece of this, pairing his jack.
You know what's great about this, though, is he might just still check the jack on the river. It's so annoying.
Well,
He's going to get some action.
Bet, but, I mean, what bluffs does Brzezinski have at this point? I think I would have liked to see Brzezinski at least consider leading the turn as well. When you peel this flop and board double pairs, a lot of time you are just going to go with a small lead. And in this case, he didn't get any more money in on the turn, but thankfully the river gave Ostash top pair. But
can't be too careful here. You could be up against 10s.
Oh, and the cute size as well.
Yeah, I mean, as we've said, Ostash obviously has a great hand, but at the end of the day, what bluffs does Brzezinski have here?
Yeah.
Would he turn a missed flush draw into a bluff? I don't think so. He would bet that himself.
He would just bet the river,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
exactly. Would he turn ace high into a bluff? No, there's no need to do that. I mean, we have seen Brzezinski make some unique plays, you know, yesterday near the end of the day, but I think those plays were more in the passive line where he was calling down.
Yep.
As opposed to the aggressive line. And just because you're someone who can make unique plays, let's call them, making a unique passive play is also very different than making a unique aggressive play.
Right.
But we'll see how Ostash interprets Brzezinski's gameplay from yesterday and from the first couple hours of today here.
Makes the call. Can you beat quads? No.
Yeah, he does pay it off.
Very nice for the quads. The check gets rewarded.
Okay, well, how does that change the dynamic? The gap between Ostash and Brzezinski has narrowed significantly. The chip leader with 140 big blinds, Brzezinski with more than 90.
It's the second to last stage of the tournament. Threads up, heads up, over. Otash on the button makes it 250,000. King 6 suited. Kalonja, King 9 folds the K9.
Sorry, Joe. Foster Saab in Twitch chat says, LMAO, this host thinks he's badass. He is, and you're banned.
Later. Brzezinski with Jack 10 in the big blind. Anybody else? Here we go to the flop. I see a club. I see three clubs, flop, flush, and unfortunately, this is a top pair situation for Brzezinski.
Revenge, question mark? It has been really going Brzezinski's way in the card distribution front against these two, or when these two face off. Gonna come out barreling.
Let's see what the damage will be here for Brzezinski. I mean,
He's just gonna fold right now. It's just a dead ass soul read. Okay, maybe not. We are off to the turn. 1.1 million in the middle. Another jack.
And here I was about to say, hopefully for him, another club will roll off or something.
Coming to his curse, yeah.
Brzezinski is either going to lose a huge pot or win one if the river is favorable.
Yeah, this is going to cost him for sure now.
What's the size turn? What's the turn size?
With Ostash, I think he'll go 80% or so. He seems to keep going around that lately, 75%. Yeah, okay. About 2/3.
Close enough. 750,000, 3/4 of a million.
I was going to criticize you, but then I realized I couldn't actually work out what that was in percentages.
Yeah, I mean, typically when he sizes up, he's been going around 70 to 80% pot from what I've seen, so it seems consistent with that. And lucky for him, Brzezinski does have trips, so this pot's going to get even bigger here.
And the river.
Board pairs, that is a runner, full house for Brzezinski.
Revenge, question mark?
Very interesting.
Double paired board with a flush. Ostash.
You do hate to see a snap check there.
Manages to
would
not
like to see
lose.
Brzezinski.
I mean, bet when he's ahead, bet when he's ahead, check when he's behind.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he definitely didn't do anything wrong, but you would have liked to see a little bit of thought go in there, Nick, I think, to a lead on the river when the clubs miss. And
so I was going to say, this is not that dissimilar from the spot where he had quads, right? Where he kind of snap checked the river, and it was a spot where you're kind of like really, really begging for a call in a spot where there's going to be a lot of checking back and maybe just a couple more beats to go. Do I really ever get paid like with a check here? Now, in that spot, he managed to river the jack. Ostash managed to actually hit a jack, which meant he found a bet, but...
Now, I know I wasn't in here for a little bit, but is this the first time we've seen Tomasz Brzezinski with the chip lead?
Yes.
It is.
So we have pocket tens for Brzezinski. King 5 suited for Kalonja, excuse me. Brzezinski made it 250,000. Kalonja has decided to ship it with King 5 of spades.
Yeah, he does take the rejam here, about 17 big blinds, and unlucky to run into it. I think it's a fine jam here by him, as we keep alluding to. No one to wait out. You got better hands to fold. Even in this case, a hand like Ace-5 is supposed to be folding.
Tomas on the rail with Viviana.
Back offsuit should be folding.
For this big sweat, we could be going heads up. 68% of the time, we will be going heads up between Tomasz and Mikhailo. Kalonja looking for a king. Ace, 8, deuce, no help for Kalonja.
Yeah, not the flop he was looking to start out here.
A 3 or a 4 would give him a little bit of hope. Still looking for that king. There is a 4. Kalonja can spike a king or a tray to survive.
Yeah, can't be a heart, though. That was 4 a heart.
That's right. One of 2 kings.
No.
The 8 is a brick for Kalonja. And the Spanish player, that's right, celebrations all around. And Kalonja, who has made a very deep run in what appears to us to be an early start to his EPT career. Not sure how many he's played, but it's the first time he's been on our radar.
Yeah, great game to him. I was actually looking up his Hendon mob just to get familiar with the players. And
I assume this is his biggest score?
Yeah, I believe it's for sure his biggest score, and I think he played EPT Barcelona, and maybe this is his second one ever. So, I mean, definitely should be very proud of his work and accomplishment, and nice to see his friends there supporting him. great score, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the future.
Congratulations, Kalonja. 339,000 euros.
It's King Jack and calls. Tens for Brzezinski.
550.
Raises to 550,000. And just as we saw with an earlier hand, Ostash was limping with the intention of re-raising. He shoves and gets called. We are flipping for the title. Ostash at risk and behind. If tens hold here, Tomasz Brzezinski is the EPT Malta champion.
No, Jake. Ay, santísima.
Ten in the window.
5 cards to come that could decide the outcome of this tournament. King on the flop. Ostash takes the lead.
Good understanding.
Ostash now a 9-1 favorite to double up.
Dama.
Another king on the turn. Still 2 outs for Brzezinski. And if he does spike a 10 on the river, he is the champion. Any other card, we play on. So 4 on the river. Mikhailo Ostash doubles up to 61 big blinds. Brzezinski now with a 2-1 chip advantage. And we play on. Ten, 8-4 on the flop. I think, trying to work it out in my head, I think another double up might actually give Ostash the advantage. So 2 pair for Ostash, and Brzezinski is betting into him 400,000. Brzezinski with a gut shot here. Ostash raised to 1.3 million. Brzezinski has called. Board pairs on the turn.
This is quite an interesting card because it's not one that Ostash is going to love, because along with all the straight draws, Brzezinski can certainly also have second pair. And so now that second pair becomes trips on the turn. You do see him check, and I think that I really like Brzezinski barreling here, because not only does he have equity still, but if he feels like Ostash was raising the flop with perhaps just one pair, which technically now 10s and 4s being counterfeited is just 10s and 8s. It's not as strong as it was on the flop. You do put a lot of pressure on these hands if you are able to fire another barrel on the river.
Brzezinski with the straight draw. Ostash with 10s and 8s. Ace on the river, but the board has bricked out for Brzezinski. Ostash still has the best hand.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate part is that now with the ace on the river, Ostash does just chop with some other 10s that had him outkicked on the turn. But you wonder, you know, the only sizing I really see Brzezinski being able to go for is all in here.
And that's what happens. Brzezinski shoves on Ostash, who has the best hand. If he can find a hero call, he's going to get another double up.
Now we see that obviously 8x clearly going to be a part of Brzezinski's range. There are some of these missed straight draws. Ostash doesn't block any of those straight draws. The 9-7, Jack-9, 7-6. But it is a very aggressive line from somebody who I feel like there were a couple hands we saw that Ostash maybe didn't believe that Brzezinski had these kinds of bluffs in him. I don't believe that he's caught Brzezinski bluffing in these types of spots. You know, there was one hand I remember from not too long ago where Brzezinski check raised the river with the best of it, and Ostash pretty quickly folded top pair. And to me, that signaled that without any consideration, really. Oh,
he makes the call. That is a double up for Ostash. That is a huge change in momentum. That is a change in the chip lead. Mikhailo Ostash doubles up to 15.6 million. Tomasz Brzezinski drops down to 11.3 million. Ostash playing 77 big blinds, Brzezinski playing 55 big blinds.
And Charlie Clark wins the cent roll.
Ostash opening on the button with ace deuce. Brzezinski 7-3 of clubs. He's going to call. Well, it's an ace-high flop with just one club. Advantage Ostash, more than a 9-1 favorite. Ostash betting 400,000. Brzezinski.
Oh, cheeky, float here.
And picks up equity on the turn, picks up the flush draw. It's a good job you can't see me right now, Maria. I'm swaying side to side. Had an unfortunate back injury last night, and I can't find a position to sit in where I'm comfortable.
How did that happen?
It just happened. I'm old.
You're you're old.
2 million is the bet from Ostash. And that is not a call. That is a check raise from Brzezinski.
Yeah, and I like it because, you know, having the 7 of clubs, that was a quick call, by the way. But having the 7 clubs is really nice, right? Because you can certainly rep 7-6 in this spot. And you had that equity with the clubs that comes in. So, you know, a lot of good things can happen when you take that line.
$5 million.
5 million, the value bet on the river. And you highlighted, Maria, that Ostash called the turn really quickly with top pair. Now visibly frustrated as he considers what to do on the river.
Yeah, and a lot of discomfort because of the sizing in particular. You know, very big size, close to pot size. So now it's not really, you know, some of these other hands that potentially, oh, is that also a call?
That is a call, and we are going to see another switcheroo at the final table in this heads-up battle as Tomasz Brzezinski reclaims the chip lead and a decent advantage over Mikhailo Ostash.
Welcome back to EPT Malta in what has to this point been one of the most outrageous heads up in recent EPT memory. Your chip leader then, as we come back from this dinner break, Tomasz Brzezinski leading with 21.5 million, that's 71 big blinds, up against Mikhailo Ostash's 5.3 million, that's 17 big blinds. But the story so far is a deal being made. As we entered heads up, Brzezinski with a slight chip lead, but the chop was even, 50-50, 603,000 euros a piece. And since then, Ostash has been the short stack, has been at risk 7 times in a row. 7 all-ins, and of course, we wouldn't be here unless Ostash had won 7 all-ins in a row. That's Scott Margerison in the foreground. I thought he had spilt something on the floor. I believe that is a legend in the middle table. That is none other than Barney Boatman, who made a deep run at the PokerStars Open event here in Malta. My hero, my mate. As we remind you that the Spin and Go Championship Live is happening in Paris, may I remind you that I have a nearly top 100 stack in the Sunday Million, 5,278 runners at the moment. I'm 109th in chips, and I'm playing a pot right now. We started the tournament with 100,000. I've got 322,000 at the conclusion of this event. I'll go live for some cards with you today. I'll go live with some cards for you today. First 2 stops of the EPT for next year have been announced. 2026, we're headed to Paris. Headed back to Paris February 18th to March 1st. And as is tradition on the calendar, Monte Carlo, April 30th to May 10th. I just overbet the turn and got caught. I've gone all in at the river. My opponent folded. I had a good hand. I'm 16th in chips. 5,279 runners at the moment. In the Sunday Million, I'm 15th in chips. Speaking of rankings, 3 live leagues to be contended across the rest of this year. Have been contended since the start of the year. High, medium, and low. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Someone in the chat, railing my table in the millie, says, did you have Jack 8? Nah, I had a good hand though. I had a good hand though. I want to give another congratulations to Charlie Clark, who won our cent roll today. Won a $109 Sunday Million ticket. You're playing right now, Charlie? Are you in? I'm also on the bubble of the 1-9 warm-up. I bust the stacko again. 7s against ace queen. My opponent hit a queen. Very sad. We shall be shortly back underway. We can just see players, certainly Brzezinski situated at the table, and in the background you'll see Ostash joining right now.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Here we go, folks. Back in action. Thanks very much for rejoining us here in Malta. We've had all the action from days 2, 3, 4, 5, and now day 6 of the main event. We have covered every single hand, and we will be here until the bitter end. $898 started. 2 players remain. There can be only one. There can be only one. I did make some chicken and chips on break. But what's happened is they took a little bit of time in the oven, of course.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
So now I'm eating some chips. Your stack depth then. We're playing about 70 blinds versus about 17. I definitely think that our stash still mixing in some limps, maybe even some raises. Of course, playing some hands for a jam. And I think Brzezinski probably just wants to play a lot of limps on the button as well. We've spoken already, for those of you who've been watching today, in this heads up. We've spoken already about the big blind ante. And the fact that it creates a much bigger pre-flop pot, the inability to fold too much. If anything, I would suggest play 100% of buttons. So Ostash coming in for the limp. I think we see Brzezinski. Okay, he just shoves it. He just rips it in there. Job done. Job done. No shot says no curry. I'm not having curry today, no. No, I'm having chicken and chips as discussed. Different dinners for different needs. We do see a fold on the button this time from Brzezinski. So neither player is subscribing to my don't fold the button mantra. Fair enough. Hand 174 of the day, and well over 100 of them at this point have been heads up. Playing now 150,000, 300,000. As you can see, it does create a pre-flop pot of 750k before anyone has decided to invest.
We would be running it.
We see another walk in this heads-up battle. And a lot of people can't believe that it's still going. I can't quite believe it myself, especially after a deal was made. Sometimes once a deal is made, it takes a little bit of the sting out of it. But these guys really, really hotly contesting the heads up as well. They might, you know, they're playing for 28,000 euros, sure, but they're playing for an EPT title. You are not really going to get another chance to play for an EPT main event title. Having said that, this man here, Brzezinski, shoving the king 8. He did final table in Barcelona. He came 4th in Barcelona. He's improved on that finish, but of course, the finish line is once again in sight for him. He's the big stack again now. 72 big blinds, covers 14. And need I remind you, he has lost 7 all-ins. All he had to do was win one of them, and he would have walked away as the champion. But 0-7. Game rolls on. Queen 5 offsuit there for a walk. A lot of folding the last 5 or 6 hands. We've seen, what, 4 walks? Time is running out for Ostash. After he pays this big blind here, he's going to be down to just 12 bigs. Very soon he's going to need it to be 8th time lucky, you might feel, unless he can spin up in the streets, unless he can get involved in some hands. 9-7 suited for Brzezinski. Ostash wakes up with 7s. Tournament life on the line again. Another all-in. 8.6 million in the middle. And this time, Mikhailo Ostash finds himself as a significant favorite for a double up. He does, of course, need to fade a 9 or better. But if his 7s can hold, he's going 8-0. He might be going 8-0, chat. Stand by. Brzezinski looking for a 9 to be crowned champion. Will we get a sweat? Will we see a sweat? The rail reassembling after dinner.
7.
Falling for a 7. Brzezinski's partner can't look.
I'd rather don't look at it. Just let me know. Just let me know.
Where is my Norwegian friend who like hearts?
It was Bedell who flopped the hearts against Tom Vogelsang, wasn't it, with the King Queen of Hearts? No such luck for Brzezinski. Ace, Ace, 6. At the moment, Ostash a favorite to secure the win again, to secure the double up again. Could it be 8-0 to Ostash in all ends?
We are not getting him.
Turn is a deuce. 1 card to fade. Needs to be a 9 for Brzezinski. It's a queen. Ostash back in the game once again. Back in the game once again. It lifts him up to 28 big blinds. And Brzezinski's potential victory will have to wait. I mean, he's been so close so many times. 59 bigs against 28 now. A little bit, again, more room for maneuverability now for Ostash. Confirmation of chip counts. About 18.5 versus about 8.5. They could, in theory, play forever. We are now, of course, post-dinner break. As the fourth said, we are moving to 18 hands per level. 18 hands per level as opposed to 30, so the blind increases will come a little swifter as we, of course, look to move this one towards a conclusion. For the meantime, 150k, 300k with a 300k big blind ante. Ace-3 suited in the big blind for Brzezinski. I think we just saw another walk. His turn for the button. And I've just check raised Sam's squid in the 109 warm-up.
$800.
Raise from Brzezinski. 800k. I had the nut flush in a 3-bet pot. Sam had a boat. I nearly just called the river, but dear oh dear. He'll love the fact that I just said that. He'll love the fact that I just said that.
Oh, yes, of course.
I did though, Sam, I promise I did.
Call.
Ostash with a limp on the button. Brzezinski chucks the chips into the middle and we're off to a flop. Queen 7-4. So Brzezinski flops a pair. Ostash, your pre-flop limper. Brzezinski calling Ostash's stab. Turn is a 5. Pretty interesting one. Ostash picks up double gut shot. Doesn't improve. And a block bet at the river of 400k gets paid off by the ace high. I think a pretty reasonable bluff catch. But once again, it comes to a showdown. And Brzezinski showing the best of it. So chips headed back his way. 20 big blinds now for Ostash. There has been a deal, if you're just rejoining us after dinner break here, there has been a deal in this main event. Both players locking up 603,000 euros each. They're playing for 28,000 euros and they're playing for the main event title. This heads up before dinner had been running for about 3 hours. 2.5 hours, 3 hours. I've lost track of time. I've lost track of time.
$800.
Raise from Brzezinski. Ostash defending king 7. Back off to a flop. It's ace 7-4. Silence in the courtroom. Silence in the street. Brzezinski coming out with the continuation bet. He raised pre-flop. Ostash with the call. I think Ostash just got to be very aware that he's quite stripped of ace-x here. A lot of his aces want to shove pre, so a 7 is going to be really high up for him. It's going to be one of the best hands he arrives at the spot with. He goes check-check. River is a 10. I think I'd like to see a block bet from Ostash. Yeah, he goes for 25%. I think his 7 is worth some value here. Brzezinski not much going for him with the queen 6. Very hard for him to credibly rep many hands. I think, you know, his aces are looking for value on the turn. His straights are looking for value on the turn. He makes occasional 2-pair with like 10-7 or 10-4 maybe. But not really a river he wants to shove very often once he checks turn. Pocket 10s maybe. But when your range is so wide, just wonder what he's thinking about here. Maybe looking it up. Maybe a call with queen high. I don't think his 6 blocker is really a real blocker because I don't feel like Ostash has 5-6 in this small size. I think if Ostash has 5-6, he's taking greedier bets. This is very bizarre. Very bizarre. I don't know what he's trying to represent having checked back the turn. Because if he has an ace, he's just going for 3 streets at these stack depths. If he has 5-6, you know, he unblocks the whole board. He'd just go for value. So what's he trying to claim? He's trying to claim 10-7. He's trying to claim 10-4. He's trying to claim 10-3 suited. We've seen some button walks, so I'm not even sure he has the 10-3 off for a raise, maybe. Pocket 10s, of course, make sense. But when you take out the ace from the value range, you can't really represent too much. Oh, Ostash is right onto him, by the way. He looks it up. He blocks the river. He calls it off with 3rd pair. It's a really, really sharp look up from Ostash, but this line just not making too much sense from Brzezinski. And that is an absolutely massive part. And as of right now, Ostash is your chip leader. Ostash, somewhat unbelievably, has retaken the lead here. But there couldn't be more even stacks. $13.5 versus 13.45. It's like we just sat down. These guys chopped the prize pool 50-50, and right now they sit as close to 50-50 as we can imagine. Ostash back out in front, if you can believe it. It's Queen Jack suited on the button, and it's Queen Jack offsuit in the big blind. So Ostash now, we're about 40 big blinds each, coming in for this raise strategy in position. King 5-7. Oftentimes when you've got similar hands, or in this case identical hands, the player in the position, or rather the player in position, with the advantage of being able to steal it away. Nothing to divide these two, as someone just pointed out in the chat. Same stacks, same hands, and that's the difference. Ostash has position, he bets, he wins. What do you think, Taizo? Says chop the trophy. Half a trophy each? Should we call it? Is there a welder in the house? Or I suppose a de-welder? A splitter? Jamie back in the chat says some kind of lathe operator, perhaps. I bet old posh boy Jamie Walden's got a lathe in his garage, hasn't he? I guarantee it. I really want to get stuck into my chicken and chips, but I can't bring myself to eat chicken strips. I can see it now. We've waited 9 hours today to reach a conclusion. And just as the champion gets crowned, I'm going to have a mouthful of chicken and breadcrumbs. Not on my watch. Lots of cheering in the room, and I can report that the noise from the rail is Andre Morea just won the 10K high roller. We took a glimpse of that table earlier. I remember Papo, Enrico Komoski, Clemens Reuter. Andre Morea, your 10K high roller champion, and he actually defeated Clem 90. Clemens Reuter heads up. Komoski finishing 4th place. What is love? And so Clemens Reuter was already top of the live leaderboard. He was top of the high section. And he's going to extend his league over Komoski. With Clemens finishing 1st and Enrico finishing 4th. Sorry. Clemens Reuter finishing 2nd. Enrico finishing 4th. Andre Morea, your winner. So Ostash on the button. We're now playing 200k, 400k. And hello there. Ostash makes it $1 million. Two very clashable hands. All in announced. It's going to be a call. And what about this for a story? This is the first time that we have had an all-in where it is Ostash with the chip lead. He has won 8 all-ins in a row. I've lost count. 8. He's won 8 all-ins in a row. And for the first time, if he goes 9-0, he will be the champion. It's Ostash with the ace-jack. It's Brzezinski with the 8s. For the first time, it's Brzezinski who is at risk. He hasn't won any of them yet. He needs to win this one or it's all over. He cannot go 0 for 9. It's 5-4-4. And the heads-up battle that refuses to end. Looks set to continue that way. Brzezinski still in the lead. Cards being called. 6 on the turn's not going to help. Ostash, 1 ace or 1 jack away from lifting the trophy. Brzezinski's rail call for a low card. It's a 9. It's low enough. It is the first all-in that Brzezinski has won. And crucially, not only is it the one that keeps him in the tournament, but now we're back to where we were previously. Ostash with just 6 big blinds. Can Brzezinski finally close this out? He's back into a commanding position. We will just verify chips. But the pocket 8 is the 1 in 8 and 1. It is the Brock Lesnar of this final table.
Back to the beginning.
Back to the beginning, they say. Back to where it all began. These two destined to fight forever. Zatnakatel on Twitch says, fantastic, eh? Best match I've watched up for a fair few years. It's turning into, if it isn't already, it's an absolute epic, isn't it? It's an absolute epic. And what a privilege it is to share it all with you. It's been great. First ever Spraggy Watch Long EPT. Picked a good one, haven't we? They're putting on a show just for you, chat. (7-3) offsuit for Brzezinski. Now we are very short. He is going to give the walk. I mean, I would have dominated the 4-3. What a terrible fold. He should read into it. Should know he's beating him. I think you can fold the 7-3. Especially at this point, Brzezinski just doesn't want to give another unnecessary double up. Folding the bottom 5% of the deck. Seems fair. It will keep his opponent sub 10 big blinds. It only takes 1 from here now. And Brzezinski has been struggling to close out these all-ins, but it only takes 1 from here.
All-in.
All-in announced with ace-3. Very short stacks. What do we have? 7-3. I think he's going to be folding again, isn't he?
Can I get a count, actually? Because maybe...
He wants a count because maybe it's just an any 2 situation.
Okay, no. Okay, it's fine.
Oh, just a little bit too much. All right. So Ostash forced to contribute 400k for the big blind, 400k for the ante. Of course, very short.
I thought that I'm good in all-ins before, but...
Not so much today, but he did win the one that mattered. If he'd have lost this pocket 8 versus ace jack, it's just typical that the one he wins is the one that prolongs the match. Here we go, pocket 10s. And a call. And you've got to imagine that Brzezinski is going to be a big favourite most of the time to win the tournament, but it's another 50-50. It's another flip. All right. Another chance for Brzezinski to close out the EPT main final table. Another opportunity to get his hands on the trophy. All he's got to do is hold with the 10s. 5 cards to come. Ostash should be looking for the same hearts that saved Tom Bedell earlier in the weekend. And Ostash now needs to go 9-1. He's going to need to come from behind. I guess it's a flip. Close enough. Needs to improve. A jack of hearts and a queen on the flop. It might be happening again for Ostash. I cannot believe what I'm watching. We all can't speak. Still some opportunities. A 9 or a 10. There is that straight draw in play. Okay, well, it's a king. It's an unwanted 2-pair because that opens up an ace for Brzezinski. Ostash holding for now to get back into the game once again, and he does. Ostash refuses to die. 9-1. When it matters again, he finds it again. What are we watching? What on earth are we watching? MJ in the chat says the dude is immortal. They both are.
It was funny, but not anymore.
Brzezinski says it was funny, not anymore. It is beyond the ridiculous. We are entering the realm of the sublime. 9 all-ins to survive. He's won every single one of them.
How much?
Yeah.
450?
Nine chances for Brzezinski to close out. A loser every time. He must be thinking, what does he need to do to put him away? How many 2.9 counts is he going to get? When will that bell ring for Brzezinski? 44 blinds now against 20. And of course, if Ostash finds the next double up, he's going to be the 2-1 chip leader. For now, it is Brzezinski out in front. 200k, 400k. We go again. We go again. Queen 5, Jack 7. Queen on the flop for Brzezinski, who continues to run really good in the non-all-in situations. Ostash picks up a turn. We see check, check once again. Brzezinski, I think, is going to try and extract some value with his hand. I'm all in with ace-7 on 7-4 deuce in the warm-up. Doubled up. And Brzezinski's been paid. Oh, sad groans. Sad groans from the 7 of Ostash. Swings back towards Brzezinski this match. 14 big blinds again now for Mikhailo.
How much you have?
3, 4, 5, 6.
Connor says, they say a cat has 9 lives. Well, Mikhailo Ostash has used all 9 in a row. Perhaps it might be the 10th that gets him. Brzezinski all in. Steals those blinds and steals it from a better hand. Ostash passing on the Jack 10. Daniel says this is proof that poker online is rigged. Absolutely. I mean, if there's one thing we've learned from two guys playing heads up no limit hold'em, it is, of course, what a conclusion to have reached, Daniel. What a takeaway. King 10 of diamonds, shipping it. Ostash, all in.
No.
A fold from Brzezinski. That's the only logical step we can take. Darian says Daniel flirting with the hammer. We're not band heavy around here, but it just seems like quite a leap. Another walk on the button. Another walk on the button. Just trying to maneuver again is Brzezinski to a position where he can get it all in and lose, then win the chips back, and then get it all in again and lose. And grind him down again and get it all in and lose. I'll stash all in. Here we go. Jack 10 for the shove. 7-3 again in the big blind for Brzezinski. That won't do it. That's not going to cut it. Jostling back and forth. Late registrations of my Sunday schedule have come and gone. The $55 Power Path Express is still open though. I'm in the 109 Mystery Bounty. Obviously our schedule has been axed a little bit by the elongated nature of this EPT. Here we go though. Brzezinski, pocket nines, all in. What are we saying? 6-3. Don't worry, he's not calling off 6-3. Hands already folded. Chips coming back out. Still quite a lot of chips to be... still quite a lot of blinds to be open jamming there. I mean, pocket nines, 16 bigs. I know there's been a lot of, you know, all in or fold, but I think 16 bigs, you could have some ideas of limping, raising even, inducing some action. I know. They seem quite content to play push fold. I think some of that probably decision fatigue. They've made so many decisions over the last, not just today, but over the last 6 days, 7 days they've played, 6 days we've broadcast. Or rather 6 days they've played. We joined on day 2. But they must be exhausted. I know I am. We've covered every hand here from day 2 onwards. I know I'm feeling it. Lord knows these guys feeling it even more. So Brzezinski back on the button, 200k. 400k, 400k being paid by Ostash. Got about 6 million in front of himself. Brzezinski with the 10-7 offsuit. Folds it, walks the button with 10-7 out. A little tight. A little snug. And what's going on here?
Maybe I put wrong, but I don't know. Yeah, 2 more? Okay.
Just making sure the stack's right. Just making sure the money's correct. Obviously, 200k, 400k difference is quite important for Ostash when he's got so few chips. No, he does.
No. I big blind, yeah.
Yeah, he was a big blind.
Yeah. Small
Okay.
blind. I don't know.
Okay, can we check? Because
No, it was correct. It was 400 for the big blind. For the
yeah, 6, so you got your big blind.
Ah, yeah, small blind and 9. Sorry.
All right, we're all good. Better to be safe than sorry, isn't it? Dealer is bang on. Floor is bang on. Ostash eventually realizes it's all good. Ostash with another walk. It is teeing itself up for another all-in. At some point, they will collide again. Ostash has been at risk as an underdog, or rather, the at-risk stat nine times. He survived 9 times. Any one of those 9 had been won by Tomasz Brzezinski, he would have been crowned your champion. Hasn't happened for him yet, but he's back in control, 50 blinds against 14. He has the button here now in Malta. Queen 5. Just folding Queen 5 on the button as well now with this big blind ante. I don't know really what has inspired this newfound tightness on the button from both players, actually. But more so Brzezinski, who's passed 10-7 off, Queen 5 off, like really high up parts of the deck just to fold. And maybe it's a product of, as I mentioned, they seem to be jamming a lot pre-flop, so perhaps they've just abandoned, you know, if they're jamming all the good hands, you saw him jam pocket 9s, maybe he feels like he can't limp the button because it's so face up, but there's so much dead money. We can't be folding buttons like this. Definitely some weariness setting in. You can't blame these guys at all. Ostash with a big hand, King Queen, shoves it all in. There's a call. We're all in and called, and Brzezinski, for the 10th time, is all in. With Ostash covered, he once again has the best hand. He's close to 60-40. He is ahead.
Queen, high board.
It's ace-8 against king queen. Once again, Brzezinski with the title in his sights. All he has to do is hold.
This is the last one.
9 times he's not won the all-in. Is 10th the charm? Ostash needs to come from behind once again to survive. Maybe the 9 lives are up.
Let's give some ace.
5 cards to fade for Brzezinski. It's a king in the window. It's a king behind it. How does he do it? 99% on the flop. It's all but over. Ostash cannot bust this tournament. The 9 guarantees it. Brzezinski cannot believe it. How can he believe it? How can this be happening? 10 times all in to win an EPT main event, and he's 0-10 now. If he goes on to lose this, what are we witnessing? What on earth are we witnessing? Ostash is the chip leader again, 13.2 million. He's back in front.
It's so sick.
It is so sick. It's one of the sickest heads up that I've sat through. We're back in action again. We might be back in action forever. I hope none of you have got work tomorrow. You might have to book the Monday off. Brzezinski, ace jack.
It's my big blind, yeah? Hold on.
It's all in. Ostash reshoves ace 10. Brzezinski's going to call. Brzezinski miles ahead this time. This for the majority of chips in play, but crucially, if Brzezinski holds, he will not win just yet, but it will leave Ostash with 650k. Surely now, Tomasz Brzezinski
But I mean, this is pretty much over.
Is in a position to hold. 26 million chips in the middle. It's all come down to this. Is there any way that Ostash can pull a 10 out of this deck? Here comes the sweat. Six, 4, 4 brings in some chop possibilities. But just those 3 outs working to finish this tournament. Ostach in search of a 10. It's a 3. A 10 to win it. A 6 or a 3 to chop it. Ostash's rail calls for the 10. It's a 7. Tomasz Brzezinski gets all of his chips back into his stack. They're celebrating. It's not over yet. But Ostash down, I think, to just 1 big blind. We've seen him do it before, but surely even Ostash will have a hard time coming back from this one. We are 9.5 hours into play in Malta. We started with 5 players. It's taken a long old time to get to this point.
How much?
They're verifying the stacks just to check. We do believe, of course, that Ostash has got something behind to work with. And you know what they say? And I hate to say it. I hate to say it this far in. But all you need is a chip in a chat. I think it would be too cruel. I think it would be too cruel for Ostash to come back from here again. I think he's going to have about 450,000 chips.
And for 5? I don't know.
Dom Cliff says it's been a heads up for the history books. Hasn't it ever? Hasn't it ever?
You can fold. You can fold.
The walk is being encouraged. I don't think we're going to see a walk. I think this is going to be it. There's confirmation. It's 52 big blinds against 1 big blind.
All in.
Sounds like Mikhailo Ostash is all in. I don't think he's seen his cards yet. He's gonna be dominated as well. It's very unfortunate. 5-4 against 10-4. Finally, Brzezinski. It's right there. Chat, it's right there. Surely. End this madness. All we have to do is hold 10-4 against 5-4 and Brzezinski is your champion. He has stood on the precipice for 3 hours, 4 hours in this heads-up match. Give it a sweat. Go on. We'll deuce and a 3. We'll deuce and a 3 in Summit. Let's have a little sweat. It would be only fitting. Let's go home, they said. I think both parties are ready for this one to be over. A reminder, they made a deal. 603,000 euros apiece. This for 28,000 euro and the all-important title. Brzezinski, 10 in the window. Stranger things have happened. But Ostash in search of chops or running 5s. There are turns that can seal it. And that is one of them. Ostash drawing dead the 4. No salvation. Finally, Brzezinski gets it over the line. His rail have been holding off on those celebrations for hours on end. But finally, Tomasz Brzezinski from Poland is your EPT Malta champion. What a grind. What a shift these two guys have put in. And both will take home, as we say, 603,000 euros for their spoils. But it's Brzezinski who takes home the trophy. and that bonus 28,000 euro. Claps in the chat. GG's in the chat. 4th place in Barcelona. Goes back to back on final tables, and this time he manages to close out. He got teased with a 2nd place finish. So many times, but eventually the deck works with him. Ace-Jack versus Ace-10. And for the last time for this EPT Spraggy Watch Along, should we sign off with an exciting edition of Hit or Shit? Your final thoughts, if I may, the Spraggy Watch Along coverage. You can decide, is it a hit or is it shit? Have you enjoyed your time here? I know I have. As we close out this EPT, it's your final chance to play hit or shit. If you've enjoyed watching with me, feel free to voice your satisfaction. If you've hated every moment, then feel free to voice your displeasure. But it warms your heart. I've had a great time. There's your runner-up. It's all handshakes on the rail as this one concludes. Thank you so much for watching along with me. I am going to come straight back up. We're gonna stick around. We're going to watch the trophy ceremony. We're going to see all the fanfare at the end. But thank you very much for all the support. It's lovely. This is a very resounding hit or shit victory for me. I must say thank you very much for that. It's been a wonderful 5 days of coverage. My voice is just about cooked. My voice is just about cooked. We might even hit, can you hit 1,000 on the hit or shit? It's going to be close. 5 seconds to go. Thank you very much, everybody. Legends, the lot of you. The coverage is a hit. And I agree. It's been great hanging out with you. There's your winner. Tomasz Brzezinski, 631,000 euro for his efforts. Ostash taking home 603k. Let's not forget our other competitors. Tom Axel Bedell put on a hell of a show. 200 grand he took home. Boyka in 4th. Collonge in 3rd. The beautiful Maltese skyline. Now, deep into the evening. We expected this might finish in the afternoon, but it's finishing in the twilight.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation for the PokerStars European Poker Tour Malta. Joining me on stage with our worthy champion is EPT Live Events Manager Margarita Kuzmina, Tournament Director Toby Stone, General Manager for Casino Malta Sławomir Szpitalski, and PokerStars Associate Director of Live Event Operations Cedric Bilot, who would like to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. It's been 9 years that the EPT hasn't came to Malta, and what a fantastic festival it was. 10 days of poker, thousands of players, more than 70 nationalities, just to show how international the EPT is. Amazing performance. So, of course, a big, big warm thank you to all the players who came, to all the staff who worked at the event. A special thank you to Casino Malta, our partner for this event. You can applaud the staff. And of course, there are still more PokerStars live events to come this year. We hope to see many of you in Manchester later this month or in Las Vegas. We have also BSOP in Brazil, EPT Prague at the end of the year, and Cannes to finish the year. So many more action to come. Again, thank you very much. And now it's time to crown our winner. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. Now, before we hand the trophy over, just a couple of questions. Tom, you kind of made history here, back-to-back final tables, closing out the second one. You are not a professional poker player. How did you pull this off?
I don't know. It's been a fantastic run. Obviously, I was running very lucky entire tournament. Same in Barcelona. It's just a great run, and hopefully I added a little bit from myself.
Do you think that the run will continue in Prague? Can we go 3 for 3?
Of course.
Of course, he says. All right, now there's only one thing left to do, besting a field of 898 players to take the title in more than 630,000 euros. Please give it up to Tomasz Brzezinski. We gotta make sure they got it.
We got it, Stapes. Top job, my man. Top job. Hey, you want to read the PokerStars blog? You should. If you want any recap of everything you've seen over the last few days or anything more, any more stories from the European Poke Tour, check out the PokerStars blog. Those guys do a great job. Of course, next time, EPT coverage, I believe, will be coming from NAPT Las Vegas. NAPT coverage first, November 12th. The main event will be broadcast live on Twitch and YouTube, I believe. And that's it. I'm going to come straight back up, folks. It's been great. But I've got 46 players left in the warm-up. And I'm coming back live on a 4-minute delay. Refresh the channel. I'll see you in a minute.
Make your peace and dry your eyes.